Casey Caldwell is watching his favorite old action movie, and the more he watches, the more he gets upset, and even the impossible feels not absolute. In the plot, the protagonist Shaolin swordsman Zhou Shanmi wanted to escape from the warehouse fire, running through the kind of hanging aisle that only in bad action movies, and without a few lines, the Viper boxing champion rushed out of the smoke to block the road, and as soon as the soundtrack sounded, the two fought on the fire, like dancing ballet. As usual, the boxing champion knocked Sammy down first, but seeing that it was hopeless, Sammy used his signature lethal claw kick to kick the villain down the aisle and fall into the fire. Casey gasped after watching it. He had watched this film countless times, but this time it was like the first time he saw the kick. It felt so strange that he suspected he was sick. Suddenly there was a loud noise. The floor lamp next to him flashed, scared him shivering. His father J.T. laughed at him on the other end, asked him to change the light bulb quickly, and told him to get the good one on the bedside table, saying that he would not stay long. Kathy asked why, and his dad said that a worker had died, and a place was vacated on a rig near Santa Barbara, and he had to go to work. Casey was aggrieved, saying that he had just come home, but his dad told him not to complain. Casey fell down, saying that his mother's condition was getting worse and worse, and his father only said perfunctorily, so he lowered his head to play poker on his mobile phone, and asked Casey to bring him a bottle of beer, saying that he was just lucky. Kathy obediently went to get it, passed by the kitchen window and saw dust in the distance. This place was just a road. Obviously someone was coming. He hurriedly ran out, saw the dirty car in the dust in the distance, and the blonde hair floated out of the car window, and recognized at a glance that it was his mother Bissy back. He rushed back to the house to shout. J.T. was also a little serious. Casey immediately cleaned up frantically in the trailer, wiped the counter, patted the old furniture he picked up, sprayed the orange-flavored freshener to cover the smell of beer, checked the house 3 times before going to the bathroom to tidy himself up, wanted to brush his teeth but found that the toothpaste was put on the top shelf again. He obviously got it, but he was angry and didn't tiptoe. He was 16 years old, short and thin, and he hadn't grown a millimeter in a year, but he was just over 5 feet an inch. The sound of crushing stones from the tires came outside, and he knew he couldn't hide it, so he took a deep breath and squeezed out a laugh, and went out to see what his mother was like today. Bissy stopped the car, carrying 2 bags of tortillas from the gas station, shouting Tortilla Tuesday, saying that she had found a new flavor. Casey didn't poke that today was Thursday, nor did she say that she loved hot dogs, and her mother was enthusiastic and brought snacks, indicating that she was in a good mood. When she was happy, Bissy always said that she wanted to change her ways, take care of her family, and occasionally take medicine to stabilize for a few weeks. But as long as her father went to work, a little thing could make her break her defenses and run to the party again. She hugged Casey. Her body smelled of sweat, smoke, and an indescribable chemical smell, and she quickly asked him if he had watched the video of Holy Feet, and called J.T. As she spoke, Casey also wanted to see it, but J.T. scolded it for being all special effects, saying that there was no shortage of freaks in the country. But Bissy said that the brother of a friend in the salon worked at the academy and said that the video was true, and there were witnesses and scientists who proved that it was not fake. Casey asks what is going on. J.T. says that the news blows the man into a superhero, but Bissy insists that humans can't do it, and guesses it's a CIA drone, and turns around and asks her husband if he eats spicy tortillas. J.T. ate the cake with one hand and played with the mobile phone in the other. Bissy pinched Casey's face and said that he was thin. Threw the tortilla on the table. Casey was very hungry, pounced on it and ate it. The taste was very bad but ate quickly, and he stopped eating until the second one, because Bissy said that there was his email, and joked that it was sent by his stalker social worker. Casey hurriedly stuffed the cake and didn't speak, and Bissy leaned over and stared at him to read the email. The content was that social worker Emily informed him that he had passed all the exams in the state, and that math was good, but he needed to be taught by a language artist, and reminded his parents that family education could not only take him to the library occasionally, and he had to go to the office for a health meeting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon the next Friday. And if he was absent, he would call the state police. It turned out that a few years ago, the physical education teacher saw that Casey was malnourished and reported his family. And Emily, who had just graduated, took over his case and kept an eye on his family. Although she did not prove abuse, but always cared about him. Bissy loudly showed off that Casey was more promising than his father, messing up his hair, and Casey laughed with him. He had always been able to stabilize his mother's emotions. Just halfway through his email, Bai Qian snatched his mobile phone and sent it directly, saying that there was no need to write a love letter. Then she excitedly called out to JT, saying that she had met Louis Vi at the bar. And the guy actually remembered that she was cooking deliciously, and showed her the new house, and gave her a job on the spot. JT patronized the scolding game, ignored her at all. Bicey was so angry that she couldn't speak, turned her head to complain to Casey that he didn't support him, and imagined eating steak every day, learning hairdressing, and going to Paris to buy carpets to mend the holes in the floor. Casey took the opportunity to ask if she could give her the entire mobile phone and Wi-Fi, and Bissy agreed, and Casey quickly cooperated with the cheers, and the two danced and laughed very happily. As a result, Bissy suddenly became gentler, saying that Casey was her everything, and hugged him, and changed her style when she turned her face, asking if there was an empty water bottle, and that she wanted to fill the water to bring to Louis tomorrow, and said that she had to call the other party Mr. Vincenzo now. Casey took the opportunity to ask the flying video again. JT roared that it was not a hero. Bissy took out his mobile phone to play the video, and specifically told him not to shout in front of Vincenzo. As a result, she fasted forward too much when she pressed play, and Casey saw a blurry shadow for 3 seconds, which felt like looking directly at the sun, and her head hurt. JT reacted at this time, and was shocked to ask Bissy if she really had anything to do with Louis Vincenzo, saying that she was still on parole. Bissy instantly exploded, pushed Casey off the table, quarreled with JT, scolded him for having only himself in his eyes, and threatened to expose him for not caring about his family. JT was not convinced, choking back that no one wanted to stay in this broken place. Bissy was so angry that she picked up a beer bottle and smashed it against the wall, screaming, "We hate you to death." JT also stood up and scolded her, and pulled Casey to say that Casey hated her mother even more. Casey was so anxious that he shouted that he didn't hate anyone and wanted to persuade him. But the corn tortillas he had devoured before turned over in his stomach, and he endured to the limit and yelled stop. And at this moment, all the light bulbs in the trailer flashed at the same time and sparked. Bissy gasped, pointed at Casey in the dark, and asked in a cold voice if he did it. These words completely crushed Casey, and he vomited on the spot, spraying hot orange vomit all over the place, and splashing Bissy's leg. Bissy was instantly furious, and Casey was so frightened that she rushed into the bathroom, lying on the toilet and vomiting even more violently. She had never felt so bad. Bissy chased after him and cursed, grabbed his t-shirt and shook it hard, hit his face against the edge of the toilet, smashed his upper lip and bleeded, and scolded him for being ungrateful and ruining her life. JT rushed in and pulled Bissy away, saying that she had promised not to do it, and Casey shrank on the ground and kept apologizing, her lips bleeding uncontrollably. JT went to get the first aid kit, but Bissy folded it back, shined a flashlight on her mobile phone to wipe the blood from his mouth. But her face was full of fear, and she scolded Casey as a freak, asking him if he was the same as the flying person in the video. Casey stretched out her hand to block the light, but Bissy screamed in fright, smashed her phone at him and ran away. Casey heard his mother rummaging through things in the house, and then heard the sound of metal colliding, and he realized that his mother had a gun, and he wanted to stand up but had no strength at all. There was a struggling movement in the living room, followed by 2 gunshots that shook the walls, and the sound of his mother's footsteps was getting closer and closer, and Bissy, who was holding a gun, became his most terrifying nightmare. At this moment, Casey's mind suddenly flashed the picture of the end of the movie, and he jumped up without thinking, perfectly replicating Sammy's signature deadly claw kick. Casey woke up on the bathroom floor. Blood and vomit on the floor reminded him of last night's chaos, but the stain on his chest was tortilla sauce. His lips were not wounded, and what was even weirder was that he easily reached the toothpaste that he couldn't reach before. And when he looked in the mirror, he realized that he had grown half a foot taller overnight and had grown muscle. At this time, the state police and social worker Emily broke into the door. Emily found that he was in a coma for 2 days, forcibly sent him to the hospital. The detective fiercely asked where his parents went. Casey lied that his parents were out, and the doctor said after examination that he was abnormally healthy and all indicators were perfect. Casey took the opportunity to look through the busy mobile phone he picked up, and saw the video of the Holy Foot trapeze, which was identified by experts as not forged, and the flying posture of the figure under the sheets in the picture resembled Superman. And his heart was beating faster, but he insisted that it was a prank. Emily takes him to foster care, and on the way she repeatedly tells him not to talk nonsense. And Casey is nervous and apprehensive, afraid that she will have a bad time like on TV. When they arrived at Novichek's house, their adoptive parents Meg and George warmly received them, as well as Sean, Eric, and Isaac, 3 foster boys. And Meg's prayer at dinner made Casey, who had lived alone for many years, cry. And this barbecue was also the best meal he had ever had. After the meal, Casey was attracted by the sound of the guitar, and when George played the guitar, his hearing suddenly increased and he could hear all the sounds in the room, and even heard Emily and Meg talking about him. And then his hearing returned to normal. Before Emily left, she pointed to the wooden sign on the wall that said "Be your own hero" and told him. And Meg arranged a room for him and allowed him to use George's computer. Casey used the computer to search for the Holy Foot and his own abnormality, but could not find any answer, but was attracted by the video of the baseball team. Looking at the coach's batting skills, he instantly understood the essentials of the action, and fell asleep on the table with fatigue. Early the next morning, Casey was woken up by his 7-year-old foster brother Ty, and when he got up, he fell down due to unstable center of gravity, and after adapting, he found that he had grown 4 inches taller, as tall as Sean, and had developed abs and chest hair. No one noticed his change at breakfast. Meg told him to rest at home today and not go out for a run. But watching the running video of the Olympic trials, Casey couldn't resist the urge to move, ran out of the house like crazy with the acquiescence of Isaac and Gabby, sprinted all the way through the desert, ran nearly 4 miles in 22 minutes, reached an elite marathon pace, and finally ran to Chingshan High School. Casey walked to the back of the main school building to check vigilantly. The campus was empty on Sunday, and the lively complex on the official website was particularly deserted at the moment. The road to the sports field was blocked by a short chain net fence, and he did not take a detour, but rushed at full speed with inexplicable confidence, perfectly climbing over the guardrail, which was much easier than he imagined. Most of the campus buildings were dark, with only sporadic lamps on and yellow surveillance cameras everywhere, and Casey easily bypassed his sight, making sure that no one was staring at the sports field, and rushed straight into the unlocked baseball field. The stadium was once one of the best high school stadiums in the country, but unfortunately it couldn't withstand the desert weather and funding cuts, and now there was only a sandy area left. But Casey didn't care, ran to first base and waved his fist in celebration, made up for the cheering crowd in the stands, and saluted the pitcher's mound. Imagining Eric's surprise, he wanted to slide the bases but couldn't, so he could only run the bases repeatedly, and then picked up a baseball in left field, found 2 more bad balls, and ran to the mound excitedly. He pitched like Eric, tried 4 times before he got into the belt, and although he couldn't slide the curveball, it was extra easy for him to throw the fastball, but it was too troublesome to pick up the ball. Before leaving, he found that the equipment room was locked, and with years of experience, he jumped up and touched the hidden key from the lamp. The equipment room was very dark. He saw the ball machine at a glance. Threw the ball he picked up into the hopper, and was attracted by a box of baseball bats, and took out an aluminum bat. Like pulling out a magic sword, he stood in front of home plate, started the pitching machine, learned Coach Zeller's posture to hit the ball. The first ball was completely missed. The second ball was also swung into the air. He quickly realized that the coach's movements were not suitable for him, and by instinct to adjust his posture. The third ball brushed the ball, the fifth ball hit hard, and the ball almost flew to the right field fence. After that, he played more and more smoothly, accurately predicting the ball path. hitting easily and finally hitting the scoreboard tower and hitting his first home run. He felt that baseball was not difficult at all and deliberately hit the ball high, challenged the scoreboard tower, ran the bases excitedly to celebrate, and rushed to the home plate on impulse. Although he touched the base bag, he had a slight concussion and crushed the remote control of the pitching machine. As he was dizzy, he heard a muffled noise, looked up to see a figure waving from the scoreboard tower, turned his head to follow the instructions, and a fastball of 80 miles per hour hit his forehead, and he fainted on the spot. When he woke up, a boy about his age squatted beside him. Panicked, the boy's name was Lee, with a southern accent, saying that he wanted to call an ambulance, but Casey hurriedly stopped him. Lee said that Casey's forehead was bleeding badly, handed him a clean headscarf, and took out his mobile phone to take pictures. But Casey's wound was actually healing on its own. The redness subsided, and finally disappeared completely. Casey instinctively wanted to grab the phone and run away. But Lee was not afraid. He helped him to the lounge to clean up, and jokingly asked him if he was a vampire or a werewolf. Casey made excuses to be perfunctory, and Lee didn't ask much, and took out a steel water bottle to fetch water from the water filtration station to prevent Casey from drinking the water in the pipe. Taking advantage of Lee's departure, Casey secretly looked at his backpack, which was full of candy, comic books and other things, and there was no murder weapon. He couldn't help but take a purple hard candy and quickly zipped it up, feeling guilty. After Lee came back, the two picked up the baseball together and pushed the pitching machine back to the equipment shed. Lee found the electrical box and turned on all the switches, and the equipment room instantly lit up. When Lee saw the marching band jacket at the Lost and Found, he excitedly put on one and threw a bright red one to Kathy. And after Casey put it on, Lee said that he wore red and black with super cool and asked him to wear it to school, but Kathy firmly refused. The two walked out of the equipment room and found that all the lights in the stadium were on, and Lee suddenly asked Casey if it had anything to do with hitting a home run. Casey perfunctory. But Lee didn't believe that he could hit the ball over the plywood wall in the outfield and bet 100 yuan. Unconvinced, Casey put on a batting helmet, started the ball machine, and with a perfect swing, the ball flew over the wall and hit the school bus. And Lee was shocked to burst into swearing. But the pitching machine suddenly lost control and threw continuously. Casey instinctively swung the bat and hit several balls in a row. And finally the pitching machine was scrapped with black smoke, and the lights suddenly went out. It turned out that Lee was afraid of attracting attention and turned off the electrical box. While packing his things, Lee carefully wiped off all his fingerprints and reminded Casey that smashing the school bus and the ball machine might be investigated. And Casey quickly thanked him. Casey couldn't help but ask Lee if he would feel like a freak. Lee did not hesitate to say no, and said that it was just good genes, and Casey's heart warmed. When saying goodbye, Lee said that he would not tell him about him, and handed his mobile phone to Casey, asking him to delete the video of wound healing. After Casey deleted it, Lee invited him to play together in the future. Casey hesitated for a moment, told Lee that there was an abandoned building development area at the east end of the town, suitable for camping, and made an appointment to see him again after school. When he got home, Ma brought school supplies and clothes to Kathy, and told him that he could get $5 a day in pocket money, $35 a week, which was a huge amount of money for Kathy. There were many people at Sunday dinner, former foster children and church members, and no one forced Kathy to tell her story, and he felt at ease. On Monday morning, Casey woke up to find that she hadn't grown taller and breathed a sigh of relief. At breakfast, the family was excitedly discussing Peyton Collier's video, and Casey asked to find out that Peyton was a former baseball star at the school, and the camera on the school stadium was accidentally turned on last night, automatically broadcasting the footage of someone hitting the ball. Casey woke up instantly, hurried back to the bedroom to check his phone, and found Peyton's channel. The video was a blurred figure wearing a red band jacket and a baseball helmet, hitting the ball over the wall 5 times in a row, smashing it on the school bus to leave a dent. Peyton also named this figure Captain Smek, and the coach commented that he wanted to talk. Casey was excited and nervous, and it was the first time he was looking forward to talking to a physical education teacher. While George was driving the van, An old lady passed by with her dog and waved to a jogger in a blue tracksuit and a knitted hat, who only looked at his phone and did not respond. Casey didn't think much about it, but didn't notice that the man passed by, and looked carefully at the Novacek family. George drove to school longer than Casey ran over, and there were more children on campus than Casey had ever seen in his life. George parked the car in the employee parking lot and grabbed Casey. Stand up straight and decide whether to tuck your shirt in or not. He licked his fingers to help Casey brush her hair. The way you show yourself. Tell the world whether to pay attention to you. You're about to meet the only person in power in the school. Make a good impression. Walking into the administration building, the children immediately became polite and gave way to George, and the ladies in the main office liked him. Mrs. Olivero, George said in a mischievous tone, when you take a break from coffee, little Casey needs to register. Ms. Olivero was busy making phone calls, signing packages, and making copies, and glanced at him. I didn't have time to listen to your rhetoric this morning. Someone as talented as you can definitely take the time to take care of a good young man like Kathy Caldwell. George smiled and handed over the documents, and Mrs. Olivero held back her laughter and put down everything in her hand to cooperate with him. Casey was stunned, and his legendary charm began here. I hope you don't expect this help when you retire, Mrs. Olivero said. If you want to enjoy the rush treatment every time you bring a new student, you have to stay in the music department for a few more years. George shook his head. My wife likes you, Gloria, so I won't tell her that you mentioned such a terrible thing. Casey's homeroom teacher introduced him to the class normally, and he didn't make things difficult for him without mispronouncing his name. And he sat in the back row next to Nick, a tall and thin red-haired boy wearing a Wildcat baseball jacket. Hi, I'm Kathy. Casey stretched out his hand. Nick, is it difficult to join the baseball team? Nick smiled. Midway through the season, impossible. Even if it's a transfer student, I think it depends on how powerful you are. What if I could pitch like Eric Jameson? Nick looked suspicious. Are you serious? Casey nodded confidently. Well, I threw it super hard in English literature class. Mrs. Wheatley deliberately embarrassed him. Mr. Caldwell, we are almost done reading The Catcher in the Rye. Have you read this book in school? Well, no, not yet, Kathy replied. Mrs. Wheatley chimped. It's a pity. This book is very easy to read. I hope you will keep up as soon as possible. We have to compare the theme of identity and self-discovery with Orphans of the Fog. Have you read that? Casey shook her head. Heck, can you spell Inagicious? The whole class laughed, and Casey blushed instantly. Hope you read it quickly. Mr. Caldwell, we start watching Lord of the Flies next week. At lunch, Casey's new school ID can eat for free. He is full of noodles and red meat, and he wants to sit outside alone to create the image of a rebellious loner. But Nick beckons him to pass. Hey there, miniguns, Nick said. Minigun, I told them you pitched as fast as Eric Jameson. I said you have to have a minigun as a weapon. One of them said, Nicky can't remember your name. Another addition. Nick motioned for Casey to sit down and quickly introduced Ronnie, Hector, Marcus, Raph, and Ben. Ben opened his mouth and said, You just run the train with your mouth full. Raph asked, Are you really going to come to training and tell the coach to let you try? Casey nodded. Is there anything wrong? Is he in a bad mood? Zeller has been in a bad mood, Ronnie said. You just have to be brave. Raph added, Yes. Don't pretend that you are Captain Smack. Half of the seniors in the team have already said that they did it, and they're all much taller than you. Miniguns, Ben said. Actually, it's a good idea, Nick said. Do you follow the school account? Coach Zeller challenges everyone who calls himself Captain Smack to prove himself during training, and when he's in a good mood, you can let him see your fastball. Marcus smiled. Why bother? That video is so fake. Casey took a deep breath and wanted to correct it, but Hector asked, Where have you played before? Casey stammered, I haven't actually played on a real team in a long time, but I pitch at least as fast as Eric. I swear, the coach will like you, Ben said. Make eye contact when talking to him, Marcus said, but don't exaggerate, or he'll think you're challenging him. When he yells at you, you have to stand firm, and he will respect you. Be careful he starts telling you young manhood. Try not to let him see you crying. They just want to scare you, Nick said. At this time, Ruff slammed the table. Hey, Travis Gold was robbed this morning. He just sent the hospital's quick vid. It was 2 hours ago. His dad didn't send anything. His mother said he didn't come home from a run in the morning, and the police found him wandering barefoot in the park. delirious, and took him to the emergency room. Travis texted me back, and the doctor said someone had electrocuted him with a stun gun. Do you really use a stun gun? He thought it was the Willoughby Preparatory School track and field team. Raf said, it's crazy. Casey said, if we're going to fight for school honors, tell me, I'm going to go. Nick said, no, it's just athletics. Everyone laughed. The topic turned to spring break. Casey was mostly listening, immersed in the unfamiliar joy of friendship, and he was even more determined to join the baseball team, planning to reveal that he was Captain Smek during training. The bell rang for the last class, and Casey did not encounter school bullying, carrying heavy textbooks to the pop field. When he arrived at the field, the repaired Pitchtronic 2000 stood on the mound, and Coach Zeller was oversized, wearing a tight sweat-stained polo shirt and full of aura. Casey wanted to turn away for a while, but his ego prevailed, and he sorted himself out and walked to the fence to wait for an opportunity. The pitching machine stopped, and the coach cursed and threw the bat. Okay, start training Gartner and Najjar. Fielding the ball. I fixed the machine. Captain Smek, line up. It's time for an old-fashioned home run contest. Anyone who hits the green wall will automatically start for the rest of the season, and anyone who hits a high note will be directly famous. Eric, Peyton and others lined up to impersonate Captain Smack, and Casey almost laughed out loud. Zeller stepped onto the pitcher's mound machine, and Casey stepped onto the field with unprecedented confidence. And someone shouted, minigun. Who are you? Why on my court? Zeller said. Kathy Caldwell. I want to talk to you about a video of someone hitting a home run here last night. Are you a child of the school newspaper? You should make an appointment. Calder, as long as you can help me get that person to meet, I'm happy to do it. Sorry, coach. Actually, Zeller saw something out of the corner of his eye and instantly exploded. Scotty, you run the bases like you've been beaten, like your Sister Barclays. You run like my 2-year-old. That's why I asked you to ice your knees. I've never seen anyone like that. And his stance is one of the best I've ever seen. I didn't expect that guy to be so special. I thought people hit home runs a lot. Casey said, it's not like that. Did you know that wall is 92 feet high? No one has done it in 23 years. And the school bus where the ball fell is 500 feet away, which is easy and professional. Well, could it be luck? Maybe it's the wind. Not 5 times in a row. Zeller patted the side of the pitcher with a wrench. And even if this old guy wants to throw, he can't throw the exact same 5 balls in a row. And the guy in the video has to adjust every ball to make sure the trajectory of the ball is consistent. Oops, Casey said. The coach nodded. You're right, kid. I really want to teach that talent. We can go all the way to the competition. Listen, little reporter, I have a squad to bring. If you want to talk more, you can make an appointment. I only care about you. Let this Captain Smack know. We are not angry with him breaking in, even if he is not a high school student. I just want to sit down and talk about baseball. Can you help me write it into the article? Me know. I will, but I don't need excuses. Man, I need to know if you're serious enough to make my time worthwhile. Do you know what makes me sick? Zeller yelled at the team and talked about how important it is for young men to be truly committed. Casey lowered her head and suddenly saw the man in the blue knitted hat behind the audience taking pictures. The jogger who ran past Movacek's house in the morning. He quietly hid behind Zeller and heard the man call, yes. My name is Tom. Sorry. My name is Bald. I need support. This school is too big. Just Miss Little Sunshine and I are searching here. And you know her temperament. We have been in this dilapidated place since dawn, looking for a child. And I am so annoyed that I want to gouge out my eyes. Why am I sent to see the children every time? I felt the same creation pulse as my boss, and it was too strong to be like a child at all. Besides, the guy named Captain Smack looks super strong. I should have gone to bars and gyms, flirted with the locals, and seen who's in good shape. Better than guilty here. If there was really a super powerful child in this school last week, it would have appeared long ago. Casey froze instantly. Her stomach overturned. The coach shouted, Caldwell, do you listen to me as a reporter? Concentration is the second most important. Zeller noticed Casey's expression, followed his gaze and saw Boulder, and immediately tensed his whole body. Is that person with you? Casey shook her head. The coach immediately rushed out. Hey, man, who did you come with? Bald turned and ran, cursing at his phone. Damn, it was discovered. Zeller quickened his pace. Don't run. Bastard, these boys are still minors, and you can't go into school to shoot people on my team. Bald ran desperately to the back of the gardener's garage, and Casey heard him tremble and say, forgive me. Mysterious man Zeller chased around but couldn't catch up, and roared where did he go, knowing that Balder was coming after Captain Smek. Casey said to the coach, "Sorry to disturb you, coach. Someone will call your office to talk about the interview." After saying that, Casey took the bus home and absent-mindedly ate cheese, biscuits and carrot sticks, and Ma reminded him that it was for everyone to eat together, and he quickly apologized. Isaac passed by and picked up the biscuit. "This is the first time I've encountered a foster family's refrigerator not locked. Tag blessed. If you want me to say, in this world, if you eat more things that you can eat, you can cure most of your troubles," the horse said. "If you want to go jogging, don't eat too much greasy." Casey said, "I'd better stay at home and make up for my homework. My English literature is 2 books behind, and I can only read it on my mobile phone." "What a wise decision, baby. Go find the paperback book on the shelf in George's office." Casey found The Catcher in the Rye and The Orphan of the Fog on the bookshelf, and he opened The Catcher in the Rye and read it in just 10 minutes, and he could understand it thoroughly. He also read sociology textbooks, reading 68 pages in 4 minutes and 9 seconds, reading Orphans of the Fog City faster, reading The Three Musketeers in 68 minutes, and being able to repeat word for word. He searched the internet for Balder and the Mystery Man, but found nothing. On Tuesday morning, Casey wore a tight t-shirt to school, and in English class, Mrs. Wheatley announced a surprise test. "Mr. Caldwell, since you are so far behind, sit quietly and catch up." Casey raised her hand. "Actually, I finished reading it last night." Mrs. Whitley doubted. "Mr. Caldwell, our class does not welcome online summaries." "I didn't read the summary. I really finished reading it, and I also finished reading Orphans of the Fog." "Oh, is it? Well, I actually read it last year, but I always confused it with David Copperfield, and I haven't read that one yet." Whitley raised his eyebrows. "Since you say so, Mr. Caldwell, then if you find yourself powerless, don't expect my men to show mercy. As Salinger wrote, if you do too well, you start showing off, and then you're not as good as before." "You missed half a sentence. The original sentence is if you do too well. After a while, if you don't watch, you will start showing off. Then you're not so good. If you don't believe it, go and turn to chapter 17. The children in the class laughed out loud, and Wheatley glared at Casey viciously. At lunch, Casey walked to the baseball team's table. Nick's face flushed, and Raph said, "That's why Brandon Root is a legend." "Nicky, are you annoying that I think of your brother as a hero?" Hector asked. "He just turned off his phone like this and left." Everyone laughed, but Nick didn't. "It's not funny at all. My parents saved money to fly him home from Oxford, and he disappeared after less than a day here." "Your brother is missing?" Casey asked. Nick was startled, and his tone was cold. "What do you want to hear? More gossip? How this table is for baseball players, not for reporters," Ben said, and the other team members spread out to block Casey. Casey could only go out to eat alone with a plate. In the afternoon, Casey insisted on jogging, took out the emergency physical examination report to persuade Ma, and secretly took sandwiches and pudding from the refrigerator and went to the abandoned construction site at the west end of the town to find Lee. He saw Lee's electric blue Mustang SUV, put the snacks on the hood, and wrote "Delicious snacks, free." A voice suddenly came from behind him. "Hey, brother." Casey was startled and the bag fell to the ground. "You almost scared me to death," Casey said. "Sorry, I just went out on an adventure. I didn't expect Captain Smack to be so timid," Lee said with a smile. Do you see what I left behind?" Kathy asked. "See, who do you plan to give the credit to?" Lee teased. Casey shook her head. "How can I have any merit? I have no one to show off." "Smart. It's better to stay away from those things." Lee picked up the paper bag. "What's in it?" "There is pudding. And there are sandwiches. And I feel a little guilty because yesterday I took a piece of candy from your bag." "Is it grape-flavored?" Happy Farmer Brandley asked. "You actually noticed?" Casey said in surprise. "You little bastard," Lee scolded with a smile. "I'm really sorry." Casey quickly apologized. Lee waved his hand. "It's okay. It's okay. The reason why I noticed it is because it is the last piece. Moreover, when a child steals candy, the only crime is..." Casey immediately took the second half of the sentence. Candyman looked away. "This is a line from Kung Fu Candyman," Casey shouted excitedly. "It seems that you know your Sam Joe very well, little grasshopper." Lee bowed. The two argued about Sam Joe's movie, and when the sun was about to set, Lee said, "I got a job as a dishwasher in town, and if you want to play together again, I'm around here." "Cool," Casey said. Casey went home with brisk steps. And at dinner, Ma found Sean looking at his phone under the table. Does your brother have any news? No. But I remember he told me that he was going to eat at Lay's restaurant tonight. George slammed the table and roared in Slavic. And everyone fell silent. Ma put his hand on George's hand, and George took a deep breath. Eric didn't call. He missed dinner. He must call the social worker, and after a while, he will call the police. He knows the rules at home. Ma smiled and changed the subject. Baby Kathy, how are you going to school today? It's good. I did well in my English class. Oh, that's great. We're so proud of you, Ma said happily. Casey quickly changed the subject. Is there anything about news? Ma thought he was asking about something he cared about, and quickly replied, no. Baby, I'm sorry. I haven't heard from him yet. Casey gritted her teeth, her heart full of guilt. After dinner, Casey hid in her room to quickly finish her homework and read The Count of Monte Cristo. Then took a notebook and pencil and went to the backyard to find George. As soon as Casey came out, she bumped into her adoptive father George, who was arguing with Gabriella and Sean. And several people immediately stopped talking. Sorry to bother you. Casey turned to go back to the house, but was stopped by Gabriella. It's okay, brother. We're leaving. George stared at Gabriella and pointed at Sean. Whether his brother comes back or not, he has to let this child come home before 11 o'clock. And my wife must answer the phone. Otherwise she will call the police. Gabriella rolled her eyes. Got it. George handed over the car keys. Drive my car safely. Casey asked, are you going to find Eric? Can I help? George's tone was resolute. No. Don't worry about my wife anymore. No children are allowed to leave this house tonight. Casey had to lie on the recliner to draw comics until the desert breeze came with a familiar smell. He jumped on the low backyard wall, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly smelled the sweat on Eric's gloves, and shouted. Eric, his nose hurt sharply, but he learned to adapt, and soon he could distinguish various smells, suppressing the temptation of wet garbage. Rushing into the dark desert with Eric's scent, and tucking his shirt behind him, for fear of being discovered and running out secretly. He ran all the way to the small parking lot for joggers without lights, crouched down and saw the silver car, and was sure that Eric was inside. At this time, the lights came on. Casey hid in the bushes, climbed to the rocks and peeked, alerting the hare. And when he was nervous, the black SUV stopped. Balder got out of the car, and the man in the suit walked out of the back seat of the silver car. And then Dominus, who was hunched over and full of white hair, slowly got out of the car, full of aura. Casey couldn't hear them clearly, only to see Eric being called over. Dominus touched his head and waved his hand disdainfully. Bah, this is nothing. The man in the suit pinched Eric's chin. Look into my eyes and believe me. Eric trotted home after hearing this. Casey wanted to escape, kicked the bushes to lure the hare out, but saw Dominus shoot lightning from his fingertips, instantly splitting the hare, and a ball of light flew out of the SUV, condensing into a glowing woman wearing black leggings, golden boots and golden gloves. It's disgusting. Dominus, that's a rabbit, Bod shouted. There when the two argued, Dominus came over to question. Balder quickly said it was okay. Dominus ordered them to leave, and said to the mysterious man in the suit, last week, the Genesis pulse here was too perfect. Let the insiders infiltrate before the weekend. Find the people in the video, recruit if they can, shut up if necessary, and control the police and collect missing child reports. The mysterious man responded. Dominus suddenly coughed, and then there was a sizzling sound. Casey smelled the smell of burning, and waited for the two cars to drive away before coming out, only to see a burning corpse where Dominus stood, which quickly turned to ashes, leaving only burnt clothes, white hair and ticking silver watches, and a piece of t-shirt with Brute written on it. Casey suddenly understood that Dominus was stealing someone else's body. What is this? A voice came from behind him. Casey immediately clenched his fists, and when he looked back to see that it was Lee. Lee said shyly, you said you would take this road after school and want to run with you. Casey hurriedly rounded up the scene. It's okay. I saw the dead rabbit just now and was scared by you. Let's go. While jogging, Lee babbled, but Casey was full of fear, and used a temporary mailbox to send the location of the body and photos to the reporting hotline, writing only one sentence: Brandon Root was murdered. It didn't take long for Lee to pull Casey back to a dead end and turn out an old football im a star quarterback. Look at me. The two played all afternoon, and Casey saw that Lee didn't know how to do it at all, but he didn't bother to dismantle it. After dinner, Casey watched TV and didn't find something she liked, so Casey played the movie to the whole family, and also told Ty about the comic characters. When Casey was about to go to bed, she found that her backpack and drawing board were turned into a mess. And Tai held up the tablet and asked, "Who is the mystery? What is his secret identity?" Casey took the tablet, and it turned out to be the villain Mysterious he drew. So he had to explain he is a villain, relying on his appearance to control people's hearts, and opened the notebook to tell Tai the story of the protagonist EXIN. As he was talking, Isaac shouted, "Come and watch the news." Everyone crowded into the living room. Isaac turned up the volume. The news said that the birdwatching couple was rescued by a mysterious man in a forest fire. The man was 9 feet tall, his skin was emerald green, and there was a cloak, and the photo was a fluttering sheet. Casey was excited, thinking that this was evidence of the existence of superpowers. But the next day the news accused the couple of forgery and was overshadowed by other gossip, and Casey scolded herself for being unlucky and did not realize that something was wrong until Friday. In sociology class on Friday, the principal notified everyone to go to the auditorium for a special assembly, and students poured into the auditorium cheering. Cheers immediately erupted in the hallway, according to what Casey overheard. Everyone guessed most that it was either a speech about some kind of dangerous new drug or a celebration of Mrs. Wheatley's 300th birthday. Students slowly walked into the huge auditorium, and Kathy sat down in the aisle, in a sparse row of seats in the back. It doesn't matter if you sit a little farther away. The auditorium is too big, and they will use a large monitor hanging on the roof to broadcast the picture on the stage. After everyone was seated, the big screen flashed on, the camera zoomed in, and the short but full of aura Principal Xiao Lin quickly walked onto the stage. "Okay, Wildcats, be quiet, I'm really proud of you now. Don't mess up." Jolin patted the microphone until the feedback sounded harsh and the students quieted down. "Just a few hours ago, I received one of the most shocking calls of my career, and I still can't believe it. If you can turn your attention to the big screen with respect, I am very honored to introduce you to the Vice President of the United States, Leona Price." The entire auditorium instantly erupted in exclamations and applause. Casey hadn't looked at memes for a long time and didn't think much about politics, but he had heard that the vice president was a former Marine, so he cheered along with the crowd. The lights in the auditorium dimmed, and the picture on the big screen switched to a tall and elegant lady standing at a delicate wooden table. Her well-groomed hair is cleverly mixed with a few strands of gray, and her makeup is just right, making it impossible to guess her age, probably between 60 and 75. "Hello, young Americans," Vice President Price said. "A few years ago, at a dinner in Los Angeles, I met a young television producer named Ethan Evan Easterly. I overheard him explain the scale of his new talent competition to a small group of politicians, and I was deeply moved by his ambition. When I asked the prodigy where he expected to find enough talented contestants to come to such a big show, Ethan said something that still inspires me to this day. He said, 'Senator, I am convinced in my heart that if you pursue greatness in this world, you cannot help but look for it.' Needless to say, the young man's words turned out to be right, and he later became famous with a show that was American model. The students cheered and applauded this popular show. Thanks to the positive concept of this show, I am very pleased to announce that President Foster's Youth Fitness Program, in partnership with Triangle Point Studios, has launched a spin-off web series, Teen Paragon. Over the next few weeks, the team of judges will travel the country in search of the most talented high schools in the United States. At the end of the season, the top 3 schools will share more than $5 million in prize money, including educational funding, as well as cash prizes for students and teachers. The speculation in the audience became even more excited, and Vice President Price smiled and continued to announce her big news. As you may have guessed, I am very pleased to announce that Qingshan Desert High School has been selected as one of the first host schools of Teen Model. The entire auditorium was completely boiling, and thunderous cheers erupted, and Principal Xiaolin was so excited that he forgot to quiet everyone. Today, I am here to tell you about this exciting opportunity by the impressive young man himself. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Ethan Evan Easterly, executive producer of American Paragon and CEO of Triangle Point Media Network. My friend on the stage in the distance, Eastleigh jogged out from behind the curtain and waved to the audience. His smile sparkled in the spotlight as he walked over and high-fived Principal Xiaolin on the big screen. After the vice president wished everyone good luck, the picture cut back to the stage. But within a few seconds, it became a snowflake screen. Eastleigh didn't care about the technical issues at all and walked to the center of the stage with the confidence of an alpha male and the enthusiasm of a carnival vendor and interacted with the scene. Sorry, did I come to the wrong school? He shouted. What I saw. Isn't it a room full of teenage models? East covered his ears with his hands, and the applause resounded throughout the auditorium, and the scene was unbelievably lively. That's right, he said while clapping his hands, while students and staff cheered. A tall girl Casey had never seen before ran down the aisle to check the cameras set up in the rows in front of him. She was wearing jeans and a white shirt with frills, long honey blonde hair, tied in a ponytail but not tied properly, and a few strands of hair hanging down her face. Eastleigh continued to speak, but even if there was a bear biting the faculty on stage, Casey's eyes wouldn't look away. She was like a perfect nerdy angel. In the coming weeks, you'll see the film crew of Teen Paragon on campus, Easterly said, and you can choose to ignore them. But I encourage you to wave your hand and say hello and even show them your talents if it's convenient. After all, they are here to make you better. I promise that we will never let you be photogenic without your permission, let alone make you rich and famous. The crowd cheered again, and Eastleigh enjoyed the enthusiasm. He speaks in a somewhat contrived tone, sounding European, but it may also just be deliberately pretending. But he's charismatic enough that none of that matters. This guy is too good at manipulating people. My production team and I will be there in person, host interviews, arrange auditions, and give you the opportunity to impress us with your talents. Whether you can sing, do backflips, write poetry, or train cats, as long as you're good at something. Teen Model wants to hear your story. Even better, every student who auditions gets 100 in cash. And if your clip gets on the air, you can get more prizes. The cheers from the crowd were louder than ever, and Casey was infected by this emotion. The vice president's speech is not bad, but Ethan Evan Eastleigh is simply too infectious, and his charm doesn't even need a big screen to bless it. I've only talked to a few of you so far, but my office is full of primetime Emmys, which shows that I can see talent at a glance, and I'm in this room. I see too much talent. I also know how strong the temptation is to shout out in the void of social media, hoping that someone will tell us you're special. You want to be seen. You want someone to tell you, I care about you. Trust me, I see you. I care about you. Casey believed this sentence wholeheartedly, and his hesitation disappeared, and he cheered loudly. Do any of you have the potential to become a role model for teenagers? If you're really that special, don't waste time posting on social media and sharing your secrets with a world that won't listen seriously. Leave your truth to my teen model team to strive for a more exciting life. Oh, how Casey wished she was that special person. Look at my new friend Theo Glass, Easterly said, pointing to the audience. And a tall, somewhat goofy-looking boy stood up and waved his hand. Most of you probably heard of his achievements on the debate team, but I bet only a few know what a talented singer he is. The big screen finally resumed the picture, but everyone laughed instead of showing Easterly or Theo. The camera was zoomed in and aimed at the cameraman's face, her tongue sticking out of the corner of her mouth, still fiddling with the camera, completely unaware that she was on camera. Eastleigh laughed too. And lovely Dwayne Martin, he said. Dawn froze instantly. She wore crooked glasses and her eyes widened before she realized what was happening. You all know Dwayne. She's your classmate. She's a townsman, Easterly said, and many of you probably like her. But how many of you know that she is a gifted cellist? Dawn finally reacted, turned the camera, and aimed it at Theo. Casey's attention, while being attracted by Eastleigh's words, couldn't help but stare at Dawn. He was completely unprepared, and when Dawn caught a glimpse of him looking at her, he quickly lowered his head and almost didn't notice her smiling. Most of his energy was trying to restrain himself from letting himself spit out, but he was sure he saw Dawn smile. Let's applaud Dawn for getting the camera back to work, Easterly said. Everyone applauded and Dawn pointed the camera at the stage. Principal Jolin, you have a very good audiovisual squad, Eastleigh said. The principal smiled. We would love to help. Sir, Eastleigh, Mr. Ethan Eastleigh. Some children chuckled, and Easterly laughed too, when that perfect face finally appeared on the big screen. Casey's definition of impossible was broken again. Mr. Ethan Evan Eastleigh was exactly the same as the best painting in his childhood sketchbook. Don't worry, everyone gets confused by these alliterations, he said. And the young people on my staff usually simply avoid the question and call me Mr. E. Look me in the eye and believe me, Mr. E said. We'll all be good friends. Casey was so frightened that he could hardly think. But that did not dampen his urge to listen to Mr. E.'s words. While Eastleigh has been talking about how important the interview with Teen Example is, different parts of Casey's personality have begun to fight fiercely. The instinctive part of his body that only walks, talks, and scratches his butt, desperately trying to prove to Eastleigh that he is the person teen models is looking for. However, the smart, always cautious part of him felt that he was being manipulated by a force more powerful than mere charm, desperately crying out for him to resist. Between the two, the third Casey, who had not yet made up his mind, stood alone in his endless thoughts, as if watching the fight from a distance, influenced by two selves, but did not know what to do. Why can't I be obedient? The neutral Casey wondered. Mr. E made a point. On the surface, Casey felt that it was illogical not to trust her own thoughts and feelings. But the cautious Casey counters that a teenage boy, growing up, learning, healing in this way, is equally illogical. Eastleigh continued. Over the next few weeks, my team will be hosting interviews at the 12 Stones Community Center downtown. All those with special talents and abilities, please make an appointment to meet with us as soon as possible. It was that raw, hopeful desire in Casey's heart that finally convinced him that something was wrong. For as long as he can remember, even if someone told him that his feet were on fire, he would wait until his knees were hot before he would believe it. And now, it was his trust in Mr. E that made the neutral Casey feel that it didn't hurt to test his suspicions before sharing his secrets. The next time the crowd began to applaud, Casey crouched down and hurried out of the auditorium. He covered his stomach with his hands and made a gesture of urgently need to go to the toilet to prevent the teacher from stopping him. But in fact, he didn't have to do this at all. Even the staff stared at Mr. E blankly, and no one paid attention to him. When the auditorium door closed behind him, Casey felt like she had been underwater for too long and finally surfaced. There was a part of him in his heart that wanted to go back inside and continue to listen to Mr. E, but he couldn't tell why he had this idea now. The caution of regaining his strength drove him towards the nearest exit, breathing in the fresh air outdoors. Mr. E.'s influence was further weakened. Casey took a few deep breaths and almost regained consciousness. And just then, he heard someone coming out of the school behind him. A girl's voice came. Are you okay? Casey instantly became nervous, turned around and saw that it was photographer Dwayne, the nerdy angel in his heart. His face was full of concern, which made his already chaotic brain thrown into a new emotional grenade. All he could do was nod vigorously. I saw you leave the rally, Dawn said, and you don't look very good. Up close, she is even more beautiful. No matter how she pulled her hair behind her ears, there was always a strand of hair that would hang down her face. She was the first girl in school to really take the initiative to talk to Casey. Not to mention, she was also the first girl Casey's heart beat. Therefore, he desperately restrained himself from saying stupid things. I almost threw up just now, he said. For a moment, Dawn didn't react, and Casey even wondered if he was old enough to go to a monastery and never talk to a girl for the rest of his life. Then, thanks to the god of the embarrassed teenager, she smiled. Casey also laughed, and quickly made excuses to leave, not wanting to leave a bad impression of about to vomit in her heart. I know what you mean, Dawn said, her bright, friendly smile shining white. I remember feeling like there was high-frequency audio feedback, and I was dizzy listening to it. That Easterly, the voice he speaks in is so weird. Dawn chuckled. But this game sounds pretty cool, she said, and he told me when he put the mic on me. I can't wait to play the cello for them. I didn't listen much, Casey said. I seem to have left my phone on the bench outside, and I have been having a stomach ache just now, and I was very worried about my phone, so I hurried over to take a look. Perfect excuse, Kathy thought to herself. Oh no, Dawn said. Did you find the phone? What did you find? Dawn smiled. Your mobile phone, Casey scolded herself in her heart. What a stupid fool. But she said, oh, well, I haven't found it yet. Damn. Do you want me to give you a call? This way you can hear the ringtone. Find it this time. Casey reacted a little faster. No, the battery is probably dead now. A few hours later, he realized that he had just turned down a great opportunity to get her phone number. Dawn began to rummage through the garden around the bench. Maybe it fell into the bushes. Casey followed her in searching, and they searched for several minutes in the bushes for a cell phone that was simply hidden in his backpack. Dawn chatted about Eastleigh, saying he looked really good and that she was going to play the cello for Teen Model next week. In order to avoid speaking wrong, Casey adopted the simplest strategy. He nodded in agreement with whatever she said and tried to answer questions as briefly as possible. Everything went smoothly until the class bell rang. Sorry, I have to go pack my camera, Dawn said. See you later. Casey watched her leave, and his fate was also predetermined at this moment. The thought of talking to her again made him dizzy. He searched in the bushes for a while before remembering that he hadn't lost anything at all. After school, he sat in front of the kitchen island at the Novacek family, binge-eating mini pizza rolls like a thirsty cowboy pouring whiskey. The urge to follow Mr. E finally disappeared, replaced by the fears and worries that had existed since childhood. The only possibility why he was able to draw Mr. E.'s face so accurately was that he had seen this person before, but when he could remember every word in the math book. But he couldn't remember when he had seen an evil billionaire who could control his mind, which annoyed him very much. The pizza roll didn't relieve Casey's pressure at all, nor did it fill his stomach. Ma noticed that he had been staring at the tuna sandwich that Ty had just peeled, and said, oh my god, you have a great appetite today. Right, if you're still hungry, go to the refrigerator in the garage and eat half a sandwich. Casey almost jumped out of her seat. But you can only take half. Ma shouted at him. Don't ruin the dinner. It's pizza night tonight. Casey ended up eating 3 full sandwiches and was so hurried that she almost forgot her name. His stomach churned like a volcano, and he digested everything he ate in an instant. Still not satisfied, he tore open a large bag of bologna sausages and stuffed them into his mouth. He has been hungry many times in his life, and like other children, he likes to eat luncheon meat, but he has never been like this, eating without thinking. And he has never felt that this kind of processed meat can taste like heaven. Before he knew it, he had eaten 1 container and the other was almost empty. He still wanted to eat more, barely noticing the tingling sensation when the refrigerator light crackled. Although the hunger was still strong, Casey eventually controlled herself, and at this point, the thirst became particularly obvious. He stuck his head into the laundry sink, turned on the faucet, and gulped down the water as if he had drunk several gallons before stopping. When the initial satisfaction reached the brain, a deep exhaustion followed, and the strength was lost little by little from the limbs. Suddenly, he was so sleepy that he felt pain even when he opened his eyes. No, he said loudly. The fluorescent lights above my head began to flicker. Casey shook her head vigorously like a wet dog. No, the lights flickered a few times and went out completely, just like before in a single-width carriage. Only this time, Casey felt it clearly. She felt that the cells in her body were torn by a wet towel. A layer of goosebumps appeared on her head, and her pulse was beating rapidly. Casey desperately resisted exhaustion, but his body, with muscle spasms and hidden instincts enhanced by panic, punished him. Unsteady in his footsteps, he ran out through the side door and rushed into the open space behind the house. This vigorous movement made him sober up a little and felt that he was in control again, although his muscles and tendons were still twitching, trying to prove him wrong. In order to resist his disobedient body, he rushed into the desert without hesitation, with only one thought in his mind: keep running. Don't stop. After crossing the jogging track, he saw a rock in the distance that looked like a crashed plane. He targeted it there and told himself that as long as he could run there, he would prove that he could still control his body. He ignored the pain in his body and rushed forward desperately. But just a few yards away from the plane rock, his legs suddenly stopped listening. Casey fell face down to the ground. The twitching of his feet was the most severe pain he had ever felt in his life. But soon, even more intense, spread from his calves to his thighs, and finally spread throughout his body, and his muscles seemed to be peeled off layer by layer, over and over again. He beat his limbs hard, kicked off his sneakers, and his fists bled, trying in vain to bring his stiff muscles back to normal. Even his facial muscles twisted, forcing himself to open his eyes wide, open his mouth, and show a crazy smile. Something tightly strangled Casey's neck, and he grabbed his throat desperately as if he was being strangled. He put his fingers under the collar of his t-shirt and tore them hard, causing them to bleed. He tore it so hard that the entire t-shirt was torn in half. Casey froze in an instant. He couldn't recognize his body anymore. His originally thin belly turned into a huge, muscular torso. He grew taller again, this time not only in height, but also in developed muscles. He bent down, and his biceps, which were as thick as cantaloupe, and the last few pieces of his shirt also fell off. As the pain of the transformation slowly decreased, Casey's face and chest began to itch strongly. At first, he was worried that he had fallen into a place full of angry fire ants. But when he forced himself to scratch his face with his heavy arms, he found that it was not bugs on his skin, but hair. He grew a thick beard, and his chest hair was thick enough to be counted one by one. 14 thick chest hairs, occupying his torso, and some hair grew under his armpits until he looked as if his head had been held down by several Wookiees, a race from Star Wars. The idea of getting a beard trimmed was not at all in Casey's priority. When he finally mustered up the strength to get up from the ground, his running shorts, which had been swollen 4 times because his thigh muscles had swelled 4 times, were already tattered on the drawstring on his belt. What is more painful than torn clothes are those that are not torn: his underwear, which gives the word tight white underwear an extremely painful new meaning. He tore off his underwear from the waist, and in the end only socks remained. Casey was so confused that she didn't even think about hiding herself. He barely wrapped the rags of his shorts around his body, covering the vital points, and then ran out desperately. Whether he had clothes or not, he knew that he would never be able to go back to Novichok's house, and he couldn't even go in to get the money to escape. His only option was to escape as fast and as far as possible. And now, there was only one person who could help him: Lee. The plywood door of the Lee family opened as soon as it was pulled. Lee Casey, who had become oversized, shouted, but only his own low new voice echoed through the room. He rushed upstairs and called from room to room in search of Lee's figure. In response to him, his senses suddenly became sharp, capturing countless information from his surroundings. Lee's characteristic body odor spray, mixed with the spicy smell of sweat, was easily recognizable, but the smell had gone cold. Lee had been here for hours. The dressing mirror in the bathroom confirms Casey's worst concerns. In addition to a thick beard, he not only grew up, but also grew older. His hair has fallen to his shoulders, and the color is still golden when he was a child. In Kathy's mind, there was only one thought: she had been deceived. His so-called superhuman body took away the last bit of normal time from his childhood. It's not fair. How could he age so fast? Will anyone still believe that he is Casey? Those insiders probably believe it, but they will confirm it. Before dissecting him, Casey held back the tears in her eyes and focused on checking if there was anything in the house that could be used. He had no clothes to cover his almost naked body, but in a pile of forgotten garbage he found a rusty old utility knife. Regardless of the pain, he grabbed his thick beard and slashed it one by one with a blunt blade. Fortunately, a sound of footsteps made Casey stop and didn't continue to hurt herself. Lee shouted from downstairs, "Casey, are you here?" Casey couldn't think of anything that didn't sound crazy. He even thought about jumping out of the window and running away. While Lee said, with a hint of fear in his voice, "The footprints here are so big, no matter who you are. I don't mean anything else. I don't want to cause trouble. I'll leave right away." "Lee, wait," Casey shouted. "It's me." Casey. Lee screamed, "Oh my God, you almost scared me to pee." "Bro, do you see the footprints on the ground? There is a man with oversized feet who has been here." "Yes, I know," said Casey. "Something happened. Don't panic." "Okay, brother. What's going on with your voice? You sound like you're sick." Casey walked into the sunlight at the top of the stairs, and his strong body was completely exposed to Lee, except for the makeshift loincloth made of tattered shorts. Lee froze, as if he saw a gigantic half-naked savage, talking nonsense. Casey's voice, trembling because of emotion, Take a good look at my face. Okay, it's me, Kathy. When he went downstairs, he pushed his messy hair back, looking forward hopefully, and Lee could recognize the familiar face under his half-shaved, madman-like beard. What? Lee staggered, hit the wall, and slid on the ground. Brother, he whispered, unable to believe his eyes. Casey, the naked savage, held her breath, fearing that she had made a big mistake. Lee's face was full of confusion and elusiveness. He stood up cautiously and slowly circled around Casey, as if expecting to find a zipper or a clothing store label. They are now as tall as they are. Finally, Lee stretched out his hand and pulled a pinch of Casey's new beard. Brother, who taught you to shave? The first thing to solve is the problem of pants. Lee's loosest sweatpants and vest, worn on the Super Casey, are still very tight, but much better than his tattered shorts, like a zombie Tarzan. Next, his beard. Fortunately, Lee has a fairly complete set of beauty tools, which is not easy for a homeless teenager. His rechargeable hair clipper quickly solved Casey's messy beard like a lumberjack. The sink is broken, but I have a bottle of water. If you want to shave back to the original look, use this. Casey hesitated, feeling embarrassed. Lee guessed the reason at a glance. You have never shaved your beard before. Right, my dad used to use a razor made of Lego and taught me how to shave. It's almost, but it's going to be bloodier and swearing. The sun was about to set, and Lee reflected the light of the flashlight on the small mirror, illuminating the entire room. He asked Casey to apply shaving cream himself, shaved off 90 of the Santa Claus beard, and then handed him a disposable razor. After a series of extremely slow and careful movements, Casey's face finally became smooth, and her heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment that belonged to men. But as usual, this joy quickly disappeared when he washed his face. More problems were exposed. The invisible luster on his skin disappeared. The once soft, familiar face is now angular. This time, he not only grew taller, but also really got older. He couldn't tell how old he looked now, but he suspected that if he went to buy beer, he might not be checked for his ID card. If you know him and see him now, you will think that he is your brother, the brother with long hair and perfect teeth, but with serious steroid problems. Lee sat on the bathroom floor, looked at Casey, who looked helpless and self-appreciating, and couldn't help but say, brother, seriously, if you are really Casey's eldest cousin, all this is a prank, then I have to say, you act too similarly. Really, do a good job. Casey couldn't laugh. I also hope that this is just a prank. Can you tell me again? What's wrong with you now? After a few stammering explanations, Casey slowly told Lee, including Dominus and his insiders, everything that had happened since he woke up. To his credit, Lee behaved very calmly most of the time. Can you do anything else weird? This was the first question Lee asked. Like, can you fly or can you shoot lasers from your butt? Casey shrugged, tried to pretend to be indifferent, and modestly showed a few pieces that he couldn't do before. I'm not too tired now, Casey said. I think I'm reading faster. Also, my senses have become very sharp, but only occasionally. I am still figuring this part. Lee's jaw was about to drop until Casey added, oh, yes, I feel like I have a reflex that I can't forget. I should know. What does that mean? Of course. Maybe. Not necessarily. I made it up out of thin air. I checked the information. And what people say about photographic memory usually refers to the unforgettable memory. So, you mean, do you have photographic reflections? Lee said excitedly. It is an unforgettable reflection. Wow, can you do it? Lee jumped up, turned around and touched himself, and let out a thin hee-hee sound. Casey smiled. Well, never know. What about this? Lee did a fairly standard moonwalk, with a few pelvic swings mixed in and a few shouts of shaman in his mouth. Absolutely not. You're not fun at all. With your ability to learn and this strong new body, you can do whatever you want. What is your dream career? Casey shrugged. I think I'm going to participate in the American model and then start a war on crime or something. Lee hurriedly squatted back on the ground, and his expression became serious. Wow, like a superhero in pantyhose and a cape? Really? No, of course not. Oh, great. I don't have to wear leggings. Thank you. Lee chuckled. I noticed that you didn't refuse. Be a superpower. Nonsense. The cape is super cool. Lee smiled. You can't be a good superhero anyway. You don't even have a laser on your butt. The two friends looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Insiders. No costumes, said Casey. Ms. Light is using her ability to make herself look like she's in costume. But that doesn't count. Wait, insiders, do you say it as a team name? Or is it just an ordinary word? Casey shrugged, her broad chest undulating. How do I know when Dominus said this? He was referring to his group of superpowers. Lee nodded. What a bad bunch of people. But the name is pretty cool. So, your idea is that Dominus watched your video, sent insiders, went to town to investigate all the high-level athletes like your adoptive brother, hoping to easily take their bodies. Right? Casey nodded. After beating all the obvious-looking children, Eastleigh ran to all the local schools, trying to control the mind and get this new superhero to confess his identity. It's too insidious, man. Lee opened the website of American Model and entered the relevant page. And his first reaction was to exaggerate. Oh my god, what's wrong? Lee smiled. That Eastleigh guy. Oh, isn't he the person in the sketch you drew in junior high school? It's Mr. E. Are his eyes golden? I think yes. At the rally, when his face appeared on the monitor, his voice became irresistible. He's prettier than most girls I know, and Ellie will definitely be jealous and want to gouge out his eyes. Casey breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, great, I'm still worried. I'm the only one who thinks so. I've never stared at other boys like this. Ha, don't worry, little brother. I don't think that bad guy will turn you into a homosexual. Casey smiled. Even if his ability hurts the most private part of my brain. Lee laughed so hard that he leaned back and forth. And Casey laughed too. And the laughter of the two teenagers echoed loudly between the walls of the bathroom. Casey used Lee's mobile phone to search for the teen model section on the website. Show how special you are. This sentence is repeated on every page, and judging from thousands of posts, many people feel that they are very special. He quickly glanced at the terms and conditions of the show. They encourage everyone to make videos of their special talents. But the submission rules are very strict. Lee smiled. Great. Oh, haha. They require that the video must be submitted first, and within a week. It cannot be posted elsewhere before you can participate in the audition. I bet a lot will happen this week. Right? Casey's voice now became like a scared boy again. What do you think they will do when they find us? People like me. Lee tried to make his tone more relaxed. Don't waste time. Worry about those things that will never happen. Brother, even if those bad guys find out that they are looking for Casey Caldwell, it is useless. They can't find you. You know, from now on, you are Corky Malden, freelance VCR repairman. Can we open a studio together? No, I don't have time. You and I drive to the beach, find a place, flip through burgers, give surf lessons to tourists. It doesn't matter if Dominus goes after Casey Caldwell. Insider, he will never look at you again. The muscular Casey, standing by the window, looked at herself in the afterglow of the setting sun. Lee sat in an empty bathtub and tried his best to mock every sentence on the Paragon website. If you try hard enough to find greatness, you will find it irresistibly. What does this mean? Leona Price said that this is Mr. E.'s motto. Casey said, you mean, U.S. Vice President Leona Price? Are you serious? Yes. They're like friends. Should I have any opinion on her political position? I rarely have time. With a laptop, you're asking me. Should you have an opinion on the second most powerful person in the United States and a supervillain with mind control? Oh no, that's right, Lee said. What should we do? Do we want to? Casey paused, speechless for a moment. I don't know. Text someone. Lee pretended to type on his mobile phone. Dear Madam Vice President, I learned that your friend is an evil mind-controlling supervillain. Please be sure to check whether you are controlled by him. P.S. I'm not crazy. Well said. On his phone, Lee read a snippet of an article. According to his profile, Eastleigh made a fortune by buying and selling technology companies when he was young. And a few years ago, he took out all his money and bought Triangle Point Studios, which was on the verge of bankruptcy. Now, they're big enough to just acquire a third news channel. With so many resources, who knows how many powerful people he's stopped to tell the truth. Casey said, they didn't stop Astro Boy. Lee said, you mean, Holyfoot? The worst call. Right? His superhero logo should be a pair of hiking boots with a halo. Lee shuddered. I also like the name Human Comet he used. Then someone has to do this. Then let's call it a meteor, with the feeling of a space rock. Ty called him a flying man. Oh, that's too bad. Casey shrugged. He'll wear a trapeze t-shirt. With nothing else to do, he lay on the ground and did push-ups to drain his anxious energy. Lee shook his head. I think the first real superhero needs an iconic name. And you are setting the tone for everything that follows. Casey wrinkled her nose. Are we really? Do we want to choose a superhero name? Am I really a superhero now? It's Superman. One word. I wanted to try. Called Super, for short. But I wasn't persistent. Well, it feels a bit boastful. Do you have any other ideas? Lee nodded. No good idea. There are already too many variations that have been used in fictional works, which puts a lot of pressure on real superheroes. I mean, even if it's technically accurate, we can't call you mutants, right, when we want to sell t-shirts. We will be sued badly. Casey raised her eyebrows while he pretended to be surprised. What every great superhero has a brave human companion to help with support, just to make money selling t-shirts and tickets. Then I ask that there should be fried chicken and cream soda in all dressing rooms. In addition, figure out what hummus is. Wherever I go, I want to have hummus to eat. Lee pretended to write in the air, then turned the page, and crossed out a few words from an invisible list. You can't use extra, star, ultimate, miracle, yuan used to be good, until those hipsters used this word badly. Lee smiled. Damn hipster. Indeed, I don't need abbreviations. Agree. Casey turned over, lay on her back on the ground, and began to do sit-ups. Alpha. It's probably used badly, and so is omega. Lee nodded. The entire Greek alphabet is rotten. To be honest, I don't think we need to engage in those bells and whistles. Of course, Superman may sound a bit proud, but everyone knows what it means. It also reminds them that I am human. Well said. Casey nodded. I like the name, but we use a lowercase s. I don't want to look too boastful. There is no meta ability. Lowercase superhuman. This is really a strange statement. Brother, oh, that's good. The key is to get the word out before someone suddenly grows a skunk tail and tells the world that it is Mother Earth who allows her abilities to bloom. In the blink of an eye, you have become Bloomer, the most amazing generation in human history. Forever humiliated. Casey shuddered. Emoticons. Almost no need to make up. No one wants to let the world's first superhero team be called Flying Men and Bloomers. I don't think I can look Dawn in the eye and tell her that my name is Bloomer. Lee immediately became excited. Is that the girl at the rally? Wow, it's amazing. Little brother, do you have someone you like? She's just an ordinary girl. Casey blushed, but a smile appeared on her face. But I did. Seeing her outside, looking at me. Great. Did you ask her out? I've only seen her about 3 hours. I don't even know if she likes me or not. Luck, favor the brave. Brother, you don't want to fall into the friend zone. Casey stopped sitting up and sneered disdainfully. Bah, even I know. I will definitely go to say hello to her on Monday. His thoughts were occupied by his longing for Dawn, and it took a while for him to realize why Lee's expression became so sad. Brother, oh no. Casey lowered her head, looked at her huge body, and touched her face. If I go to say hello to Dawn like this now, they will put me in prison. I look like I'm 100 years old. Lee nodded. I was going to say almost 22 years old, but it was. Sorry, bro. The thought of never being able to talk to Dwayne again. Casey's stupid and useless discomfort surged up in her heart, and she wanted to cry. In the past few days, he has been telling himself that even if the situation is weird, he can live a normal life. But now it is like being ridiculed by the universe. He was breathing more and more rapidly, feeling like he was about to faint, and quickly closed his eyes, desperately trying not to overventilate. Li Sheng's voice was very soft, almost whispering. Inhale through your nose. Brother, exhale through your mouth. You just need to focus on this. Inhale calm. Exhale relax. What Lee's voice was still very soft. It's the yoga set. Brother, close your eyes and try to relax. You want to be back to what you used to be, right? Want to go back to 16? I dream of it. Casey yawned and her chin clicked. Do you want to retract your height and those muscles? Lee's tone of voice reminded Casey that Emily always said that it was all for his own good. Not as mysterious as Eastley said, and not a superpower. Lee was just helping him imagine what he wanted. When Casey finally caught her breath and opened her eyes, the room was darker than before, and Lee had a silly smile on her face. Lee stood up and stretched out his hand to him. Stand up. Brother. Casey stood up, picked up the shaving mirror and looked at it. The reflection was actually his normal self. He was stunned for a while before he realized what this meant. Back he turned around and examined his whole body. Exactly the same as before. He got bigger. Casey raised her arm. Lee cheered like a cowboy, and the two slapped hard. Where did those muscles go? Casey couldn't help but keep looking at herself. Even your hair is retracted. It was like this last time. Lee said, I noticed that when you mentioned that girl, the t-shirt began to loosen. And then when you were sad, your body seemed to finally understand what you meant, and it retracted all of a sudden. So I helped you imagine it again. Thank you. Small things. How does it feel? I want to vomit. My whole body is sore, and it's still itchy. Casey stared silently in the mirror, looking at herself in the mirror. She had never been so happy. He tried to turn on Lee's flashlight, but there was no response. When you change clothes, the battery runs out. Casey pressed the switch a few times to confirm, is it dark? Or did the light bulb flash and explode directly? Lee nodded like lightning. There was no sound. What's going on recently? Several times, when I was in trouble, the light bulb next to me would explode, and I would be electrified. Lee thought for a while. It makes sense. You said it. If you think about it, your body will undergo all kinds of abnormalities. It must not only be driven by heat. You are equivalent to absorbing electrical energy and the like, and then stimulating self-healing and deformation, which is completely reasonable. But I did it on the other side of the room last time. Lee nodded affirmatively. Then sure. Have you studied quantum physics? Just chatted casually. Me too. I think it has something to do with energy teleportation. There is really this thing. You can check it out. Okay, there's one more thing to figure out. What next? Stay or go? Casey didn't think about it for long now. I'm not that burly bum anymore. I have to rush home for pizza night. It's okay for you to wear my sweatpants, but don't wear them and walk in the desert and break my favorite flip-flops. Let's go. I'll give you a ride. Do you know that my ability to never forget may make me a super good driver? It's possible, Lee said. I bet you are also good at polka. Do you want me to beat you? The sun slowly set behind the mountain, and the twilight cast a shadow over the desert, and the two boys hit the road. On the way, Lee carefully brought up a sensitive topic. Do you know, brother? I think I know someone who can help you. Quantum physicist. You wouldn't know a geneticist, would you? Casey got excited all of a sudden. I was thinking, we can go talk to my yoga teacher. So, not a geneticist. She will guide meditation. If you tell her what you have experienced. No, Casey immediately interrupted, her tone very strong. I don't want others to know about these things. I don't mean to offend Lee, but you know I'm worried enough, let alone your teacher. Becky is not my teacher. You can't learn all things on the internet. Brother, no matter how fast you look, Sammy Chow's meditation is to sit and concentrate. What are you focusing on? Usually nothing happens. Casey rolled her eyes. Oh, I was wrong. It sounds so useful. Then do you have a better way to figure out what's going on in your body? You have to feel the energy in your body. And brother, Becky can guide you. No, thank you. Sooner or later. You have to trust others to help you figure things out. No, Lee, I won't. Then should I? With her, Casey turned off the radio directly. His tone was rare and firm, and he wanted to make his words clear. Listen to Lee. You are a good person. But you must understand, if you dare to tell anyone what I can do, I will directly say that you are a liar, and you will never want to see me again. Wow, brother, you're too dramatic. Casey nodded. Yes, it's that serious. Can't be your yoga teacher. Can't be your ex-girlfriend. Can't be your priest. Guarantee. Okay, my God, I promise. As soon as Casey entered the door, Ty rushed up to greet him and proudly held up his painting. The painting looked like a colorblind maniac scribbling with a grenade, but Ma praised it as a masterpiece, and Casey echoed, after almost leaving the Nawachek family forever. This sudden warmth made him feel particularly precious. Ma saw the seriousness on his face. Baby, are you worried about something? Casey shrugged her shoulders and didn't deny it. Did that detective call? No, my dear, not yet. You miss your mother, right? No. Kathy's tone was very flat. But I have something to ask her. Ma put away his usual smile and nodded. I'm sure you have. She was just about to go back to prepare dinner when Casey asked what she really wanted to ask. When my parents come, can they take me home? Oh, baby. Ma hesitated for a moment, but still didn't lie. No, I don't think it will work at first. Maybe, later or never, Casey asked with a little expectation. The horse pulled him into his arms. Well, never. Without Friday night social events. Casey spends all her free time researching information on her laptop. He didn't expect to find more clues about Mr. E or spontaneous reversible aging, but he still had to try. Unexpectedly, a search related to strangers actually yielded results. When he searched for making light bulbs flicker with his mind, he found that he was by no means the only weirdo, and many people said that the light bulbs and electronic devices around him would be inexplicably abnormal. Theoretically, the human body generates a weak electrostatic field, and some people have a particularly strong electric field that is strong enough to interfere with nearby energy sources. Thinking about how strong his body is, cells need to maintain ultra-high energy to constantly adapt. Casey can imagine how strong his electrostatic field is. Kathy sat down deeply in her desk and chair, trying to calm down and find zen. But no matter how much he stared at the lamp, the light bulb didn't even flicker. He stared at the light bulb, reached out and clenched his fists, wrinkled his nose and squinted his eyes, touched his head, and it was useless. Just like the setting in the comics was not reliable at all, until he stopped using so much force. He no longer felt stupid. As boredom rises and her mind slowly calms down, Casey begins to feel something in the light bulb radiating energy. At first, he thought he heard a buzzing sound, but when he concentrated, he realized that the feeling had not reached his ears at all, but more like his whole body had become a sense, and he could feel the faint vibration nearby. Casey's body immediately helped him adjust to this new way of perceiving, and he slowly sensed that there were other energy sources in the room. The hum of the digital clock on the fireplace and the high-frequency vibration of the wire currents in the walls. He didn't know how to touch this power, but instinct told him not to mess around. Just as primitive people knew they couldn't put their hands in the fire, he could feel that touching these flowing energies was like trying to fill a teacup with a fire faucet, and he couldn't hold it at all. It was a particularly profound moment of self-awakening, only to be interrupted by a sugar-topped little maniac rushing into the room. Someone shouted Kathy, breaking Casey's concentration. He suddenly came back to his senses, like an electric current in his mind. Ty was so excited that he couldn't stop, and the light bulb of the table lamp flashed and burned out. He grabbed Kathy's arm and desperately tried to pull him up from the chair. "What's wrong?" Casey also shouted back, not in a good mood, and the electric shock just now made her head hurt. Ty didn't pay attention at all, didn't care, held Casey's face with his little hands, forced him to look at himself, and used the maximum strength of a 7-year-old child to say 4 words. Punch, head, peas, beans. Even if Ty said that he found a pirate treasure in the living room, Casey wouldn't move so fast. A few seconds later, the two boys wrapped themselves in blankets and began to watch the opening fight scene of Zhou Shanmai's most classic movie Fist of Peace. "How did you find it?" "I thought this film was too violent and not allowed to be broadcast on TV," Casey said. "The computer said that this channel plays kung fu movies, and I have been waiting for P-Fist." Casey smiled. "Wow, amazing. You are very good at recognizing." "Brother." Ty missed his teeth and smiled very proudly. I remember the title because you said this is the most burning one." "Can we see the feature film?" "Of course." "Super combustible. Sammy broke 9 bones in this drama, and none of them were his own. It's awesome." The two boys were immediately attracted by the movie, and Zhou Shanmai's movements were sassy and hard, and every move was accompanied by being beaten, kicked, and hit, rather than watching Sammy M.Z fights. Baseball doesn't pique Casey's interest at all. He watched every movement carefully, and he understood in his heart at once, which was actually almost as simple as watching a child learn hopscotch. With everyone asleep that night, Casey sneaks into George's study, turns on her laptop, and starts planning a super fun weekend. Early Saturday morning. First a comfortable hot bath, a lot of pancakes, and a super satisfying meal. Things only get more exciting. On Saturday, everyone mostly slept in, and no one saw the strange household items that Casey went out to stuff in her backpack. With pocket money and spare money, his first destination was a local hardware store to buy the most important materials in his outrageous plan. It took a lot of time to walk over at a normal speed and then to Li Zhu's dead end. Kathy chose an unfinished house with the best sunlight and pried open the plywood from the windows. After setting up the venue and planning the drill successfully, he opened the 5-gallon paint primer bucket he found at Li's house, poured it into the bright dye he bought at the hardware store, and started to do it. A few hours later, he was planning to have a helper with a southern accent short. Anyone could hear the sound of Li's truck speeding down the road, and if they had good hearing and were waiting for him to come, it would be even more obvious. Casey rushed out. Li Oli smiled very happily and shouted back, Casey, what's going on?" "Buddy, hi. It's nothing. There is a big event. Can you come in? I want to show you." "Never boring. I promise." Li smiled. "You say it's boring. How boring is that? Like a birthday magician." He took out a bag of orange popcorn and a mention of purple soda from the back seat of the Mustang. "Isn't it cool enough, Must?" "That's right." Casey was too excited to joke. "Lee Sawyer, if you don't come in now to see the results of my busy day, I'll tie you to a chair, open your eyes, and let you see until you say I'm amazing. Resolute enough." "I like it." The whole room is all green. The walls, floor, and ceiling are dazzlingly green. And that's not the strangest. Cool, right, Casey said. Lee was so shocked that his jaw was about to drop. It seems. To be honest, I don't know what to say. Those are people. In the center of the room is a plywood table with plastic cups and scattered playing cards. Around the table and in the room, wooden boards are stuck in sand buckets. Arms are nailed to 2-inch wooden boards. White paper plates are pasted on the face, and an angry expression is drawn. Lee took a step back. Brother, are we going to play with the wooden man family today? Casey didn't think there was anything strange about this at all. Look, doesn't this remind you of anything? No, I will definitely remember this kind of thing. Do you remember the part in Fist of Peace where Jomei slid down the handrail of the stairs and interrupted the bandits' card play? Remember, I've seen it 100 times. Casey pointed to the green stairs in the house and to the table full of playing cards. Remember that old aristocrat and his beautiful daughter? He pointed to 2 wooden boards with smiling faces painted on them, one with wrinkles and the other with big red lips. After his reminder, Lee finally reacted. Casey spent the whole day painting the room bright green, completely mimicking the tea house bar in Fist of Peace. Oh my God, Lee said. The stairs are where he slides the handrail, and the window to the kitchen is the bar. I understand. This surprise made Lee even more worried about whether Casey was crazy. You do all this just for fun? Casey shook her head. No, I was trying to lure the insiders away. Oh, that's for sure. Sorry. Casey took a deep breath, trying to suppress her excitement. Listen, I know Eastleigh can't be 100 sure. He's looking for a high school student, right? Yes. This is my opening. Don't rush to turn on the camera. Casey takes off her paint-stained sweatpants and changes into baggy black sweat shorts and a red sleeveless top in her backpack. Oh my God. Don't say goodbye. Lee covered his stomach with both hands. You won't let me pat you on your broken leg and heal yourself, right? I don't do it. Brother, I really don't do it. It's not that. You'll definitely like it later. Casey sat cross-legged on the ground, like the temple monk in Zhou Shanmai's movie. You don't look so stupid. Wait and see. Lee didn't hide his pride at all. Someone has also started meditating. Sure. I want to concentrate. Casey closed her eyes, relaxed, yawned after a few seconds, and the change came instantly. Lee Gang wanted to complain that his expression was like constipation, but he gasped directly. Under Kathy's deliberate control, the body transformed in just a few seconds. He frowned in pain, but as soon as the pain passed, he became strong and powerful, almost like the strong look he had yesterday. The hair is shoulder length and the teeth are straight and white. Oh my God. Brother, the muscles and fat on the chin squeeze out the dimples. The facial features become 3-dimensional, completely covering up the original appearance. A circle of stubble grows on the chin, and a dark freckle on the right lower jaw. Looks like she's in her 20s. Definitely not a 16-year-old Kathy Caldwell. Is it cool you're not as strong as last time? After getting bigger, Casey smiled even more happily on purpose. Impossible. Super easy. After I figured out the feeling of getting bigger and smaller, I quickly learned to fine-tune. It's actually easy to get bigger. It hurts when you retract it. But it by meditating. Lee covered his ears. Sorry. What did you just say? Say it again. Well, I admit that I checked the meditation and imagination materials last night, and it really worked. Did you watch it because I recommended it? I was so flattered. I read 4 books, Casey said. I'll either choose this or Becky. Lee pointed to the eerie green scene around him. You did all this to celebrate? No, it's not the part one want to show you. And Casey leaned back, activated her newly grown muscles, and kicked Sammy's movements. I need your help. Casey took Lee to the farthest corner of the green room and set up a position. Lee, you are a nobleman. This is your golden scepter, the ancestral treasure that the bandits want. Wait for my signal. Casey bowed respectfully and handed Lee a 2-foot-long thick copper pipe. Lee held it tightly and stood in the designated position. Curiosity had long overshadowed his uneasiness. Casey sorted out her skinny black shorts and red sleeveless t-shirt and pulled out the perfect prop from her back pocket. The red cloth changed from the sleeves of the t-shirt is wrapped around the head like a pirate bandana. The front is pulled down to cover the forehead, and the eye holes are adjusted. And the mask is exactly the same as the red model worn by Sammy in Fist of Peace. Casey framed the room with her hand, carefully set up Lee's camera, and after satisfying the angle, she used Beezy's mobile phone to take a wide-angle shot. After both phones started recording, he ran to the top of the stairs at the farthest end of the room. "Are you ready?" Lee shook his head. "Actually, no." Casey was completely in the play, didn't care at all, and shouted in a voice that was particularly similar to Wednesday, "Coward demon, let me show you the power of the fist of peace." After shouting this, he jumped on the wooden handrail, squatted and slid down. And when he was about to reach the end, he jumped up and pounced on the wooden bandits, beating them hard. One kick swept off one head, one punch on the other's throat, knocked them all down, rolled forward again, and punched another board more than a dozen times in a row until the board fell. A one-handed flip. Casey jumps next to the tallest plank man, imitates a scene from the movie, jumps to dodge the character corresponding to the plank and attacks Sammy with a long weapon. After getting bigger, Casey got under the long weapon and broke the poor wooden board with a punch. With every step, Casey's expressions and movements are confronting non-existent enemies. At the climax of the scene, he pretended to be scared and ran straight for the wall, jumped up at the last moment, stepped on the wall, and landed on the plywood table with a backflip. "Oh my God," Lee whispered. After landing in a cool pose, Casey grabbed 3 playing cards from the table and quickly threw them in the face of the last 3 villain boards near the kitchen. He stood proudly on the table. "Now, if you idiots learn a lesson, I will receive my reward with another cartwheel." He jumped to the board with the kissing face painted on it, took it into his arms, stared into the drawn eyes, and kissed the marker-smelling lips hard. Lee was completely fascinated and almost forgot his signal. He pointed to the only remaining villain board and shouted, "Peacemaker, cowards have crossbows." Kathy still hugged the plank girl and shouted, "Only the scepter can save me." Lee immediately complied, throwing the thick copper pipe to the other end of the room. Casey hugged the board with her left hand, caught the pipe in the air with her right hand, and threw it fiercely at the face of the board sniper, who directly split the wood in half and got stuck in the paper head. "Stop," Casey said. He waited for Lee's reaction, but Lee was speechless after watching this series of wonderful operations. "Did you see it?" Casey said, then shouted, grabbed her crotch and turned in a circle. "I will never forget it." The first shooting effect was super shocking, and Lee kept saying it's awesome while imitating kicking and beating in the room. Casey was also very satisfied. "So, do you like it? The angle is good, right?" "Of course. It's a ninja-level operation. I can't believe you can really throw cards. The movie is fake. But I found a video to learn real card-throwing skills." Lee reacted, "All of a sudden I understand. You make everything green for the green screen. Well, the original scene only has 3 camera angles. I will shoot it again, and I can send it out by aligning the angle." "You want to send it out? Are you crazy?" people will say. What Lee was particularly shocked, brother. American Paragon often recruits people from websites like QuickVid. If an insider sees this video, they know you're the one they're looking for. "No," Casey said. "When they see the video, they will only think that what they are looking for is this handsome guy with long hair, stubble, wearing a red mask, and the skinny trailer garbage." Casey Caldwell is not in their sight at all. "You really demean yourself, brother," Lee said. "You know what I mean. I really don't understand. Why do they think this big thing is the person they are looking for? Do you know that Sammy stares at the valley camera at the end of Fist of Peace? I know. Do you want to drive to the mountains tomorrow?" Lee understood the plan at once. "Oh, so you think Mr. E sees a masked adult with suspicious abilities staring at the valley of the 2 towns next door. He will forget to look for the high school student and go to this handsome guy instead." Lee nodded. "Cunning enough and adventurous enough. I can't go to the community center and fight him." Right, Lee sighed. "If the insiders can do something normal, such as attacking the spider mite in the city hall, many of your decisions will be much simpler. If I can wait a little longer, I can fight the mecha monster." Casey gestured and boxed in the air. "These idiots don't even have a secret lair." Lee smiled. "Your sworn enemy rents a space in the community center. It's so embarrassing. Your team of villains is plotting world domination across from the Mahjong Club." "Loser. Absolute loser," Lee agreed. "But we can get out of town. I have friends who can." "No." Casey was particularly determined. "I know it doesn't seem like much, but maybe it's the first time in my life. I like my life now. It has nothing nothing to do with superpowers. I'm safe. I have food. The Novacek family is fine. And Ty, Emily, and what about Dawn? Yes, I don't know. Maybe. And barbecue nights. Poor Nick. And even that pesky Isaac. The more Casey said, the more excited she became. I don't know if this is selfish. I don't care. I will never give up my new life just because of a bastard with superpowers. Just to bully people. Lee cheered loudly and waved his fists so handsome Casey smiled. I wish I could say something cooler than let's go make a video. Most of the filming went very smoothly, with only one scene stopping halfway through, where Casey was hooked by plywood wood chips in her shorts, exposed her butt to the camera, and said a few swear words, enough to make the film rated R. During the last rehearsal, Lee was completely immersed in the role of an aristocrat, and his painful expression was as painful as being electrocuted to incontinence. And Casey couldn't bear to remind him that he was not photographed at all. In between filming, the two boys drank soda, and Casey also showed off her skills in catching popcorn with her mouth. Lee usually talks about girls or his new off-road vehicle, and this time he quietly mentioned the sensitive topic of Casey's parents. Did you hear anything new from the police about your parents? He asked. No, I don't think they checked much. What do you think? Casey shrugged. You know that shrugging doesn't count as an answer, right? Casey shrugged again. Have you been to her friend's restaurant? Lee said. The Lewis you were talking about? Kathy imitated Bissy's tone and repeated her words strangely. Now everyone calls him Mr. Vincenzo. Can you believe it? It's so strange, Lee said. But could it be that she cooks for him in private? About this, Casey picked up Lee's phone and checked something. I said that Bissy was going to help Vincenzo cook, but I didn't say she could cook. Kathy returns the phone to Lee. And on the screen is a local news story published just days before Bissy's disappearance. San Bernardino, California. No arrests were made after police raided a suspected drug lab near San Bernardino Airport early Tuesday morning. When the police arrived, the warehouse was empty. Mattresses were scattered on the ground, and a box of assault rifles was left in the loading and unloading area, indicating that the criminals were extremely armed. A spokesperson for the mayor's office said the drug lab was able to operate in public areas for a long time because many workers lived on site. Local businessman Luis Vincenzo was listed as a subject of investigation, but was not found at the scene and was not charged with any crimes. Wow, Lee said. Do you think your mother is still with this man? Casey nodded. I bet yes. I was actually thinking, now that I can control my body shape and my senses, maybe we can drive to. No. Lee's tone was very cold. You don't agree? No. You definitely want to say next. Go to that warehouse and track the new location of the drug lord by smell. Why not? I tracked Eric. Before that's an empty field. The result, the best case scenario is that you find your mom and confirm that she abandoned you for a job where everyone has a gun. And then what, you rush in and play Death Fist 2 with them. Just because you have superpowers doesn't mean you're a superhero. Bro, no matter how fast you heal yourself, it will be useless for the drug lord to blow your head with a shot. It's too dark. Because it's true. What if Bissy doesn't want to leave? Are you going to call the police to arrest her or drag her crying away? Are you sure you want to be that kind of hero? Casey lowered her head and sighed. I don't know what kind of person I should be at all. At our age, no one knows. Brother, you still have time. They sat on the ground in silence for a long time until Lee really couldn't stand the silence and began to talk about his family's troubles. The day my dad kicked me out, I was so angry that I threw my watch at his head. Lee said. I almost hit it, but he still hid, shouting and screaming. I will never forget the expression on his face. Not only surprised, but shocked. I dared to resist him. I quite like that watch. Why did you throw it to him? I don't know. Probably because he gave it to me. There was no single reason. We argued about everything. And the last straw was when he traveled home early and saw me and Quinn Lawler making out naked on the backyard lawn. It's wonderful, Casey said, the memory suddenly ringing. Wait, you said before that when you were kicked out, you were with Ellie? Yes, Ellie is there too. My dad hates Ellie. Casey raised her eyebrows. Wait, Ellie was there when you threw your watch, or between you and Quinn Lawler? When you are presently smiled slyly. That day was my birthday. Casey shook her head, not believing it. He can't compare to romance, but he has never lost the worst parent game. The last time I saw my mother, I thought she wanted to kill me, he said. One directly. Murder punishment doing housework? Lee asked hopefully. Casey had already said too many terrible things and felt that there was no need to hide the memory fragments anymore. It's like using a shotgun, he said. But I was wrong. Oh, great. I didn't know it at the time. It was the night my abilities first flare up, and I was startled and a little out of control, like an instinctive reaction. What happened? I was kneeling in the bathroom, sick and dizzy, and suddenly I felt the floor shaking. Someone walked into the room, and I thought Bai Qian was going to shoot me. Lee almost asked in a low voice. What did you do? I was frightened. 1 second I was curled up. The next second I jumped up and used Sammy Z's deadly kick. Casey did that kick from memory. Impossible. Did you hurt her? Not at all, Casey said. It turned out that my dad came back and I accidentally kicked him in the chest. Oh no, you've never seen two people so surprised. How is he? He fell. The memory was so strong that Casey was a little caught off guard. Opened a bottle of soda and drank it all in one gulp. I don't remember much about what happened next. As if I fainted again. Lee nodded. Is your dad okay? I don't know. When I woke up, he and Bixia were gone. To confuse the insider's plan, Lee came to pick up Casey on Sunday afternoon. The mountains in the north of the town are much farther than it looks, but Lee drove fast, like a late fighter pilot. Casey's favorite thing is that Mr. Lee shouts, "This is my song. Sing loudly along with the radio." Casey was too shy to participate much, but she would hum gently, and she would follow a few harmonies when she knew the song. They drove up the mountain and along the ridge to find an uninhabited observation deck rest stop. The scenery below is different from the last scene of Fist of Peace, but the meaning is obvious when Casey wears a mask and stares at the valley in the same pose as Sam. Most importantly, insiders can figure out where this is and what is not. I'm starting to worry about whether it's too obvious, Casey said. Do you think my phone can blur the highway when I edit? Lee was stunned. Wait, after doing so much work, you actually have to edit with your mobile phone? Have you cut it before? I'm planning to go online to find tutorials. Lee shook his head. I have professional editing software on my laptop. Do you want me to help you put together the clips? Can you get it done before noon on Monday? Isaac said that the best time to post is Monday morning, when everyone doesn't want to face work and swipes their phones the most. Lee nodded. It's just copy and cut. Soon, if the coffee shop has an outlet, I can get it tonight. Oh, I have an idea, Casey suddenly shouted excitedly. You should come to my house, Novacek's, where I live. Sunday dinner is super lively. Ma won't mind. She likes to feed people the most. Lee raised his eyebrows. Even idle young homeless people are welcome. Are you kidding? This is what she loves the most. The horse pounced on Lee like an enthusiastic master, desperately trying to feed him, and didn't ask him if he wanted to stay, and directly began to report the name of the dish, as if it had been decided. Thank you so much, Lee said slowly. As a newcomer, thank you very much for your hospitality, Ms. Ma. Of course I will stay. Casey originally planned to briefly say that they met while jogging on the desert trail, but Li Fei had to play tricks and deliberately used a particularly exaggerated southern accent, and Casey felt that an animated shepherd dog would smash the anvil down at any time. Why do you talk like a country circus person? Casey asked in a low voice. Li gasped. How dare you, sir? Carnival people are the most hated natural enemies of Southern gentlemen. Casey smiled. You say the same about vegetarians. Lee also smiled. And football fans. Tai hated Lee all of a sudden because of the strange reason of a 7-year-old child. But Ms. Ma was very happy to be coaxed by Lee's sweet words. Lee always called Mr. Giorgio Nawasek, and the food on his plate was almost never cut off that night. After dinner, family and guests chatted in the backyard, and two budding filmmakers monopolized George's study. Lee sat at the table and processed the video with a high-end notebook. I can't believe your lens is so aligned, he said. It's like it's taken along the tracks. Casey was driven to the orange couch and was not allowed to lean over to look at it. Are you sure it's super enough, he said. Ordinary people can act out this scene once. Lee shook his head. Let me tell you, brother, if you don't become too big, you will have more choices. This is enough for Mr. E to notice, but not to let the whole world come to you. In case something happens, you can still say that it's a steroid effect that turns this masked man into an urban legend. Do you really think we can hide this? Of course. It's not that you can shoot but lasers. This is strangely reassuring. When posting a video, you can mark the location, but don't send it directly to American Paragon and let others forward it themselves. Casey smiled proudly, particularly satisfied with his plan in this way. Casey from Qingshan Desert High School will be left behind by Mr. E. Thank you, Captain, Lee said. I can't use that name anymore. Why? I don't want to get involved in the break-in, Casey said. Besides, I don't just play baseball now. My screen name has to remind everyone who I am. To be memorable, to be cool, to be heroic. I thought you didn't want to go this way, then come up with an iconic name, such as Mirror Warrior. Oh my god, Lee groaned. This name is insulting every syllable. Thank you. And the mirror. It helped. Is he fighting with the mirror? Is it the evil twin of the mirror universe? This name doesn't even know how to add a hyphen. It's really constructive. If I can't think of a better name than the Mirror Warrior, I'll rush into the buffalo. I'll really find out where the buffaloes are, fly over and scold them, and wait for them to chase me, unless I give you a better name. Let's put this in the pending column first. You want a name that sounds tough, Lee said. For example, Professor. Amazing. Casey shook her head. Don't be a professor or a doctor. I want everyone to know that I'm not here to teach, preach, or lead anyone. I'm just having fun. Although Lee is opposed to risky exposure, his enthusiasm for cool pseudonyms is particularly high. They set rules against using animals, titles, colors, forced alliteration, or adjectives, such as Captain Brave Scarlet. Lee insisted on naming according to Casey's abilities. No one will click on the link to watch the adventure of Don't Forget the Youth, Lee, Casey said. Then listen to me say imitator. Casey raised her hands. We agreed. If there are several entries for a name on Wikipedia, we don't need it. The imitators are DD monsters, X-Men, movies, and countless identities. This only shows that everyone likes this word, but I don't just imitate. I learn. I improvise. A few days ago, Ty taught me to play darts in the garage with a crooked chessboard. Want to see how many bullseyes I can hit with my eyes closed? Outrageous. Well, you're not imitating. You're adapting. You're mastering quickly. Absolutely not. Lee continued to make suggestions, and each new suggestion was as enthusiastic as the last. Thunderstrike no. Attack people no. Anger no. Batter no. Flipper next. Super it's too exaggerated. Incredible handsome guy, I don't hate it. Fist no. Frioso no. Salamander boy still not. Mr. Exaggeration well, don't. Prince Pan not a prince. Captain Courage not a captain either. Oh Doomsday Deacon, do you know what this word means? Iron Spider-Man, no one uses it. Electric light spell 2Z, of course. That's not good. This went on for a long time, and Casey almost agreed to the super brother. Egg breaker, you're driving me crazy. I just say casually, brother, this is the creative process. It's hard because you have the ability to do almost anything. If I were 6 years old, I would definitely call myself an all-rounder. What about the adult version? You are a generalist, a jack of all trades, an imitator. Oh, you are a skill thief. I like this. Yes, skill thieves sound super cool. No, it's called a universal hand. What Lee said. No one wants to put this whole string into the search bar. Jack is an ancient name for a knight, a bit royal, and a warrior, but he can fight. Gorgeous enough, appropriate enough, adventurous. It feels right. Okay, just a mighty. At least you already have a red and black card theme, and I know a good font for the title. I don't think the all-rounder has anything to do with playing cards. Who cares as long as there is a theme? I also know good fonts. It took longer to find available accounts on social media than to choose a name. The real Jack of AT is the best cross-platform account that Casey can get. Lee strongly advocated adding real, saying that there was a hint of a fake account, but it seemed that the real account was more important. Lee snorted excitedly because he thought of a good idea. When you grow stronger from your normal size, you can say that you are going to transform into Jack, capital J. Grammar correct. Okay, this name is a great match, Casey said. There is also an armored shirt called Jack. I must be super handsome when I wear it. But unfortunately the military boots were stinked by the Nazis. Lee broke his hand and said, you can use Jack's senses. I can use Jack's phone to call you. Can I bring Jack shark repellent? Hey brother, if you start a live broadcast one day, you can tell everyone. It started not bad. Lee scratched his chin and pretended to be confused. Then what did you say when the live broadcast ended? Nonsense. I'll say it's time to go, Jack. Seeing Lee smirk, he stopped. You're so naive. The two of them laughed, proving that Lee was indeed naive. Lee saw a plump young female singer on several of Georges' concert posters and was immediately attracted. Wow, Megas Delacroix, lady in red. Who is she? Does George have her number? I'm sure he has, Casey said. Have you seen her face? Lee gasped. Is that MS? Ma, wait until you recognize who the beat pie is, wearing berets and playing guitar in the back. George, oh my god. I really want to see it live. I love live music. Casey smiled. Oh my god. You're blessed. Hurry up. Hey, do you think there's any lemon pie left? Probably. I still want to eat a few meatballs. Casey led the way to Novichok's super gorgeous refrigerator. George used 3 different meats, and I didn't know there were 3. Lee slowed down. Hey brother, if you start to want to eat my tender human flesh one day and nourish your evil power, you will tell me in advance. Right? Casey shrugged. Maybe. See how much garlic bread is left. Brother doesn't eat brother. Brother, with a plate full of food. Casey takes Lee to the backyard for a picnic under a tent lit with yellow string lights. The guests had long since left. George sat on the usual lounge chair, playing a gentle old song. The horse lay on the chair next to him, singing softly, and there was an empty wine bottle on the table next to him. Welcome to the Second Supper Club, Casey said. The 2 boys ate quietly and listened to music. After a difficult guitar to play, Lee leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Can you play I Think It's Okay?" Casey said, "I can only guess how hard he used, but I understood most of the finger movements. Just a large part. One don't usually use it, but after I came here, I watched George play guitar every night, and he played a little slowly tonight. Music is not just about playing the right notes. Brother, if you want to have a girlfriend, hurry up and learn from this Romeo. Yes, I want to do this, chase girls with my adoptive father's Motown love songs." Lee tilted his head. I'm pretty sure it's Motown music. Ma finally sang a super sad song about the drink on the road. Lee was deeply moved, stood up and applauded. "Ms. Ma, you sing like an angel," he said. Ma smiled. "You are so caring." "Thank you, baby. You just set up this place so well that I told Casey that he should invite his new friend Dawn to come here tonight." Lee immediately answered yes. Casey was anxiously. Ma smiled and rounded it off. "I think it's a good idea. Casey, you can invite a friend whenever you want. I'd love to see that young lady." Casey's face turned red. "It's not like that. The 2 of us are hardly friends." Ma laughed lowly. "Oh baby, you are too shy." Lee also coaxed, "But Miss Ma, it's really hard for me to persuade this kid to ask someone out." Ma rolled his eyes and said to Casey, "You're so embarrassed." Casey Caldwell, "Why haven't you asked her out yet?" Casey defended. "We just met. I don't even know if she likes me or not." Ma took a sip of wine. George played the guitar next to him and deliberately played a dramatic crescendo. And when the music stopped, Ma said, "It's very simple to want to know the answer. You can go and ask her out." Lee hurriedly thanked Ma and George, saying that they were grateful for such a warm hospitality to him, a man far from home who was like a lost wild horse, and said that if his parents knew, they would definitely be grateful for their kindness to him as a lone wolf. After packing up the charged electronic devices, Lee suddenly thought of a problem that Casey hadn't considered, and he said to Casey, "Throw your phone at me." Casey did so, and Lee pressed his phone a few times and returned it to him. "This is a VPN bridge generator." Casey was stunned. "What do you mean?" To put it bluntly, Lee explained, "It is a virtual private network. Simply put, it is anti-tracking. When my grandmother heard that my dad hired someone to find me, she and a few old friends hacked into a double security backdoor and connected to this gray market server so that I could contact others normally without exposing my location." Casey was stunned. "Your grandma seems to be much cooler than my grandma. Lee Caltech has named a laboratory after her." Casey was not convinced. "So what? My grandma can smoke a pipe from a hole in her throat." "Can your grandma?" Lee frowned. "It's disgusting." Casey smiled and said, "You haven't heard of it. The old lady is so good at whistling." Lee shook his head and quickly changed the subject. "In short, this app can interfere with all the IP addresses of your mobile phone, bypass your data transmission to 2 or 3 proxy servers without fixed addresses." And then Casey interrupted him. "Lee, I'm not a computer expert. Say something I can understand." Lee had no choice but to change his words. "I can cover you. Brother, you think of your post as a birthday card. Like you don't want your mom to know you've moved to New York. Send the card to someone in Timbuktu. He puts it in another envelope and sends it to someone in Tennessee. And someone from Tennessee sends it to your mom, with the postmark still in Nashville, so no one can find you. Your posts are the same, and they can't be tracked at all." Casey complained, "I really hate you hillbilly metaphors, but they work so well. Lee, shall I know? Everyone who hears it is like this." On Monday morning, Casey was woken up by the cheerful chirping of her phone and Lee's mail, which read, "Bro, the video was sent out and blew up. Maybe it could bring down the network. Success or failure is in one move. The password of the cloud file is 118008. 5. Understand Lee Dangy Sawyer, master of space, time and masculinity." Casey quickly clicked in. The video was a black screen at the beginning, and the red and white text slowly came out line by line. "I am an all-rounder. What you are about to see, it is simply impossible. Don't try." In the next 58 seconds, Casey himself was stunned. In the video he followed the fight scene of the original Fist of Peace, perfectly reproduced in front of the green background wall, although the light was not aligned. But Jack was not meant to blend in. The contrast effect was very good. Sammy's figure could only see the corners of the bandana mask and the occasional dripping sweat. The finished product is so great. Casey feels a little regretful because this epic video starring him still can't sign his name. And in school, he is still a little transparent that no one pays attention to. Casey told Ma that he didn't want to eat breakfast. Ma almost fainted and touched his forehead nervously. Casey had no choice but to suppress the nervousness. Ate a plate of waffles, a few pieces of ham and a bowl of cereal to calm the horse. But when he arrived at school, he was hungry again. Originally, he planned to take the video and come strictly according to the plan. But he blamed Lee for doing the video too well. And if the video was bad, he would not be so impulsive. At first, there was no sign of Dawn in the cafeteria at all. Casey struggled for a long time, decided to wait in the corridor, and nodded when he met Dawn, saying, "How are you doing?" Friendly and not deliberate. But fate wanted to joke with him. Casey came out of the breakfast line with a plate full of scrambled eggs, and suddenly heard Dawn's voice, loud and sweet, and with laughter, from a familiar table. "Oh my God, it's disgusting. Put it again." Casey's originally prepared greeting swallowed back the moment he saw Dwayne. Dwayne was sitting at the baseball player's table eating breakfast and leaning in front of Ronnie's phone to watch the video, and Casey inadvertently found that her hand was on Ronnie's arm. Hector, Raph, Nick and the others gathered together, laughing silly. As long as Dawn smiled lightly, they burst into laughter, and Casey felt like a group of monkeys waiting for the trainer to throw bananas. He went out to eat alone, feeling annoyed and sad. He was so stupid that he would think that Dwayne might like him. He was a freak and a wretch who transferred to school, and he should have known that a girl like Dwayne would only like athletes like Ronnie. Casey sat facing the parking lot, so that he didn't have to see the baseball kids speak ill of him, so that Dwayne hated him, and he fell into self-pity while eating a tasteless, almost ketchup-free breakfast, thinking that the condiments were for the winners. Mini machine guns, is it really fake? Casey was startled, only to realize that it was Dawn standing next to her. She was also a little nervous, and said with a smile, "Oh my God, I'm sorry you were so absorbed just now," I said. "Mini machine gun," Casey sighed, thinking she had heard those bad words, and quickly said, "Listen, no matter what they say about me," Dwayne said bluntly, "they are just angry. You said you wanted to try playing baseball, but you didn't go." Casey was stunned. "Really?" Dawn nodded. "Well, the coach also remembers that you never said that you were from the school newspaper, so they don't hate you now. They just think you are afraid of the coach and back down." Casey was anxious. "I'm not afraid." He forced himself to calm down and added, "It has nothing to do with the coach. It has nothing to do with them. I have something to do at home." "Maybe try again next year," Dawn said. "You should explain to them. Those boys are actually not bad." Casey wondered, "Why are you telling me this?" Dawn smiled. "Hey, I just sat at the wrong table and was forced to watch a baseball video for 10 minutes. So I have to find some gossip to get back to my blood. By the way, can Ronnie really throw a ball of 80 miles per hour before breaking his arm?" Casey said. "I heard people say that." Dawn casually fiddled with a strand of scattered hair, wrapped it around his fingers, and bounced it away gently. Casey was fascinated and really wanted to keep watching. But she didn't want her to be too obsessed with Ronnie, so she took the initiative to ask. "How was your weekend?" Dawn said. "It's good. I have a cello recital in Los Angeles on Saturday night, and we drove over. Do you know the Dalai Lama? He's there too, and he's really nice." Casey was surprised. "Wow, that's amazing." Dawn continued, "We live at my sister's house in Los Angeles. She just gave birth to a baby, and on Sunday my cousin, 2 brothers and their families came. Although it was very lively, but it was also a bit chaotic. You know." Casey didn't actually understand. Dawn's weekend was more exciting than the years he had lived, and he could only say, "It does sound busy." Then, Dawn smiled, with a faint girlish scent on his body, and asked him, "What about you? Did you do anything fun this weekend?" Next, Casey made a bad decision. He originally wanted to say no big deal, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he changed. "Are you kidding, brother?" The picture shifted to the alley behind Lulu's restaurant. Lee was wearing a dirty apron, pacing back and forth in the alley, looking at his phone and muttering. Casey walked over and asked, "Is this what you are angry about?" Lee stopped and pointed to the account The Real Jackoff AT on his mobile phone, which read, "Have you ever seen something impossible? How about twice power play, no wires, Jackoff all trades, Sammy Joe Fist off Peace?" Lee said no. I like this part quite a bit. Even the label is dragged like this. Casey wondered. I thought girls hated conceited people. Lee said confidently. They say so, but in fact they are all lies. What made me think you were crazy was your post after that. The real jackoff AT. Thank you so much to my new friend CMD High School for inspiring me to make my first video. You are the best. Casey8R. Casey shrugged. Lee glared at him fiercely, and after a while, Casey couldn't bear it anymore and confessed, I just want to be a little famous. Lee poked him. You are obviously for that girl. Casey had no choice but to admit, okay, for her. But I didn't mean to. I swear she told me how cool Ronnie is, how legendary her weekends are. And I couldn't help but tell her that I met a super powerful kung fu master while jogging in the desert. I knew it was silly, but I wanted to impress her so much that I couldn't control myself at all. I still feel like vomiting. Do you think she has superpowers? Lee stopped pacing and patted him on the back sympathetically. No, brother, this is the charm of girls. Sometimes it's like this. Trying to calm her breath, Casey said quickly. I started by making up stories that I was jogging by the trail and saw a man in a red mask practicing kung fu. Lee raised his eyebrows. Isn't this the story you told Ma that you met me? Casey was even more anxious. I was thinking about time for a second. I told her that the man saw me looking at him, so I handed him a bottle of water because he didn't bring water. He took the water and said thank you. Said his name was Jack. I said you're welcome. I'm Kathy Caldwell. And he said hello. Casey, you're a good boy. Your parents must be proud of you. I said no. I'm a bit of an orphan now. But he didn't laugh at me. Lee nodded yes. I am not prepared to say such a detail. Casey took a deep breath and continued. I couldn't stop at all and said that I asked him where to post the video. He said he didn't understand technology. Didn't post the video. I said that his kung fu was too powerful. It was a pity not to share it. And I also helped him register a quick vid account. He said thank you. I said I had to go home to wash the dishes. Otherwise I would be told. Lee admired. It's really possible. You can knit so round without preparation. You didn't say that you know the all-rounder. The situation is already good. Casey held her head in her hands. Why can't I shut up? I'm so stupidly patted him. Don't say that. Don't think about it. Every boy will be a little silly in front of the girl he likes. And your broken video is only watched 8 times a day. So there is no need to be so nervous. Casey asked, is there any way to know if Dwayne is their kind of person? Lee frowned. That's what I don't understand. If this Dawn is really that good, why can't you let her keep it a secret for you? You have done so many things to hide your identity before. So why should you let her notice you now? Casey explained. You didn't let me finish. I just finished telling the story of meeting Jack. And laughter came from behind me. Lee's heart sank. Oh no. No. Casey made a bitter face. Yes. As soon as I turned around, I saw Hector, Raph and Ben. They were holding a pencil in their hands, and they were about to ask Dwayne if she lost it. Just a pencil. They must have heard it all. Lee frowned. So, instead of hiding the video and being ridiculed as a lying maniac by them, Casey said excitedly, I just want them to shut up. Lee helplessly. As a result, you added fuel to the fire and let Jack you, pushing yourself to the forefront. Casey nodded. Almost. You think, if only a few people in the school knew about it, it would quickly become a scandal that everyone wanted to hear. But if everyone knew from the beginning that I had met Jack, it would be big news, and Paragon would not look at me at all. Lee was worried. What I'm worried about is that they will come to the door, Casey said. If they investigate me, will they think I'm covering whom? George. Lee finally stopped pacing, sighed, and sat on the back staircase of Lulu's restaurant. I understand, Casey added, and unless we find a way to get more people to pay attention to the video, it won't work at all. Lee persuaded. Maybe it's better to forget about it. Casey shook her head. I haven't given up yet. It may still catch fire. Does Sammy Z have a quick vid account I should give him? He's the center of the topic. Lee said he used to be, and since his third wife left him, his drunken posts became more and more mean, and I didn't pay attention to him. Casey quickly searched on her phone. I found the real Sammy Z. I sent him a private message. Lee advised. Be polite. Casey curled her lips. He won't look at it at all. Lee refreshed the screen. That's not necessarily. You see, the attention of the video has come up a little. and now it has been viewed 13 times. And a person named Kung Fu Freddy 55 forwarded the link. He said, "Are they remaking Fist of Peace? It's really epic. It's wonderful." Lee added, "Although Freddy is not an internet celebrity, he has more than 1,000 fans." Casey nodded. "Cool." Lee asked, "So, have you planned?" Casey said, "Not yet. Now what we have to do is keep discussing this video on social media to make sure Paragon can see it." Lee asked, "What are you going to say?" Casey struggled. "That's the problem. I can't say anything. No one wants to hear a nobody's nonsense." Lee suddenly shouted angrily, "Hey, don't say that. My friend, I'm serious. If others called you like that, I would have beaten him long ago, and you don't want to make an exception." Casey was startled, quickly said, "I'm sorry," and then lowered her head to play with her phone. Lee's tone softened a little. "Listen, brother, I'm not trying to raise the bar with you, but you're not the only one with a bad childhood. I know it's easy to look at yourself through the eyes of those who have hurt you, but you have to be kind to yourself. You're the kid who reads comics to your adoptive brother and gives pudding cups to homeless strangers. You're great, brother. Respect yourself." Casey nodded, but didn't look up. In the face of Lee's straightforward kindness, he didn't know what to say. Lee quickly forgot his anger just now, and his eyes lit up. "Oh, I have an idea. Word game. Every time I see you in the future, I don't say hi. I say hi, which is an abbreviation for glory it. You are awesome." Casey complained, "You're such a fool." Lee smiled and said, "Then when I say goodbye, I don't say goodbye. I say very old. It is very big. Be young." Casey couldn't help laughing. "It's brother. You're great. Right, Lee Huan?" "Yes, this is it. Listen, I have to go back to work. If you want to order something at the counter, by the way, how to make a big deal, I can add you more fries." Casey smiled and said, "Deal." Lee added, "Remember what Isaac said. Social media strategy is the real lifeline of stars, and those small controversies are the key to keeping bloggers popular." Casey nodded almost. He said that trivial controversies can keep bloggers in traffic. "But how can I cause controversy? You can't just scold anyone as a bastard." Rightly shrugged. "You asked the wrong person. I'm a dishwasher and don't know any gossip." Casey sat in front of Lulu's counter, ordered a plate of fries and a glass of milk, and was immersed in the joy of receiving likes for the first time in the video. But she didn't expect to soon meet the first black fan. Bradso44 commented, "This is the worst CG I've ever seen in my life. My child can make it with artificial intelligence. I'm really fed up with these scammers pretending that I can do the impossible, fake impossible bad." Casey thought she could explain it well, so she replied, "When Wednesday was filming the original version in 1985, was there CG? There is a difference between difficulty and impossibility. As a result, the other party replied 8D vulgar gesture." And since then, Casey has also learned to reply with sharp words, which has nothing to do with his superpowers. It is purely forced. In the past, in the small dilapidated house, he would be bullied if he said a witty word. But now, he is Jack's identity and there is no need to be afraid at all. Soon, another comment, "The real Jack of AT. Would it be better or worse to use playing cards with Kitten Prince?" Casey tasted the taste of fame for the first time, and couldn't help but float a little, and replied, "I'm much better than that. But when I throw cards, I am very serious." The post was quickly retweeted by the other party, and the hashtag #BetterThanSammyZ was added. And when Casey finished eating the burger, the account of the all-powerful hand received 2 angry messages, both of which were Sammy's fans, defending Sammy with "Don't diss Sammy Z." Casey was a little panicked, hoping that the small controversy Isaac was talking about was this extent, and he was no longer in the mood to quarrel. The VPN was very power-hungry, and Casey was about to turn it off when she saw another comment. "Grey Wolf style, the Jack of AT. Can you learn some humility? Copying is not the same as creating. Spend more time practicing your skills. Don't just imitate movies." Casey didn't want to care, but the other party's tone was too arrogant and contemptuous, and he couldn't help but use his mobile phone that was about to run out of battery and replied with a super conceited message, "Sorry, Grey Wolf style. I don't recruit students now. If I decide to recruit in the future, I will tell you." Rejected planked refuse show off. Just as she was about to walk out the front door, she heard Lee shouting from a distance in the kitchen, "Oh no, don't make trouble. It's clear that a controversy is brewing." On Tuesday morning, a piercing scream woke Casey up, and Isaac burst into the room, yelling, "Are you crazy? Am I still me now?" A stuffed lizard flew over from the upper bunk and smashed into Isaac, and Casey shouted impatiently, "Shut up, idiot!" Isaac lowered his voice and gritted his teeth angrily. "So it turns out that you asked me those questions about my channel last Time to steal my ideas, poach all the talent in my head. He shoved his phone in front of Casey and played a video of the almighty hand, as if it could prove that Casey stole his idea. Kathy lowered her foot off the bed. What nonsense are you talking about? Isaac said. You'd better forward the video of my denim shorts returning, or I swear we'll never be friends again. Casey was stunned. When did we become friends? Isaac snorted. As long as you have more fans than me. It's not. Casey was even more confused. What, I have more fans than you? Why would anyone follow me? Isaac reached out and touched Casey's forehead, as if to check if he had a fever, then said, I'm really convinced, and quickly fled the room. Casey had no idea what was going on, and Jack's account was supposed to alert him when the video was clicked. But he refreshed the app and the error message popped up: app blocked. Please log in to the network to authenticate. Casey chuckled in her heart. Oh no. The nanny filter on Novichok's Wi-Fi treated his VPN as an unsanctioned website, so he didn't get any alerts from Jack's account at all, thinking that no one was watching the video. After he logged in again, the messages poured in instantly, and his phone kept ringing. And the first thing he saw was a series of text messages from Lee. Last night, 5:39 epically 2099 p.m. Are you crazy? Oh, 5:39 epically 2099 p.m. You contact me when you get home. This is crazy. 7:43 epically 2099 p.m. Did you see it? Oh my god. Oh, 9:01 epically 2099 p.m. You owe Grey Wolf style a bottle of Coke. 9:01 epically 2099 p.m. Wow. 9:01 epically 2099 p.m. Brothers. 9:31 epically 2099 p.m. Brothers. 9:46 epically 2099 p.m. Bro. 10:11 epically 2099 p.m. Did you turn off your phone? Casey quickly opened the video page and checked the views, which showed that it was 2143469 times. He refreshed it. It became 2143481 times. Then refreshed. 2143669 times. Refreshed again. 2144215 times. And the number kept rising. Jack's social media followers are also increasing rapidly. Thousands of people have followed his personal account because of Jack. Casey couldn't believe it, and quickly sent a message to Lee. 605 Cassia L8RM. Is this true? Epically 2099 quickly replied, brother, where have you been when I saw it? It was only 84,000 views. Cassia L8 are only 84,000 times. Epically 2099 yes or not? Cassia L8 are. What should we do? Epically 2099 don't you have a super memory? Think of it yourself. Cassia L8 are. There is a difference between recall and memory. Epically 2099 so which one are you least good at? Cassia L8 are. If I could remember exactly how many times you farted on Saturday. I only remember holding my breath after a few drinks. Epically 2099 it's all about Lulu's meatloaf. I don't apologize. Epically 2099 simulated fart sound. Cassia L8 are. Yes, 14 times. And a few times it doesn't sound normal. Epically 2099 well, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Cassia L8 are. How did the video suddenly become popular? Epically 2099 I think Lulu used cheap meat, deliberately changing the subject. Cassia L8 are. I'm talking about video. Epically 2099 oh. This is simple. You fought with Grey Wolf style yesterday and angered his 85,000 fans. Cassia L8 are. Each of them watched it 25 times. Epically 2099 his friends got angry and the news spread. Cassia L8 are. Who is he? So many fans. Epically 2099 dong dong selling Guanzi. Cassia L8 are. Lee, don't make trouble. Epically 2099 Grey Wolf style. It's Sammy Joe. Epically 2099 damn. Autocorrect. It's Joe Sean May. Cassia L8 are. What? Who is the real Sammy Z then? Epically 2099 I don't know. I told you a long time ago that adding the real prefix is useful. Cassia L8 are. I really hate you now. Casey quickly searched and confirmed. And the results confirmed the worst situation. The whole network was scolding Jack. And he didn't blame everyone, because he actually insulted Joe Sean May, the legendary actor who was sobering from alcohol, impressed in the genre film industry, and was also the 1982 Playdude magazine Person of the Year. Although Sammy's name is not a household name, his face is an iconic presence in action movies. In the 70s and 80s, the Kung Fu movie boom receded, and there were fewer and fewer Asian male characters. And Sammy's mixed-race appearance and superb acrobatic fighting skills made him the most popular Asian cosplayer in Hollywood at the time before the term cultural appropriation became popular. He did act a little selfishly, but by then, he had already made many friends. A group of older star idols have come forward to defend Sammy. Actors, sports stars, singers of hair bands, all expressed their anger. Casey once had a crush on a TV series mother, and also posted a quick video scolding Jack bloody and swearing. Not to mention in the small dilapidated house. Even in front of the whole network, few people dare to scold so much. Casey hurriedly sent a message to Lee 620 Cassia L8RA. I have to apologize epically 2099. No one cares about the apology on the internet. Let the views continue to rise. Cassia L8R I can't help but apologize. I will never be so disrespectful to Sammy. He must hate me to death before Kathy could brush his teeth. He experienced the best and worst day of his life, and he immediately publicly apologized with the account of the almighty hand 621 the real Jack of AT. Please forgive me for Grey Wolf style. I didn't expect it to be you. Master, skills are easy to come by. Wisdom is hard to come by. Apologies, humility, don't diss Sammy Z. Now, he can only wait, hoping that Sammy will accept an apology, and hope that those retired action heroes will not challenge Jack's fists and kicks. But as long as the turmoil can be calmed, he is willing to do anything. Putting these bad things aside, whether everyone likes Jack or not, the number of views on the video has been rising. Private messages from all over the world poured in. But what excited Casey the most was the attention of his high school classmates. Although no one carried him on his shoulders, but more people paid attention to him than usual. People in the corridor nodded to him, and the teachers would smile at him, as if he suddenly existed in their eyes. The most surprising thing for him was that when he walked outside with breakfast, he found Dawn sitting at his usual table waiting for him. Dawn saw him and smiled and said, I owe you 10 billion apologies. Casey smiled and pretended to be surprised. You doubt me? Dawn nodded. I doubt what you said. I met a masked warrior in the desert and taught you karate. Yes, maybe a little. Casey corrected, it's kung fu. I myself was a little suspicious later, until the video came out. I told you that I had a strange weekend. Dawn got a little closer, smiled and said, then tell me again. Little grasshopper. I promise to believe you this time. When you first found him, was he angry because you bumped into him? Casey couldn't wait to make her laugh all the time, although he was usually stupid. But throughout the morning, he practiced the cover story repeatedly in his head, and his heartbeat slowly stabilized, and he began to tell. I talked to him for a few minutes. He was very easygoing. I was running off the path, and I happened to see him practicing kung fu behind a few boulders, rolling and kicking. Dawn's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she felt ridiculous and powerful. She got closer and asked eagerly, is the red mask he wears like the one in the old kung fu movie Fist of Peace? Casey nodded yes. When he saw me, I said greetings, Fist, and he replied to me like in the movie, greetings, a new friend is back. Dawn exclaimed, impossible, oh my god, you're too brave and a little weird. Did you see him take off his mask? Is he severely disfigured or a complete lunatic? Casey inadvertently found that Dawn's hand was on his arm, and he felt a burst of joy in his heart. He looked back, made sure no one could hear him, then approached her and whispered, he hasn't taken off his mask. When I introduced myself, he said I'm an all-rounder. I didn't dare to force it. You know. Dawn nodded. Understand. What if he is really a madman? Casey said, yes, but in fact he looks quite normal. Really, he's not bad. Dawn was curious. Why does he like you so much? Casey shrugged. I don't know. To be honest, I thought he was a fitness freak, and he didn't have the courage to post a video. So I encouraged him a few words and told him that he was unique, valuable, and very important, and if he didn't want to hide it, he didn't have to hide it. It was all encouraging words. Dawn smiled and said, oh, you are so caring. These are the warmest words I have ever heard. Did you take a selfie with him? Casey shook her head. No. When I asked him, he was a little nervous, saying that he was not ready to return to this world, and I thought he should be respected. Dawn was very satisfied with the story. Raph was very excited to hear the story in science class. Ronnie and Ben came to him at lunch and saw that the video views exceeded 3 million. Which was particularly powerful. After school, Casey sits at Lulu's bar and drinks the root beer Lulu suggested he buy. After all, Lulu doesn't have a free Wi-Fi club. He wanted to be naughty and make a light bulb on Lulu's bar flicker, but there were too many power supplies in the restaurant. and he couldn't control one alone, so he had to give up. He still doesn't understand how his superpowers draw power. But now there are too many more important and less painful things to figure out, and this matter can be put aside for now. Casey was drinking root soda while waiting for Lee to get off work, and also scrolled through social media, although the video was a mess. But Mr. E and American Paragon, two elite organizations, did not even pay a word of attention. In any case, although this day was strange, it was beautiful. And what reassured him the most was Zhou Shanmai's public reply to Jack Grey Wolf style, "I accepted the apology, the real Jack off AT. You remind me of myself when I was young. Poor little guy." This forgiveness made Casey breathe a sigh of relief. In his family, insults and humiliations are commonplace, so he used to be used to replying to others with vicious words. But from this moment on, Casey vowed that Jack's account should remain positive, only interact with friendly posts, and no longer quarrel with people. He would reply, "Thank you, brother," and "No problem, champion," because he felt that it sounded like what a firefighter or a marine would say, a strong and kind person. When Lee came out of get off work and cleaned up the table, he stopped behind Casey's shoulder and looked at his phone. "What's new over there with Mr. Magnum?" A lot of people say the video is great, some say it's fake, and some people ask him what he thinks about global warming. And I decided to praise them no matter what others say. Lee smiled. "I'm really happy for you," Casey said again now. "Even those people from the elite organization want to use tricks to get close to me." Lee interrupted him. "It's a scam." "Right," Casey corrected. "It's a trick, an illusion used to deceive. I was in the bathroom this morning, looking at George's daily word calendar, and learned." Lee nodded. "Oh, I understand," Casey continued. "So, even if those cunning elite organizations pretend to negotiate with me or Jack, their eagerness will be much more obvious than fans asking Jack how to train biceps. And so far, no one has had such an eager reaction." Lee asked, "Is this a good thing or a bad thing?" Casey said. "I try not to shrug my shoulders and keep it mysterious." "Lee Shao, I understand," Casey added. However, Jack received an interesting news. He handed the phone to Lee. Lee glanced at it and pretended to spit it out. "You are actually chatting with Zhou Shanmai." Casey nodded. After reading Sammy's reply, Lee looked at the public message Jack had just posted. "The real Jack off ATPS. Winter of Blood was robbed, and Dustin Hoffman robbed your Oscar." The sincere apology and Sammy's forgiveness were more eye-catching than the previous mutual scolding. And strangers were praising the character of the all-rounder, and the number of views of the video also rose faster. Lulu poked her head out of the kitchen service window and shouted, "Sawyer, if you don't work, your class will be over today." Lee hurriedly replied, "Sorry, Miss Lulu." Lulu shouted again, "When you leave, throw the leftover chicken specials on Thursday in the trash." Lee, "Okay, Miss Lulu." A few seconds later, the two boys sat on the tailgate of the Mustang dirt bike, grabbing the cold chicken piccata with their hands and eating it. And Casey, as usual, teased Lee, "You are quite tired from work today. Why don't I drive?" Lee did not hesitate. "Even if I am on fire, I won't let you drive," Casey complained. "You're so bad." Lee nodded. "Him just bad. What's wrong, by the way? Have you ever thought about sending a farewell message to end it all?" Casey said. "Of course I thought about it, but I don't want to jump to conclusions too soon. American Paragon hasn't left my school yet, but sooner or later they will leave, and you've already enjoyed 15 minutes of fame," Lee said. Casey nodded. "Well, our handsome Jack should indeed retire." Lee chuckled. "I think if he really needs it, that's all he can do." Casey smiled. "Don't say that. Jack is a performer. I've read a lot of classic adventure novels lately, and your old-school gangster charm can make him sound more mysterious." As he spoke, he imitated Jack's low voice. "To know me is to provoke danger, so I can only walk alone." Lee smiled and said, "Can you add more cheese to my corn?" Casey said, saying this with a mask on. "Is really cool. Everything has become cooler." Lee suddenly became serious. "But you're really going to end, right?" Casey was a little hesitant. "I just think it's too interesting and I don't want to stop like this." When Lee saw the light in Casey's eyes, he knew that he had no intention of giving up, and quickly changed the subject. "Do you know what else is interesting? Board game. Do you want to play a game of chess with me and win me once?" Casey didn't listen at all, and said with a twinkle in her eyes, "It's just, since Eastleigh hasn't contacted me yet, there's really no reason for us to stop filming a video just to make sure they can see it and be prepared." Lee shouted helplessly. "Brother," Casey said, "I always feel irresponsible if I don't say this." Lee sighed. "Oh, I have served you." Casey smiled and said, "Lee, get my lightsaber." "Just kidding. According to the crime movies in the Caldwell family's DVD folder, a large part of the police handle the case, drawing the connections of various locations on the map, and then raiding the house in the middle, in order to cover up Casey's true base. He and Lee decided to go southeast and try to distance Jack's range of activities from 12 stones. Along the way, both of them were friendly with each other, and Casey asked, "If you really think it's a bad idea, why help me? Because if I don't help you, you will either be caught making a video yourself, or you will come up with a more stupid way to face those elite organizations and end up killing yourself," Lee said. Casey said, "You're too worried. As long as I come strictly according to the revised plan, the only chance for those elite organizations to find me may be when my superpowers explode again near them." Li Xiaoha, you are talking about Outbreak, and you also pretend to say bloom in literature and art. Casey was anxious. It's evolution, I mean evolution, it's all your fault. I made a slip of the tongue, Lee teased. Okay, Brother Bloom. The two joked all the way until Lee drove off the highway and entered a small town called Salt Marsh, where he parked his car in a half-empty shopping mall and immediately sent a text message to someone. Casey joked, "Is this informing your little brothers?" Li Xiao almost. He took Casey through the alleys between the stores. "Since we are going to shoot a video, we have to do our best. My friend Jimmy will meet us here and give us something." Casey asked, "What the hell is this place?" Lee said mysteriously. "Here, my good brother, is Magical Wonderland." He opened a metal door, thinking it would be like the Chronicles of Narnia, with talking animals and strange candy. But behind the door, it was just a large dirt parking lot behind the mall. Lee said awkwardly, "It's actually Sati Flea Market." Throughout the block, rows of folding tables and chairs filled with all kinds of discounted goods and handmade goods. In the food court, they saw Lee's friend Jimmy sitting at a picnic table, quickly eating an ice cream cone before it got hot. Jimmy is round, not at all the strong man Casey imagined. He wears a heavy canvas jacket. Greasy hair is full of sweat. His face is full of beards. He is missing a tooth when he smiles, and he looks a little socially clumsy. Lee introduced Casey. "This is my friend Pocket. P-Money. This is Casey." Jimmy smiled and snorted, "Ha ha ha ha. My name is Jimmy. My name is really Jimmy. I don't know why he always calls me Pocket." Casey looked at the dense pockets on Jimmy's jacket and cargo pants and resisted the urge to tease. Jimmy said in a strong New England accent, "We've been wanting to see you for a long time." Casey, "Ha ha ha ha. Lister told me he made a friend. I still don't believe it. Ha 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 ha." A man sitting next to Jimmy stood up and shook Kathy's hand high. Anthony. He looks like a college student, with a bald head and wearing a Rangers ice hockey jersey. And although it is very hot and not very suitable for a seaside town, he is comfortable dressed. Then, a tall, dazzling young girl came over, kissed Lee on the cheek, and said with a smile, "What about my comment?" Bo Gosley smiled and said, "Yo, baby ma, I've always missed you. Nia, this is my friend Kathy." Nia smiled and said, "Wow, new handsome friend." She smiled brightly, stepped forward and kissed Casey's cheek. She wore leather pants, a lot of strange jewelry, and a camisole that was tightly attached to her skin. And although it was hot, she still looked elegant and like a rock star. Casey smelled sandalwood, cocoa butter and vanilla on her, maybe ice cream, kissed her twice, and said the French enchante in her ear, "Nice to meet you." Casey almost fainted, although he still had a crush on Dawn, but had to admit that Nia was really charming. Casey barely squeezed out a sentence, "Nice to meet you. I secretly wrote in my heart that I must learn French in the future." With Lee's encouragement, Casey told everyone the story of his meeting Jack, and everyone asked some regular questions. Casey answered according to the previously compiled answers, and Lee also added details next to him. After Jimmy awkwardly chatted a few nonsense about the flea market, Lee gave Casey a step. "Casey, I know you want to go shopping. You go to the stall first. I'll talk to them for a while." Casey was very grateful in his heart, only a little dissatisfied with Li Xiang to get rid of him. He shook hands with everyone and walked to the vendor's stall. He walked a few rows from the food court, stopped in front of a handicraft stall, secretly glanced back at his friends, and found Anthony, who was combing his balls, as if he was angry with Jimmy for something. And Lee put his hand on his chest, no doubt telling a southern fable, such as a hedgehog planting a garden, or explaining why snakes don't have toes, and quickly calmed everyone down. Casey felt a little embarrassed to peek, so he flipped through the handmade books to distract him. And when Lee came, he accidentally learned 6 different ways of crocheting from polar animals. Lee came over from behind him and teased, "Are you going to knit a sweater for Dwayne?" "Brother," Casey said, "unless she doesn't like penguins." Lee said. I'm sorry. I didn't expect to meet so many people. I thought there was only Jimmy. That Anthony, I don't know very well. Casey said. It's okay. It's good. He smiled slightly and added. Nia looks very good. Lee also smiled. Yes. We have worked together before. Casey said. That's good. Lee said again. She is really nice. Casey nodded. It's really good. The two were silent for a while. Lee had a tacit look, which made Casey laugh. And finally both of them smirked, while walking around the stall, discussing how charming Nia was, and arguing about Nia's lips, whose cheeks were closer. Casey nodded and looked at the big shopping bag in Lee's hand. What did you buy? Lee's eyes lit up. Oh yes, I almost forgot the good news. You see what Jimmy brought us. The bag contained a thick white box with a gold label that read Mobile Internet Celebrity Set 5000. And Lee showed off like an endorsement model. It is full of professional video equipment, multi-angle shooting, and there is no need to do much post-production. Jimmy owes me a favor. He works in a top technology warehouse, so he gave us for free. There are 4 mini HD cameras inside, and a body camera small enough to fit in a wallet. Although Casey didn't understand technology, she could also see that this equipment was very expensive, and said in surprise, oh my god, this favor is not small. This equipment is picked up. Lee shrugged. I try not to ask too much. Lee carved a way through the crowd, weaving between the stalls while explaining the essence of the flea market to Kathy. You have to think of this as an archaeological expedition. Like we go explore an ancient cemetery and trade a mummy for a misfitting sportswear. In order to make Jax look cooler, Casey took out his escape fund and bought a shiny red short-sleeved black t-shirt, as well as a pair of elastic black sweatpants, which were just the right size, comfortable and close-fitting to wear, and purely for styling. He also luxuriously bought a pair of fingerless white gloves, echoing the theme of playing cards that Lee said before. Lee also taught Casey how to bargain with vendors and distinguish the difference between vintage and second-hand clothes. And Casey finally bought a tie-size t-shirt with I Can Do Kung Fu printed on it at a preferential price. And she was so happy. Lee's trophy of the day, including a pair of fashionable blue off-road goggles and a silver neck protector, can be pulled up to cover his face when off-road. And he is embarrassed to admit that he bought a pair of disco ball earrings, thinking that if Ellie gets back together with him, he will definitely like it. Back at the Mustang, Kathy asked tentatively, as usual, do you know that with my superhuman senses and reaction speed, I may be the safest driver in California? Lee said, brother, this is really not as cool as you think. So you can have a limited veto power over music radio. Casey complained, didn't we say? How bad is the song you chose? Lee nodded. I've said it many times. Lee drove off the highway and onto a dirt road that led to a place at the foot of the mountain where no one had gone. And his new goggles didn't even get a little dust. After the car was parked, Casey immediately changed into new clothes. The red t-shirt was so tight that you could see the abs. He wore it carefully, for fear of breaking the clothes. If the clothes were rolled up, exposing the belly or waist seam, the number of video hits of the almighty hand would definitely skyrocket, although he didn't want to. Jack's most satisfying change in style is the cheap domino mask he bought from the party supply store. Casey followed the instructional video, used Lee's emergency sewing kit, fixed the mask on the inside of the red bandana to prevent the eye holes from sliding. And when it was finally done, he puffed out his chest, tightened his body hard, and put on a shape. Lee admired. Wow, finally has that smell. Casey stiffened. What? No. Lee smiled and said, your muscles are bigger than my head. Brother Jack took a new pose. Is it really big? I think it could be a little bigger. Lee hurriedly said, don't. This is perfect. Just the last thing is missing. Casey asked. What? Lee said. Brand. Casey was stunned. Lee said, close your eyes. Casey stupidly did so, feeling what Lee had smeared on his chest. And by the time he opened his eyes, it was too late. Lee used a small bottle of white sneaker polish and applied a big J to the left pectoral muscle of his red t-shirt. Casey yelled. Lee smiled and said, what's wrong? Looks cool. Casey helplessly. Damn, it's really cool. Lee said, now, you're ready to shoot a video. The camera of the action internet celebrity set 5000 looked a little suspicious. But Casey didn't dare to ask more. In the Caldwell house, the elders educated them and pointed out the theft of others, which was very rude. Each camera does not have a memory card, comes with an internet connection, can be saved directly to the cloud, no screen required. As long as you download a special application, you can view the live live broadcast. As long as there is a mobile phone signal, you can watch it anytime and anywhere. Although Casey was smart, it took him a long time to figure out how to connect the camera to the mobile phone app, which was simply more difficult than the introductory course of the AV Squad. But when he and Lee finally found the right combination of buttons to let the camera successfully send a connection request to the mobile phone, the two excitedly banged their chests to celebrate. Just like the successful launch of the Mars rover, under the setting sun, the two boys recorded what everyone who likes blood, loves freedom, and swipes their mobile phones all day long dreams of performing acrobatics with a laser saber, actually the yellow mop from Lulu's restaurant, suspected of copyright infringement because they can't use a green screen outdoors. Their plan is to reproduce a few movie scenes first, and then use a split screen to play them together with the original. In the following montage, the Almighty pulls out a rapier from the castle wall, kills a few minions, then jumps over the table and fights with two right-handed men on a cliff. Then he runs through a corridor. A group of people in the same suit try to kill him. He rushes through the snow garden, cuts off the head of a former colleague fake, and at the end of the video, he plays a caped father and surrenders his son with a photon scimitar or mop. Lee is very optimistic this video will definitely be popular. Casey said, "I don't care if others like it or not, as long as they discuss it." Isaac said that there is no bad publicity. Those elite organizations, whether they want to or not, will hear the name of the all-rounder. I want them to know that I am not the kind of show-off who is conceited and just wants to be famous online. Lee smiled and said, "Are you sure you are not?" Casey punched him in the arm. After the main shot was all recorded, Lee insisted on filming a formal opening scene, placed in front of the video. Although he opposed making another video, but since he wanted to shoot, he had to shoot confidently. Lee tiptoed and shadowboxing, saying, "You need a gorgeous opening, like a boxer or a wrestler, with someone to introduce." Casey wondered, "I know a professional wrestler. If he continues to scold Jack online, he will definitely be cleaned up." "Are you talking about the kind of wrestler who is very motherly?" Lee helplessly, "Why haven't you entered the state yet when you were a child? Didn't you make up a personal introduction to the boxing ring for yourself?" Casey was stunned. "No. Is this what a normal child would do?" "Sounds abnormal. If those in tuxedos come up to introduce me first, I will definitely make a fuss." Lee held a pretending microphone and spoke in the tone of an old-school announcer. "Today, you will witness the most anticipated showdown in human history." Showdown. Duel. He deliberately made an echo effect, which is quite like that. He weighs 180 pounds and is 6 feet 3 inches tall. Big tall. Big tall. You don't. Bad boy in blue. Ruthless people from the South. A macho warrior who makes every day bright. America's most popular kid. The current owner of the Garfield High School parking lot. I just is Lee Clancy Sawyer. Lee raised his hands to cheer for himself and jumped on tiptoe, and there was a burst of cheers at the scene. Casey smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Clancy. I don't think I made it in time for your bar mitzvah. If you can't even hold on to the title for 20 seconds, then don't play." Casey wasn't so narcissistic yet. "Why don't we compromise and make a handsome declaration? Can you call it a mantra?" "Of course." "Then is it okay?" "Absolutely not. That's pop." Snap. Jack strikes. "What about it? Please don't start." The last opening shot is a huge stone, and the camera is lifted up, and Jack is standing upside down on the wall with one hand. His voice was low and not effortful at all. "What you can do." He rolled over from the wall, spun like a high-altitude dive, and landed as steadily as a gymnast. "I can do better." On Wednesday morning, Lee posted the second video of the universal hand, when Casey was biting the bullet in math class, and the whole world watched it with relish. It didn't take long for Jack's account to receive an email from QuickVid, congratulating him on reaching the playback standard and being able to join the ad-sharing plan. He did the math. If the first video was advertised, the money he earned was enough to buy a motorcycle and be his runaway fund. He wanted to use the name Jack O. Trades to register for a share, but the platform needed his real name and social security number to receive money. This is simply a pit. If you register with the identity of Casey Caldwell, once discovered by people inside, there will be another layer of danger, directly threatening his life. But if you don't get it, you won't be able to make this money, which is really entangled. After lunch, Casey's social account Caseyl8R received a private message from the Almighty Hand, which surprised him. The content is, "Friend Casey, it seems that you are right. Brave to show my skills to the world. Everyone's welcome inspires me every day, for which I am forever grateful to you, my orphan compatriots. I admit that I like to be noticed, but to be honest, I'm in a good financial situation, and I value anonymity more than making money from it. In order to thank you, I transferred the QuickVid account you helped me get to your name. If you want to fill in your personal information and become the only beneficiary of the ad share, log in as soon as possible with the following credentials. The password is the same as the expiration date, and it will expire 24 hours after you open this email. I strongly advise you not to tell anyone about this. The evil forces have been looking for a different person like me. We are involved. There is only danger and no glory for you. Do good deeds, live well, and you won't hear from me again. Jack all day. Casey was scrolling through hundreds of comments and messages under almighty hand. But there was no movement on the part of the American model, except for being hung up by this elusive superhero. Life has never been so good. Everyone knows that he can't contact the Almighty, but he still asks every hour if your friend Jack needs help shoot a video. The film crew of the teenage model squatted at school all day long, and it was difficult for Casey to enjoy the new popularity, but not entirely impossible. The program team promised not to force shy children to participate. So when most people were joking, Casey kept a low profile and avoided the camera. Not conspicuous at all. At lunchtime, Casey relied on her keen senses to deliberately stop to tie her shoelaces, and just followed a girl named Dawn into the cafeteria. Pretending to be very casual. What's wrong? Dawn smiled. Casey, hey, say congratulations to your ninja friend for me. The new video is awesome. I want to. He doesn't reply to me. Casey turned on her super memory and quickly changed the topic. How was the audition, youth model? It's okay. I played a few songs to a lady with a fierce expression, and she said that if she chose our school in the end, she would contact me. You should definitely tell them about your friend Jack and recommend someone on the main show, and you can get $1,000. If I knew how to find him, I would definitely say it, Casey said very sincerely. But he's like he doesn't exist now. I can't mention it to anyone. He cleverly changed the topic again. I hope you're hungry. I heard that today is Swedish meatballs. Do you bet on it? They just changed the melon ball player to Irish meatloaf last week. Dwayne smiled and gently touched Casey's chest. You're really interesting. I want to talk to you too, but I have to pack up today. There is a jazz quartet meeting, and I want to listen to everyone's complaints for 40 minutes. Jazz quartet and cello. I play bass. Alexa plays drums, and Flavio plays saxophone. That's only 3 people, so you know why we always complain. Dawn walked to the small table with a few friends, and Casey kept looking at her. But when Dawn shook his hair, he happened to bump into him watching, and it was useless to react no matter how fast he was. See you later, miniguns. Casey quickly shook his head, pretending not to like the title. But that moment was deeply imprinted in his unforgettable mind. He packed a large plate of meatballs that had been renamed and changed their names and went outside to eat. Hector, Ronnie and Nick were already sitting at his desk, waiting to talk about the new video, and Theo Glass from physical education class was there, pretending to be friends with them. But in fact they had never spoken. Everyone high-fives and bumps fists. Casey has always stuck to his words, and his new friends have no reason not to believe it. In order to bring the topic to the interview for Teen Paragon, Casey deliberately joked, saying that Universal Hand must be super powerful on the show. And Theo, Raph and Ronnie immediately answered, saying that they had already gone to the interview. What have you all done? Casey asked. I sang a slow version of a pop song, showing off my vocal range. Theo said, I really liked Paragon, but I was so nervous that I was convinced myself. But they said I could do it again, and everyone made me very relaxed. Yes, me too, Raph echoed. I played the piano first, and then Mr. Eastley wanted to see me do magic up close, and he kept saying that I had unlimited potential, and told me that I could get various scholarships, and the producer of Teen Paradigm looked very good. Ronnie also nodded. I showed them my previous gameplay videos. Time passed so fast that I don't even remember what I said. Theo also nodded. Me too. I guess the adrenaline is up. Ben came over with lunch and sat down. You're talking about auditions, right? Did the smiling man ask others about their secret superpowers? He asked me twice, and I didn't know why. Ronnie nodded. He also asked me, and I said that I am very good at making videos. Ben smiled and said, I just say that I am a very good person. But they are very good. And they talked to me about a lot of potential words, as well as various scholarship awards. And the producer looks really good. At 12:51 p.m. Epically 2099 sent a message, this is too scary. Brother, didn't anyone find out what they said was exactly the same? Cassia L8 are just like copying and pasting. He uses his ability to manipulate them to speak, and he is particularly arrogant. Epically 2099 you can see it. Cassia L8 are if he wants to find a superpower so much, why don't you come to me? A person who never forgets and has a body like a doll. Epically 2099 it's only been 2 days. Cassia L8 Arhumph. The satisfaction I want is the same as I want to eat mashed potatoes. I want it right away. Cassia L8 are now. Epically 2099 okay. Cassia L8 are let's talk after school. I have to hurry up and scroll through the comments. Epically 2099 aren't there hundreds of them at 2:34 p.m. Cassia L8 are it's thousands of articles. I'm reading crazy now. And netizens are too outrageous. Why are the people who write those ambiguous content all suburban housewives? Sister, did you send it in front of your child? Epically 2099 wow, I know what you mean. Did you see what Bad Mama Kitty 4 posted this morning? Cassia L8 or I saw it, but I didn't understand. Why does the oven have to be Dutch? Epically 2099 don't click on that link. Cassia L8 are after school. I go to the greenhouse to shoot a video. If you want to help, come here. Anyway, I've been worried, so it's better to have a good time. After chatting with Lee, Casey felt a little better, but it was also from this time that he began to hide Jack's mask in his backpack. And if something went wrong at school, he could be ready at any time. The two boys posted the content of Almighty Hand 3 or 4 times a week for almost 2 months. But there was no response from American Model at all. Casey finally told Lee about her true purpose and the advertising sharing. And Lee said that she wanted to divide the money equally. But to Casey's shock, Lee directly refused. Brother, I understand it, but you are responsible for the risk. And if I need money, there are many people in my family who can help me. When you make enough of your first million, buy me a small RV and let me run with the Mustang team. And besides, occasionally refuel me, and we will be even. Casey has always said that money is his only motivation for making videos. But every time those inside ignore Jack, he vows that the next video will be fiercer and bolder, scaring them into thinking that he is going to reveal the truth. Every time, Lizzie advised him not to do things that were too supernatural and self-harming in order to attract Mr. E.'s attention. Casey has thought about increasing his popularity by fighting crime more than once. But Lee replied with the same question every time, what if a gangster shoots you in the face? Are you going to grow a new brain on the spot? After the first few videos, Casey changed the content from a parody movie to a variety of independent stunt videos, and Jack casually showed skills such as juggling, free throws, knife swallowing, and boomerangs. Social media is speculating that he is either an actor with a lot of stunts or a well-planned marketing campaign, waiting for the final reveal, and the number of views has skyrocketed. No matter what black fans say, the most ordinary video of Almighty Hand has never been less than a few million. Fortunately, these videos can make money, otherwise they will be in vain. The person Casey wanted to wait for never took the initiative to contact him. And Jack didn't dare to tell the truth to the person who contacted him, for fear of an internal personality trap. His plan will only work if he forces the other party to make mistakes first. At least, his true purpose gave him an excuse to shirk all kinds of troubles that others put on him. Thick-skinned fans have been sending messages to make requests, and he has also made a special feature to meet them as much as possible. What moved him the most was a mother's plea, and it was also one of the few requests that had nothing to do with his channel. The letter reads, Dear Allrounder, I think my daughter Ava may need your help. A few nights ago, I was woken up by her screams, ran to her room, and saw her grabbing her arm. And when she was sleeping, small green spots grew on her skin, which looked rough, like a peeling sunburn, but soft to the touch like moss. We drove to a free clinic in Denver, where the doctor said it was a fungal infection and prescribed Ava an ointment to wash more often. As I was leaving, I heard him call my daughter Mold Girl. If he had seen the changes under my daughter's skin on the day he saw the lesion, He would definitely not be kidding. Most people say you're a liar. But my Ava cried when she watched your fight video. She barely spoke, didn't go out, but showed me the video and said, he's just like me. I can see it. If you really have changed, can you help my daughter, at least give her some advice? A little hope. We are really desperate. Thank you. Valerie Shelton, Colorado Falls City, Colorado. Kathy replied over and over again. No matter how much she wrote it, she felt it wasn't enough. He remembered that Emily had said that hope was sometimes dangerous, but he couldn't say it. He collected MS. Shelton's message and promised to reply when he found the answer. He handled the social media mess quite well, and even asked Lee to design a large boxing ring broadcast for a video in which Jack used split screen to imitate boxing scenes from classic movies. Lee used the voice of an old announcer to hide his voice. Prepare to relive the most tragic battle in human history. Combat. Fight. This time he also added a special effects echo. 6 feet 3 inches tall and weighing 260 pounds. Pound. The ruthless man in red. A rising star of swordsmanship that is popular all over the country. The most popular kid in the United States. And the current owner of the QuickVid popularity list. This is the strongest ever. The video says that the epic level is humble. Casey's first share check will be a few weeks away. But once the money starts to come in, his emergency run fund will be enough to rent a beautiful 2-bedroom apartment. There is a small part of him that is not proud of his obsession with the money in Jack's account. But that part is too small to easily ignore. The only thing that has always made me happy about making videos is being able to talk to Dawn about videos. Almost every morning before school, Casey would eat her second breakfast outside, sitting on the grass and chatting with each other. Dwayne said that he was infatuated with Jack and asked Casey to promise to introduce her when he had the chance. Casey was originally worried that she liked Jack more, but the two became more and more comfortable getting along, and began to talk about other things. Music, movies, other classmates, everything. Lee finally humiliated Casey to the point of asking Dawn out, but the result was short and miserable. Casey went around and vaguely asked about her plans for the weekend, and just spoke, there are a lot of food trucks in the park this weekend, and there are free concerts. Can you? Before saying, do you want to go together? Dawn interrupted him. Stop talking. Okay, her tone was gentle. Casey's heart was broken. She could never misunderstand what he was going to ask. But he still wanted to pretend to be stupid to save face. What I didn't plan to. Dawn smiled. I hope you are. Casey didn't deny it. But the Youth Ambassador Orchestra I applied for last year was selected, and I was going to go to 11 cities in 5 weeks. I wanted to refuse, but my family has been too messy lately. Casey was stunned and tried to be happy for her. No, this is very good. It sounds like a great opportunity. I'm really happy for you. Thank you. I'm going to Belgium on Friday. Where is that place? Casey kept nodding, feeling uncomfortable. But she couldn't stop. I should have thought that you were so busy. You are really too talented. I am a fool. I'm sorry. Dawn stared at him for a while, and Casey felt that the whole future was decided by her shining eyes, and he had to look away, fearing that he would break down emotionally. Dawn smiled. You can't apologize. Kathy Caldwell, ask me again after the tour. Okay. Casey also smiled, breathed a sigh of relief, and became a little confident. Ask you out? Do you think so? Oh no. No. I was just about to ask you which is your favorite food truck. You mean you want me to ask you out? Oh my god. Girl, you're too proactive. Dawn laughed so hard that iced coffee spurted out of his nose. And Casey laughed. Trust me, miss, if I ask you out one day, you will definitely feel it. The longer those villains stay in town, the more lonely Casey becomes. The classmates slowly believed that he had nothing to do with Jack's video, and his popularity at school slowly declined. He was invited to lunch by the baseball club, but most of the time he still chose someone, for fear that someone would know him too well, and he accidentally slipped his mouth. Ma saw that Casey was in a bad mood after Dawn left, so he kept asking him to come to the house for dinner. And he became a frequent guest at the Nowasek family's table, playing video games in their activity room, and being scolded for playing for too long. Privately, Ma did not trust Lee as much as he seemed. One night after Casey left, she pulled Lee aside and said, I know you've been lonely for a long time. Baby, I understand the excitement of making friends quickly, but if you're not careful, this excitement will get you into trouble. You know we're not in that relationship, right? Casey's face was hot, very embarrassed. Closing the office door is because I'm afraid Tai will come in. And we didn't do anything. Mahaha laughed. Oh, I don't guess who likes whom now. She had a tangled look on her face, and then said, I just want to say that I have taken a lot of children. And in my experience, there are people like Lee who are desperately trying to be cheerful and usually hiding something. I am not saying that he obviously lives in a truck. Casey shook her head. No, he just talks a lot. You can shut him up if you want him to shut up. I think if you know him, you will definitely like him. Oh, I like his baby quite a bit. But you are my responsibility. Listen to the useful advice. That boy hides a lot of secrets. I don't want you to find out at the wrong time. You don't know him as well as you think. Casey promised to be careful, just to end this strange conversation. The old man was too suspicious. The most annoying thing about Paradigm occupying the campus is Mr. E.'s weekly update meeting, where he uses the excuse of showing off students' audition clips to screen potential superpowers with suggestive abilities. If you don't go to the conference, it will only be more conspicuous. So Casey has prepared a standard plan and a backup plan to deal with it. At the first update meeting, he sat at the back of the audience, cheered with everyone, and waited for Mr. E to take the stage. He originally thought that he could sense Easterly's ability and be able to resist. To some extent it was. But in a few seconds he realized that it was not enough. Once Mr. E.'s words sound too good, Casey's deep-seated suspicion triggers a backup plan, which is basically to temporarily deafen. His skull had little space except for basic facial activities, but after a long period of meditation, he found a way to make the ears work in reverse when maximizing hearing, and the soft tissues around the ear canal swelled until Mr. E could not hear his voice at all. Casey laughed and cheered with others, and occasionally regained her hearing to test her concentration, only for a few seconds each time. But each time she lasted longer. The police never called him for an interview, nor did they report to him on the progress of finding Bissy. And Casey didn't know how to feel. He didn't tell the police that he had found that he had been hiding clues about Bissy's whereabouts in his pocket that day. Kathy was setting up the free tablet that the school finally gave him when he found out about it. He allowed the device to copy the personal information on Bissy's phone, and the device listed all the content he could access, dozens of which he had never seen. One of the place histories caught his attention, and he curiously clicked in, flipping through until he ate a bad burrito that day. The day Bissy met Luis Vincenzo. A purple line on the map shows Bissy leaving the hairdresser after work, stopping at her favorite bar for 76 minutes, and then driving 14 miles west to a notoriously chaotic neighborhood. There is a blank timeline. The phone is turned off for 38 minutes. Then turned on again in the same place, and then goes home. The place where Bissy stayed was officially called Baumfrei Town, and the locals called it Boom Town, according to the internet. As early as the 50s, large mining companies had to quickly build affordable housing for their employees, which gave it this name. The mine has been closed for so many years, and the locals still call it Boom Town, mainly because there are always gunshots at night. With Bissy's social circle, Casey was not surprised that she went to such a place. But the blank location of the mobile phone made him frown. Her car charger was in the glove box. It couldn't be out of power, and Casey couldn't think of a reasonable reason why his obsessive-compulsive mother would turn off during the day. But he could think of several bad reasons. Although Casey always pretended not to care about Bai Qian's life or death, his stomach was still worried about turning the river upside down. She had done a lot of stupid and dangerous things in her life, but this was the first time she deliberately hid her whereabouts. For the grand scene of the 25th video of Almighty Hand, the two boys drove to an abandoned water park in the middle of nowhere. This place has long been abandoned, and the landlord company has always used it as a garbage dump for abandoned carnival facilities. Today, the once colorful swings, Ferris wheels and all sorts of scary amenities are scattered across 15 acres into a rusty, bumper car-ridden city in ruins. Lee didn't like to stay in such a conspicuous place for too long, but Casey didn't care more and more. He can be proficient in any sport in the world, but he is a mess waiting for it. On social media, thousands of fans and black fans are encouraging Almighty to audition for American Paragon to prove himself. But even if he posts so many videos that break through the bottom line, The only response of those people is that the robot automatically replies with a link to the terms. American Paragon 3000 Hello Jacko. All trades, congratulations on receiving 130,359 nominations for the upcoming new season of American Paragon. This message is the same account as the broadcast time and beer advertisement of American Model, and it doesn't look like a secret message from an insider. Kathy took this as humiliation, and his hurt pride led him to decide to do something silly: climb to the top of the freefall tower and parkour in this carnival ruins, full of tetanus traps. The people inside will never respond to this with a formal email. In order to build momentum for the anniversary video, one of the highlights is the picture of Jack's first perspective, which Lee achieved by upgrading his equipment. The best thing is that this super handsome new look only needs him to go to the equipment shed of the Pop Stadium late at night to get it. The large old red jacket that Casey wore in the Captain Smack video before actually fit just right on Jack. After watching a few sewing videos, he sewed the loose thread that had torn off the sleeve and repaired the gold decoration back. This gorgeous uniform looked like the swordsmanship hero in the movie, not the clothes of the bellman of the bullfighting academy. Casey reinforced the short black cloak on the left side, but the material on the right side was too thin, so he cut the cloak open and made it into a half cloak. Lee self-proclaimed himself Jack's exclusive stylist and vowed never to let Jack wear something rustic like that kind of mechanical unicorn camera mount, naturally turning this challenge into an opportunity to build a brand. Hiding the camera behind a monogrammed belt buckle. If someone asked, Casey originally planned to say that this 4-inch golden disc was made of stardust by the Mad Wizard in the center of the volcano, but it was actually a large can of horse cream lids glued to the front of the internet celebrity buckle with hot melt glue. To cover the small holes drilled for the camera lens, he used 2 strips of black electrical tape and cut them into a modeled capital J. This brand new disc camera is tied to a black belt and has become another handsome clothing decoration. The data shows that the video of Jack showing off his body is more popular than the video of dressing conservatively. So Casey decided that Jack would not wear a shirt underneath, entirely for scientific research, not for narcissism. As expected, Lee began to worry. Are you sure you want to show so much, brother? I know you're a Greek godlike muscle, but this stunt is much more dangerous than usual. Casey scoffed. He was said to be thin and weak since he was a child, and now he is showing off himself and being noticed, and he has too much fun. He put on a mask. I'm fine. I can heal myself. Remember, Lee seemed to want to ask, but he still held back. The body is yours. Jack pointed above the left ear of the mask. Call me. Then start climbing the tower. A few seconds later, he heard a sharp ringing in his ears and pressed the button on the lining of his mask. Hello, I'm going. It's really fake. Lee's voice came. Can you really hear me? In addition to upgrading the uniform, Casey dug out an old headphone from the horse's utility drawer, removed the shell, and laid it flat between the red cloth of the mask and the new sweat-wicking lining, just enough for his enhanced hearing to capture. Hear it very clearly, Jack said as he climbed to the top of the tower. Great. Remember to press the top button at the end when you turn on the camera. Otherwise you won't send me an invitation to see the app. Jack touched the 2 buttons on the side of the hidden disc camera and quickly pressed a string. It's done. I know you're running fast, brother, but do you see the button clearly? I haven't seen the invitation yet. I'll go to make sure we're not on the stream. Lee, stop. I know what I'm doing. I don't need you to check my work. Lee's words were interrupted by a loud beep from the camera connection request, and he didn't speak anymore, accepting Casey's attitude with his usual humor. But it was actually very difficult. The first time I shot the Carnival Ruins crossing, it was actually great, but Casey was not satisfied. Jack had never shot a video more than twice before, and this time he insisted on shooting the 3rd and 4th times. He tried his best, and they all began to show fatigue. At the beginning of the 5th time, there was no accident. Something big happened, and it was miserable. Jack swings over the high swing like Tarzan and should have jumped out and landed on the top of the park's tallest water slide. Unfortunately, he didn't pay attention, jumped early, and crashed directly into the scaffolding under the slide. He tried to hold on to the beam as he fell, but both wrists and 3 favorite ribs were broken. Jack screams in pain and crashes into the massive concrete pillars of the slide. He desperately tried to slow down with his hands, and the severe pain in his hands was quickly covered by new severe pain all over his body. The rough pillar tore apart his flimsy old jacket, and then scraped off the skin on his chest like a grater peeling cheese. He tried his best to slow down the inertia until his grip completely failed and he fell to the ground. But fortunately he did not break his spine. When Lee rushed over, he saw Jack dragging his body into the bushes and covered in blood. "Brother, don't look at it." "Okay," Jack said. "I'm fine. Give me a few seconds." Lee approached cautiously. "Are you sure you don't need to help? If I need to find a helper, I will definitely go. I want to accompany you." He glanced behind the bushes. His knees almost weakened. "Oh my God, why is there so much blood?" He turned around and covered his stomach. "Can you throw me a bottle of water after you throw up? I didn't recover very well." Jack drank all the water from Lee's water bottle in one gulp, but it was useless. His skin was suturing itself, but it was so slow that he couldn't move for hours. He tried desperately and desperately, but his body was too weak to do more. Jack reached out to feel if there was an energy source nearby that could be borrowed to speed up healing, but the mobile phone and camera battery were not the energy his body craved. Lee paced back and forth, his eyes firmly looking at the horizon. "Does it take so long to recover? Do you need me to help you find your, nipples?" "No thanks. I think it has grown back." "Does drinking more water help?" "There may still be it in the Mustang car." "Do you have anything to eat?" "I was so hungry that I swallowed myself." Lee stopped pacing. "Wait. Why don't you let it come by itself? You ask me why I don't want my internal organs to eat me." Lee wanted to take another look, but he really didn't dare. "Half of your skin is rubbed against the concrete pole, and you are still in the mood to tell cold jokes." "I'm just saying. If you don't have the strength to heal your big head because of a muscle injury." A few seconds later, Casey, who had turned back into a normal figure, came out from behind the bushes and held her pants tightly. The jacket was completely useless, and he used it to wipe the blood off his face and hands. The disc buckle was scratched in a mess, but the camera inside was unscathed. Lee smiled. "Do you feel better?" Casey nodded. "Well, I'm still very weak now, but being a weak Casey is better than a scratched Jack. Old-fashioned stock." Lee handed him a candy from his backpack. "You need to do some stunts to be safe. I need stronger gear." On the way back to the parking lot, the two boys walked to a place where the wild horse could see. Casey didn't take the initiative to drive, and Lee was so worried that he came up with his own encouragement trick. Did you know? Lee was a little embarrassed. "I've seen somewhere that about 75 of car accidents happen within a mile of home. According to my calculations." He pressed a few times on the imaginary calculator. "We're too far away now. Mathematically, you can't crash my truck." "That's not how mathematics works, Lee." "Ahem." Casey rolled his eyes and saw Lee dangling the Mustang key in front of him, and he gasped. "Don't tease me, Lee Clancy. If you annoy me again, I won't let you touch the car for a month." Deal. Not surprisingly, Casey was born to drive, and the learning curve for shifting gears is shorter than that of car owners. Lee didn't let him drive all the way home, so Casey advised him to go to the nearby Athlete's Arsenal supermarket first to buy protective equipment he could afford. They walked in, and Lee saw the sign and smiled. "It's amazing. The Athlete's Arsenal is as big as a national park, with a live fish tank with a waterfall next to the entrance, and the water flows into up-class rapids that run through the entire sports and leisure area." According to the store's large map, there is also a climbing wall, a motocross track, and a firearms, bow and arrow, and axe-throwing range. Casey's dad always jokes that this place is like a giant supermarket for a disaster cult. Everything in the store made Lee immediately and enthusiastically come up to see it. When he tried on the breathing mask, Casey used the excuse of keeping his muscles active and turned to the personal defense area. The road is long, and Casey hasn't fully healed yet, so she walks slowly, exploring her keen senses while letting her active brain have something to do. He quickly sniffed around and gave up the idea of practicing with his nose. People really stink. He scanned the store and noticed two men sitting on her husband's chair outside the dressing room at the far end of the store. He could zoom in to see their lips, but he couldn't concentrate and couldn't hear what they were saying in the background noise. He mentally added learn to read lips to Jack's to-do list. When trying to limit his hearing, Casey began to pick up a short low-frequency hum, as if it was played on a different sound system than the outside world. At first, he thought it was a bug flying in his ears, but soon found that he didn't hear it. He felt it. Deep down, he felt a strange, tight new type of energy vibration, and he liked this feeling. It felt just in the direction he was going, so he continued to walk forward. Casey sucked electricity from the current, and every time it hurt as much as being whipped in the face. Even the weak current of the battery was like grabbing hot oil, but the buzzing energy he tasted this time was just right. Very comfortable. The current was intermittent, and Casey sucked the last bit of energy into himself. And when he counted to the 19th time, he finally felt that it was useful. These currents are so weak that they are almost impossible to feel when they look at them alone. But when they are combined, they become a small force that supports him and allows him to slowly regain his lost strength. The closest he used to this feeling was to suck energy from a match. And after the match was lit, he could hardly keep the spark. But as long as he caught it at the moment it was lit, he could snatch the burning energy away and extinguish the match. He couldn't think of any use for this skill. But in case one day he encountered the villain in the movie who was going to blow up a barrel of explosives, this skill would come in handy. Casey still thought that next time he could use this trick to tease his father. He would rather hope that his father would leave without saying goodbye than think about the bad situations that might happen to his father. JT is not a good father at all, and he has never tried to be a good one. To Kathy, he is more like a cellmate in prison together, and he is friendly. But most of the time, he just wants to mess around in this rotten place. When Casey was about to arrive at the West Coast store of the Athlete's Arsenal, the current suddenly broke, and he was even more confused. So he went to the Personal Defense Department, which is the place where bulletproof equipment was sold, as originally planned. This place is very positioned, right under the nose of the firearms area and shooting range. So many guns are placed there. Timid customers are naturally willing to spend more money on protective equipment. Casey originally thought that the pocket money she had saved could buy good equipment. But when she turned the hanger, her illusions were shattered. Before the video review began, the only thing he could afford was a pair of skateboard knee pads. He struggled in his heart for a long time, and finally chose matte black, not shiny chrome. On the way to the cash register, the rifles and shotguns hanging on the wall outside the shooting range made Casey feel particularly uncomfortable. He suspected that as long as he picked up a gun, he could become a particularly powerful sharpshooter. But he never wanted to know if he could really do it. He remembered how scared he was at that time, afraid that his mother would shoot, and he never wanted anyone to be as afraid of himself as he was afraid of his mother. Casey waited in a long line to check out, and suddenly another series of energy pulses came towards him. He was still very weak, and his body involuntarily sucked in this brief energy, but he couldn't tell where it came from. In this oversized store, there could be a source of energy everywhere: a golf cart battery, a propane stove, and so on. When the current disappeared again, Casey finally began to pay attention to the situation around him, and he looked around, wondering if he was really so lucky. Someone in front of the line complained that the queue was too long, and the young clerk quickly called the supervisor. "Excuse me," the girl said. "Do you know what went wrong with all we have?" "Well, ammunition and bullets and stuff like that," she said. "I usually wear doll clothes to work." The supervisor looked unhappy. "What are you talking about?" The clerk pointed to the window of the shooting range. There was an old employee checking other people's guns, and other people who wanted to shoot were either checking their own guns or changing bullets. Only a stubborn old man, and pointed the pistol at the shooting range, pulled the trigger 6 times in a row, turned the barrel 6 times, and hit the firing pin 6 times. But nothing happened. At least nothing happened at the shooting range. Outside the shooting range, Casey's mouth was slightly open. His eyes widened, and he quickly felt that mysterious and slightly dizzying energy 6 times in a row. For the next few minutes, Casey walked around the shooting range, testing the limits of her energy absorption. When he understood, it was he who affected the bullet and instantly sucked away the energy that the bullet was supposed to fire, which was almost effortless for him. The electric current he felt was accompanied by a little tingling, but the pain was particularly comfortable, and the white-hot energy of the bullet burning was almost delicious to him. Kathy's mind was full of the benefits of this ability. On the way home, he didn't tell Lee about his newfound energy absorption ability. He knew that Lee would definitely make him wait, practice more, and be patient, and Casey didn't want to pretend to agree. Saturday night's barbecue dinner was exactly what Casey needed to get back into shape. After dinner, he made an excuse that he was tired and lay in bed watching a video. Less than 6 hours before he planned to sneak out to catch the bus. He had to learn to distinguish between fake and real fists before then. When he has free time, he watches videos of professional competitions. And if he is lucky, he can also watch amateur games. And if he watches more, he can imitate most of the movements. But this is completely different from real fighting. As the time to escape drew closer, he began to practice muscle memory. And the algorithm recommended him a book called Memory Palace Architecture. This inspirational book says that it can teach readers to construct a scene in their minds, and then fill it with pictures in their memories. A memory palace that is imagined well enough, and can even be used to simulate real activities in their minds. The book calls this psychological space inner. Just because of this name, he is not interested. He hates the name so much that he decides to find a way for himself not to spend $5, not to waste time reading the book. His results are quite special. Kathy sat up and began to meditate, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he became particularly huge, floating naked in endless darkness. He wondered how he could see his body without light, and the stars appeared. He was worried that he would float in space forever. And a floating asteroid appeared under his feet. He wondered why he wasn't wearing clothes. And the trouser rack of the athlete's arsenal appeared in front of him. It will take a long time, he said into the air. Kathy stopped dwelling on every detail, sat on the asteroid, and tried to let go of the desire for control. As the meditation book she had read before, he felt no different. But when he opened his eyes, his asteroid was stopping in the middle of an endless plateau desert, very similar to the small field before. But the mountains were bigger, surrounding him in the distance. Casey felt like she was in here, but also a little detached, and she was happy about these unexpected details. He jumped to the ground, surprised at how real gravity was. He is now wearing black skinny shorts and a red sleeveless t-shirt from earlier videos. Without a mask, a mirror suddenly appeared, and he saw that he still had Jack's long light blonde hair, but his face was indeed Casey, without fake birthmarks, and there was no fat and thin adjustment that was usually used to disguise himself. He was very smart and didn't call this mental space Jack Rand, but after trying universal space, he finally called this place his spiritual landscape, lowercase m, because theoretically anyone can have it. Casey, who was oversized, couldn't go to an ordinary gym to fight, for fear of exposing his identity or hurting others. So he put his hands together and focused on memorizing what was said in the palace book and creating practice scenes. At the sound of a whistle, Pop's field emerged from the clear blue sky and surrounded him. The stadium was decorated like a gladiatorial arena, and the stands were filled with bloodthirsty cheers from old movies and football matches. "Don't you think it's fun at all, oversized?" Casey shouted. The audience cheered. Then, he tried to summon his sparring partner with his mind. He wanted one that would fight back, not a punching bag. But before he could decide, someone patted him on the shoulder. Casey turned abruptly, thinking he would see the universal hand, but it turned out to be the helmeted Yashin, the masked vigilante drawn in his old sketchbook. The character he drew as a child was a tall and strong man, wearing a black wool coat, studded motorcycle gloves and a riot helmet, and a face shield, looking like a riot police officer who was going to do something he didn't want to be recognized. If it weren't for the little red heart pinned to the collar of her coat, Casey wouldn't have recognized that this was a character she had created. EXIN was a good sparring partner, but that riot helmet was so strange. Casey kept wearing a mask when he didn't want to practice. So he asked this avatar to take off his helmet. But to his surprise, the other party didn't listen at all. Casey imitated Bissy's appearance and shouted, "Do it!" EXIN didn't react at all. Casey reached out to take off his helmet in frustration, but EXIN dodged his hand as if repelled by a magnet. Casey sighed. Not to be hard with her subconscious. Just regard it as an operational mistake and start over. This time, he focused on creating a new avatar that had enough autonomy to fight back, to be able to catch him by surprise, without disobeying his orders, and to be the one he wanted to beat. I need a villain. On the other side of the arena, a burst of green smoke floated, and the Viper Fist Jun in the Shaolin swordsman appeared. In a particularly exaggerated pose, he jumped from a small iron horse and drew a line on the sand with his feet in an aggressive karate pose. Kathy laughed so hard her cheeks hurt. Oh, that must come, he shouted and rushed up and officially started studying. Fortunately, the absurd claims on TV that psychological injuries can hurt the real body are all false, so they can fight with real knives and guns. These attacks will still hurt, and it will hurt terribly in an instant. But in the psychological space, it can be recovered with just one thought. Strictly speaking, the incarnation of the Viper Fist Lord can't do the actions that Casey can't do. But this character is very fast and cunning, and the same is true for the incarnation. The poison dart he hid on his body could stumble the mule with its weight, which was obviously cheating, in order to make the practice interesting. All the experience and confidence that Casey gained from sparring can also be obtained by Viper Fist. It's not as good as real learning, but it forces him to focus on creativity and strategy rather than a single action. And the difficulty will keep increasing until he is willing to change. When fighting, Casey imagines fighting against a variety of different opponents in this way. In an instant, it was like the cell was split in half. He split into two. One continued to fight the Viper Fist Lord, and the other retreated back and watched in surprise. Both of them were him, but there was a mental firewall in the middle, and their attention was completely separated. The one who fights is fighting, learning, and observing as usual, and immediately understands these techniques. It was quite awkward at first, but the observer Casey quickly wondered if he could summon another opponent and try a different fighting style. 2 seconds later, he was knocked down from behind by an Austrian action hero with camouflage on his face and an assault knife in his mouth. After that, Kathy's consciousness split twice more until everything was too messy to stand. The third doppelganger, in the same way as Sammy Z practiced acrobatics, the fourth sat in the viewing room of the arena, rereading Macbeth, and discussed with the virtual Mrs. Wheatley and Shakespeare to prepare for the upcoming composition exam, which he hated the most. When he gets bored and will soon get bored, he summons new teachers and sparring buddies from all the movies, anime, and comics he's watched. Within hours, these virtual characters helped him enrich his reflexes, blending boxing, wrestling, kickboxing, Krav Maga, Jiu-Jitsu, capoeira, savate, singles, and all the punches, blocks, and kicks he had seen since he regained his memory. His own mixed martial arts, on the basis of smooth kung fu, formed a set of elegant and ferocious moves. He knew what to name this move every time he posts a fighting video. Even if he is imitating the movie 90 of the time, there will always be fans asking the same question, and he avoids answering every time. He watched a recent video, chose a comment from an account he liked, and finally gave the answer. Kung Fu Freddy 55. Hey, JOAT, you're amazing. But what's your fighting style called? Jack of all trades video. The Ray Jack of AT. Thank you, brother. I have learned from many great masters and integrated different techniques into my own style. Kung Fu Freddy 55. Too smart, Jack. So what name do you give it? Is it a secret style? Unique Kung Fu Jack of all trades. Lee will definitely like it. The Ray Jack of AT. I call it Fuyu. At 2 o'clock in the morning, as soon as the alarm went off, Casey put on her gear and got ready to go. The screen window of his bedroom window bounced open by itself as if he knew the rules. Casey jogged in the back desert and waited until there were no neighborhood lights to get Jack's state excited. Although there was no moon, his eyes had adapted to the starlight and rushed directly to the bus stop a few blocks away. Kathy was all black, except for a red hoodie, which was taken from the horse's old closet. In order to maintain his usual style, not just to show off his figure, he cut his sleeves. It was too cold outside for the bare arms to stand it, and he wore a long-sleeved tights secretly borrowed from Eric Jamison's pile of clothes inside. New knee pads that fit tightly over canvas cargo pants. His tattered J-disc belt buckle was replaced with a brushed brass disc he bought online. In the school's maker lab, he drilled a pinhole in the camera lens and drew his stylized capital J with high-gloss black model paint. He has a mask in his pocket that he only uses in emergencies. At 2:12 a.m., Casey got on the eastbound bus through the city and went to Boomtown. For weeks, he had wanted to investigate where Bicey went on the day of her disappearance. But Mr. Lee scared him and said that he would be beaten in the head by a gang member just because he asked a few questions. But since discovering his ability at the shooting range, Casey feels that he is now much more confident. He can go wherever he wants and ask whomever he wants. He especially wanted to see the expression of the other person when someone shot him and nothing happened. But when he got off the bus in the center of Boomtown at 3 o'clock in the morning, he had to seriously reconsider. Garbage floats like tumbleweeds on empty streets, and the entire street is filled with burned buildings or sealed shops. It was not courage that allowed the oversized Casey to continue walking, but the return bus would take 93 minutes to come, and it was very cold outside. He mustered up the courage to follow the main road to the last place she had been to on the day of her disappearance, which was shown on Bicey's phone. The GPS takes Kathy to a place with a few small shops and grocery stores, which is considered the business district of Boomtown. The only thing that still has lights on so late is a corner convenience store with an automatic gas station. From here, the area is mainly warehouses and attics, which slowly turn into cement brick houses and state-managed apartment buildings. Casey walked down the street, looking at the names of the shops, but none of them made him think that his mother would come here to interview someone like Luis Vincenzo. He had no idea what he was expecting, but it would be too much trouble if there was a flashing neon sign that said drug den or criminals welcome you. But even after making so many preparations, what he learned was no different from staying at home and looking at street view maps on a tablet. Casey ran around the circle, kicking a beer can and imagining it as her own silly face. Looking back, all his hopes and plans seemed particularly naive. The heroes in the movie never have to work so hard to solve the mystery. He told himself that he was too naive and that he was a fool. A smell of cheap perfume, mixed with vodka and sweat, wafted into his nose. He's a genius. The oversized Casey jumped on the fire hydrant to see more clearly, and when she saw Bicey's pickup truck, she parked in the back of a nearby parking lot. He ran over, hoping that she might live in the car, only to find that the broken car, which had accumulated dust for weeks, had tires that were about to deflate, had been parked here for a long time, and maybe it had been parked here the night of the accident at home. The car door was unlocked, and as soon as Casey opened the door, the stench that hit his face made him really wish the door was locked. The cramped back seat is piled up with clothes and some personal belongings that are only valuable to Bicey. He found her humble jewelry box, passport, and a stack of family photos of good times. The kind of things she would take with her when her house was on fire or when she knew she wouldn't be able to return. This didn't surprise Kathy. She had done it before. What he was more worried about was what happened after she packed her bags and left everything behind. Detective work is not a skill that Casey can imitate, and the only trick he learns from his dad's film noir detective DVD is to find a folded newspaper with classified ads circled in red. It's a pity that Bai Qian has never cooperated like this. There were abandoned fast food packages scattered on the ground, and he didn't see any clues to find her. The bus home drove extremely slowly. Casey knew that it was almost impossible for her to find something really useful, but she could find a little hope. But it was useless. And it was a particularly uncomfortable feeling. But that didn't stop him, and he sneaked back to Boomtown the next night, finding Bicey's truck. Although he didn't tell him any new clues, but at least confirmed the direction, which was enough for him to continue. If Bicey had ever been around here, Kathy believed that sooner or later she would be able to smell her. He planned a grid search route in his mind, starting from the community near the parking lot, dividing the area into small pieces to search and rushing back to the bus stop on time. When he got out of the car on the third night, the words "this idea sucks" flashed brighter in Kathy's mind than ever. But he didn't care anymore. A few days ago, he couldn't do anything to find his mother, and now he has no excuse. The story is settled. He has been frustrated because of helplessness for too long, and he can't just give up. But he still found nothing. Just like the next night and the night after tomorrow. He originally wanted to find out about the crime happening and stop it for Jack's channel. But bad luck has been bad. Occasionally, he would meet people who seemed to know Luis Vincenzo, but they would leave as soon as they saw him. He heard a few people say police, but he never approached to correct it. In hindsight, he was wearing a red hoodie and was as tall as a billboard, and it was too difficult to hide. After several nights of patrols without results, Casey decided to be less publicized and make herself look a little more friendly. He lowered his height to a few inches shorter than Jack and became slimmer like a runner. Strategically, he removed the dimples on his chin, moved the freckles above his lips, and sunken his rosy cheeks to dress himself up as the kind of good young college athlete anyone would sell drugs to him. The few people Casey met did look at him differently, but none of them met the criteria he wanted to approach. He was once again on an annoying, boring patrol, and as he passed through the industrial area, he noticed a high-end SUV parked in front of him with the license plate that read 10ISMOM. Tennis Mom. A middle-aged man with a pale face and a slender beard got out of the car and said something crazy party to his phone. Casey followed him from a distance. The man went to the alley behind an abandoned car wash and looked at the contents of his wallet to two fierce-looking young people sitting in folding chairs. One of them beckoned him to follow and walked down the alley. As Casey approached, the remaining sentinels said, "Are you lost?" The tone didn't seem to be guiding the way at all. Kathy spread her hands at her sides, indicating that she was a harmless, unarmed person. He had already prepared his lines. "Hey brother, do you have Louis Vincenzo's kind of goodies?" Sniffed. There were a few scratches on his arm. "I really need it." The sentinel stood up and smiled. "Okay, brother, we have everything." A psychological doppelganger of Casey has rehearsed this bluff in the mental landscape. "I can tell if it's Louis V," he said. "Don't mess with me. I'll have a lot of it. Have a big party." "Are you selling Louis V or not?" The sentinel felt it was an insult. "Do I look like a gang in the North End? If you are in the city center, you have to buy from us. Take out the money and take a look." The sentinel lifted his shirt and put his hand on the automatic pistol holster in front of his pants. He seemed to want to say something particularly harsh, but as soon as Casey saw the gun, he screamed and punched the man in the face with the fastest punch. The movements are not fancy, but the college version of Casey has a lot of strength, and it happens to be in the position that is said to be the most fainting on the internet. "Damn," Casey whispered. He quickly held up the fainting guard and gently placed him on the sidewalk. For several days, he had been afraid of really hitting someone, but now that he wasn't sure if he wanted to vomit or want to do it again. The main thing is that his hands hurt, and he is embarrassed that he reacts too quickly. As soon as he put the security guard on the ground, the sound of pulling the bolt made him regret that he was so polite. He turned around very slowly and changed back to his oversized size. The drug dealer came out of the alley with a compact machine gun in his hand. "Who the hell are you?" he said. "Do me a favor and go under the street lamp," said the oversized Casey. "I'll see your expression later." The cunning tennis dad, poking his head out from behind the strong drug dealer, cowered more than necessary. "I can't stay here," he complained, his hands shaking, trying to stuff the cash back into his wallet while clutching on a bag of powdered drugs. Casey shook her head. TSK. "Tennis dad, it's a shame." The tennis dad froze in fright. "You, do you know me?" The drug dealer took the opportunity to snatch the tennis dad's wallet, and the thin man ran away screaming in fright. Casey waited patiently, staring directly at the drug dealer's gun. A tense and determined confrontation until he suddenly stammered, "Damn, I forgot," then quickly put on the mask. The smooth red cloth made Casey's confidence instantly full. The drug dealer was keen, saw the change in his body language, and took a step back. Jack smiled. "Hello, friend. Will you be a little smarter than your accomplices?" The drug dealer looked up and down the dark and empty alley suspiciously. There was not even a cricket. There was no reason not to do it. He pulled the trigger. Click. Jack felt the familiar sound of electricity. Biffy probably saw too many gun jams, and didn't even look surprised. He didn't waste time repairing the gun, but raised his hands, each fist with a pair of copper finger tigers, and rushed towards Jack. Jack didn't fight back, just dodged the strong man's violent punches and waited for his chance. At the critical moment, he rushed up, struck the drug dealer in the side with several jabs in a row, and jumped back. The fist was fast, and the injury was not serious, but every few seconds, he hit one or two more blows in the same place until Biffy staggered. Jack was about to perform his finishing move when he suddenly felt the sound of an electric current that the second bullet had not fired. He looked around, trying to find the source of the sound, but was distracted. A sentinel he hadn't noticed ran out of the alley and brandished a pistol as a stick. Jack jumped back, easily dodging the attack, and was particularly arrogant. For a moment, he couldn't figure out why his opponent didn't chase him, until the light on the left gave him the first clue. The SUV used by the tennis dad to escape hit Jack at 30 miles per hour, knocking him into the street like a pebble. Jack wasn't sure how long he had been fainting, and when he opened his eyes, everyone was gone. He sat up from the street too quickly, dizzy as if something was jumping, and fell to one side and vomited blood. The thin moon, shining on the glittering red slime on the sidewalk, looks particularly beautiful. Trying to sit up again was a terrible idea, and a sharp pain like thunder split Jack's shock. His red hoodie and Eric's tights were torn, revealing a bright red abrasion on the left side. His left leg was obviously broken, and his hip hurt so much that he almost wetted his pants. He was plucking up the courage to reset his leg, and a certain muscle mechanism in his body pulled the bones back into place. This strange feeling in the body just diverted the urge to vomit. Casey takes off her mask and transforms back into her skinny college body to allow her body to absorb energy and recover. This tossing made him faint for a while, but when he woke up, he was already able to stand up. He limped through the alley of the drug dealer, and with an unusually keen eye, he found the tennis dad's leather wallet lying in the ditch. The drug dealer must have dropped it after getting the cash. A quick flip through the wallet. The real identity of the tennis dad is the 43-year-old real estate agent Brendan M.H. Kepler. The purse contained a family portrait with a tennis mom and 3 daughters, a membership card to all the discount clubs in Uptown, and a very old condom. Casey especially hated this man and was not happy with life at all, which made the next thing much easier. Looking at the ordinary face of the tennis dad and the abundant credit limit, Bissy Caldwell's son came up with a plan. He limped to the bus stop and used his phone to check the night footage from the J-disc belt buckle camera. Most of the scenes were too dark, but he managed to capture the wonderful 3-second loop of Kepler and Biffy arguing over drugs. Casey checked Kepler's social media and business pages, looked at them for a while, and then sent him the video anonymously. 18 seconds later, his phone rang. Kepler's panicked voice asked, "Who are you?" Casey snorted. "I'm the one you want to hit with your car." "Brendan." "Oh no, it sucks." "Brendan, what do you want?" "I'm so glad you asked." After school the next day, Lee picked up Casey and originally planned to go to the desert to shoot a few videos. But Jack had other plans. "Can we stop by the athlete's arsenal?" Casey said. "I have something to take." "No problem, brother," Lee said. "I thought you would wait for the checks for the video to arrive. Are you sure you want to spend all your escape funds on fire socks? Park the car at the coffee shop next door, and I'll tell you while drinking mocha. Add whipped cream." Nonsense. Soon, Lee was sitting in a comfortable chair in the coffee shop, holding a super-large high-calorie drink in his hand. Casey didn't drink with him. "Well, I lied," Casey said. "I won't explain." "Brother, is this guilt coffee?" Casey took out a white shirt from her backpack, put it over her t-shirt, and buttoned it up to the top button. "You know that when Jimmy Botches gave us that set of cameras, you didn't ask much." Lee looked wary. "I don't like things going in this direction. You just sit there, drink your cup of delicious food, and help me look at my backpack. I was going to go to the athlete's arsenal next door for a few minutes and it would cost about $12. I won't steal anything, but when I come back, our friend Jack will have a whole set of high-end equipment." "Cool, how I need you. Don't ask me how I did it." "Oh," Lee said, staring at Casey and thinking for a few seconds. "Should I not turn off the engine?" Casey smiled and was moved by this loyalty. "It's not like that. I didn't commit fraud at all. Really, I will tell you one day. But now, I am bound by a promise. It's not that I don't trust you." Lee Hui waved his hand and interrupted. "No, I understand, brother. You promised to keep it a secret. Commitment is important." "Waiting for you to come back." Before leaving the coffee shop, Casey got into the bathroom and stared in the mirror. He made his hair thin and delicate, and combed it with his wet fingers. As he walked through the parking lot, he slowly turned his ability into the most concrete change he had ever tried. First of all, it grows a little taller and looks thinner. Next, relax your facial muscles, dry your skin, and try to look like a pale middle-aged man. If the oversized Jack is like Casey's steroid-hitting brother, then this version that shows his physical potential is more like his weird uncle from Transylvania. In the athlete's arsenal, Uncle Casey walked to the first cash register, spent $11.99 in cash, bought a pair of silver-framed reading glasses, and completed the camouflage. With glasses, he could easily glance at Brendan Kepler's driver's license when he used his credit card. When Jack called him Tennis Dad, the only requirement was not to do anything, and as compensation, Kepler agreed to find out that he had lost his wallet within 24 hours. All the salesmen who had previously ignored Kathy Caldwell were especially happy to help Uncle Kathy spend money. He tried to describe his fictional cousin who was going to buy something, using the term kung fu acrobat, a saleswoman with a ponytail, holding a mobile phone and playing the latest video of the universal hand. Her name tag reads Stella Sticks. "Are you talking about this kind of thing?" she said. "Exactly, dear," said Uncle Casey. "The all-rounder is my nephew's idol." Stella screamed. "I love him so much." She raised her voice. "I can do better than you can do. His voice is so sexy that I always wish he could talk more. Really, I kind of wanted to cosplay him at Comic-Con next month. But his costume wasn't elaborate enough. I am in charge of the equipment store here, and I must be professional. If you had the chance," Uncle Casey said mischievously, "what would you wear for him to do stunts?" "Ballet stockings." Uncle Casey laughed. "What if these stunts are particularly dangerous?" Stella sold him everything from anti-cut tactical cloaks to riot shields the size of surfboards. But Casey didn't want to blow up his Tennis Dad's credit card. He mostly still buys the more durable, expensive, and cool basics most of the time. Lee was so impressed by the packages that he almost bit his tongue and tried not to ask questions. That night, college sports host Case appeared handsomely on the streets of Boomtown. To anyone who pays attention, he is dressed no differently, except that he is not wearing the iconic red hoodie. His new hoodie is black, different from the one worn underneath for concealment. He abandoned the previous search grid map and made a new map based on the only clue that squeezed out of last night's chaos. When he mentioned Louis B. When versus Goods, the Sentinel asked him if he looked like an old gangster from the North District. According to information Jack received from other street informants, the San Bernardino Gazette website, the area north of the highway was indeed controlled by another criminal. The new search mode takes the college version of Casey to a residential area lined with old houses that have long since gone out. Even late at night, people in a state of fear or coma would poke their heads out of their relatively safe homes and watch the thin stranger jogging by. Kathy was so focused on finding Bissy's scent that she almost didn't hear the roar of the car engine behind her. He pretended to be indifferent and continued to jog when a matte gray limousine drove up and stood side by side with him. With a squinting glance, there were 4 people in the car. Casey stared ahead, once again wondering if she was thinking enough. 4 people are really too much. And the mission is aborted. The co-pilot's window slowly drops, revealing a young girl wearing a brand new blue Dodgers hat. Although her face was covered by oversized sunglasses, she looked no more than 17 years old. "What are you looking for?" "Big man, I have everything here," she said. "What bad luck, I met a friendly drug dealer." Mission aborted, cancelled. The college version of Casey tried her best to be indifferent. "I'm looking for something special," he said. "And I've heard that you sell Luis Vincenzo's goods." As soon as the words fell, the car accelerated and blocked the street in front of him. The Dodge girl and her tall driver were the first to get out of the car and face him head-on. 2 other equally vicious villains came out of the back seat and split up to outflank him. "Police." "Why did you ask Vincenzo?" the Dodge girl said. "I'm not a policeman," Casey said sincerely, the accusation catching him off guard. "Really? I'm going to find someone who might cook for Vincenzo. She owes me money." "Oh, yes." "Police." The smaller villain approached Casey from the right. "No one here has heard of Louis V. Policeman. We asked in Boomtown about paying taxes," said the Dodge girl. "How much money do you have?" Casey felt that the bribe was worth it if there was a reward. He took something out of his pocket, but only his phone and a $5 bill. "What kind of nonsense is this?" the Dodge girl shouted. "Do you want to insult me with $5? Come to my turf." The driver took the money from Casey. "That's my bus fare," he said pitifully. The Dodge girl shook her head. "No, $5 around here. You can only buy one thing." "Oh no." Casey doesn't like the way she takes off her earrings. "I'm not a policeman, I swear. I just want to talk to Vincenzo and find my mom," the Dodge girl said. Okay, then nodded to her men. "Hey, tell him where the boss is." The driver's tall body looked down at the university version of Casey. "Lewis is in the Wild Valley." "Oh no." Reggie was not asked, so he explained in detail. Noya. That hellish place. Casey's nervous attention was all focused on the driver, and he didn't even see the dodge girl's fist hit his stomach. The power of this blow made him stagger, but instinct made him raise his arm in time to block the next wave of frontal attacks. Unfortunately, this gave the little villain an easy chance to punch him hard in the kidney from the side. There is no time to show off his skills anymore. But the college version of Casey is by no means helpless. He pulled out the side block of Aikido in his memory and blocked the second punch in time. But he only knew the movement and had no experience, which left him defenseless against the other three attackers. The driver pushed and Casey was knocked into a pothole and lost her balance. As soon as his ass hits the ground, the tall villain kicks him and everything becomes blurry. He tried to stand up, but his muscles were as soft as jelly. Not fair, he kept thinking. I'm not ready. The second kick came, and he fainted directly. When Casey wakes up, she feels the dodge girl rummaging through the pockets of his cargo pants. The driver crouched down and approached his face. You're not worth a bullet, man. But if you ask questions again, you'll be knocked down soon. Do you know what I mean? Casey thought it was a rhetorical question, and the dodge girl stepped on his hand and corrected him. Yes, Kathy cried. I understand. The thugs leisurely returned to their Lexus. Casey was insignificant to them, and they slowly laughed and chatted. The driver wanted to buy pizza, but the dodge girl had to go home to accompany the children. Otherwise her mothers would definitely have a falling out. Casey was once again lying on the street, thinking hard about every decision she had made in her life. He is now fighting in the streets and has lost both games. At least they didn't take Bis's worn-out mobile phone, which was on the street next to him. Obviously too old and worn out to steal, he picked up his phone and stood up in pain. The only thing that was missed by these bastards was Jack's red mask, safely hidden in the hidden pocket of his newly bought cargo pants. Just touching it reminds Casey of who she is, or at least, who she can become. $5 is not something that most people will risk their lives on. But this child who has just gained superpowers will grow up at a much lower price than most people. He put on a mask and slowly adapted. The all-rounder is never afraid, and Jack is bold. Jack took off his loose black hoodie and proudly wore this outfit, which could only be called a new outfit. He was all black inside, including a tight-fitting motocross shirt with reinforced patches on his elbows, shoulders and spine. There are also lightweight hiking pants, known as anti-knife, and an exaggerated design of widened crotch to facilitate movement. His new combat boots have red laces. So is the mask, as well as his biggest gear upgrade yet, the universal vest. This vest is a crimson version of the classic leather motorcycle jacket designed by Stella. With the sleeves cut off, it has snaps, clasps, and diagonal zippers that extend everywhere, and instead of the usual shiny chrome, it is brushed brass. It looks like ordinary red leather, but in fact, it is made of bulletproof polymer fabric, covered with ceramic chain mail, and there are cushioning and impact plates in key parts. Originally designed for motorcycle enthusiasts, it was later sought after by the wealthy who feared public shooting, and it is the best protective personal safety suit sold by the athlete's arsenal. People usually wear this kind of jacket, which is open at the cross bottom, but Jack pulls the zipper all the way to his neck, where there is a reinforced neck-proof collar that is fastened tightly with a buckle when the zipper is closed. The look is somewhere between a band jacket, a martial arts robe, and a knight's armor, aka Jack. Jack quickly pressed the camera hidden behind the J-disc belt buckle a few times, and the phone rang, confirming the connection. He leaned his phone against a hoodie on the hood of a station wagon and set it up to capture a panoramic view of the street ahead. He didn't bother to wipe the blood off his face and walked directly to the camera. When smiling, the white teeth are particularly conspicuous by the red color. Behind him, the camera captured the unsuspecting attackers, who started the limousine and prepared to leave. Jack's voice was low and hoarse just now. Those 4 bastards attacked me just because I didn't buy their drugs. They left in a car that was more expensive than most houses around here, but they insisted on stealing my last $5. My bus fare. He stopped and spat bloody into the street. Does anyone know what California's citizen arrest laws are? Jack walked to the middle of the street and grabbed 2 heavy pieces of asphalt from a pothole in the road. The old lady on the second floor of a nearby house knocked on the window and waved at him in horror to warn him. No, no, no. She dissuaded him from doing so, not at all supported. Jack winked at her in a friendly way, smiled brightly, and threw it out. The limousine, almost a block away from him, smashed the rear window with the first piece of asphalt. The driver slammed on the brakes. Jack crouched down. The old lady drew across. It happened. The driver slammed into reverse gear and stepped on the accelerator. Jack leans forward and takes a runner's starting position. Facing it, he remained motionless, mentally counting the time until the timing was right. When the time came, he slammed into the oncoming car. Just when the impact seemed inevitable, he took off with his right leg, then pulled his right leg up horizontally and jumped like a track and field star. His strong legs allowed him to fly high enough to climb into the trunk and swoop down from the roof while the sedan drove under him. The old lady covered her face with her hands and screamed. In the air, Jack used the shortstop's side throw to throw a second piece of asphalt into the front window of the car. Inertia kept his body turning, and he couldn't face the street in time. He had planned to land gracefully, but it turned out to be an accidental side fall. And if it weren't for the new vest and shirt, the skin on his spine would have been torn long ago. Jack didn't let the fall slow him down. Just by completing that move, he was full of adrenaline-pumping confidence and wanted to continue rushing. A sound of the rear wheels slipping lifted Jack up, and the car screamed and stopped. Under the light of halogen headlights, he completed an impromptu look, posing in a series of amazing martial arts poses, and finally moving into a defensive pose. Jack felt more excitement than fear. No matter how cautious he usually is, his body is eager to fight. It's an exhilarating urge to release. His 4 opponents got out of the car at the same time and he rushed to the driver's door because the man was the largest. Jack shouted with a confidence that he barely recognized. "Don't run just because I want to." Then he used the move that Sam Joe always used to break the goal. His new combat boots slammed the door back into the driver's face when he first appeared, making a disgusting cracking sound and smashing the man's nose directly. At the same time, the lower part of the door hit the driver's calf hard, and the big man cried God and fell to the ground. The tall villain was fast enough to dodge the back door, and Jack slammed the door shut, but it exposed him instead. A right hook hit the chin and he fell like a drug puppet with a broken thread. Dodge girl and petite villain. Already out of the co-pilot, Jack jumps into the trunk, slides over like a moonshine, and kicks as he goes. As he moved, he realized 2 things in an instant. The little villain was younger than him and had a machete in his hand, a real 2-foot-long machete that could cut through the jungle and kill the queen. The little villain was pulling his hand back and waving it, but Jack's mask and costume only took a moment for him to react. And for the almighty, it was eternity. Jack adjusted his kick. The tip of his boot hit the inside of the child's wrist, and the machete flew out. After adjusting, he landed too close to throw a punch, and Jack grabbed the villain's shoulder and knocked him unconscious with a header. The Dodge girl is reaching into the car when Jack turns and rushes towards her. Before he could rush up, she turned around and took a .38 special revolver and aimed it at his abdomen. Jack stopped and raised his hands in surrender. "Wow," he said. The Dodge girl laughed at him. "That's right, bastard," and pulled the trigger. Click. It was suffocatingly silent. Jack laughed and cleverly pointed the J-disc camera to capture the confused expression on the Dodge girl's face. She ejected the bullet from the gun and pulled the trigger again. Click. Jack couldn't help but laugh, looked back at the old lady by the window, and gave a thumbs up. The old lady screamed, and he realized that he had made a big mistake. The Dodge girl hit Jack on the head with the butt of a gun, and gold stars flashed in front of his eyes. Before he could recover, he felt the tip of the discarded machete slip under his jacket and stab into his abdomen. Jack screamed. As he staggered back, the Dodge girl pulled out the blade, and a stream of hot blood flowed from the wound in his abdomen. She wanted to shoot again, and he gladly absorbed the sparks. But the panic made him reach out too hard, and sparks flew out of the street lamp above his head, more precious than the pain of absorbing energy. This scene bought him time. Jack imagined his red energy devouring body mass to promote healing, and the wound burned, but it still healed obediently. He endured the pain and pretended she was just scratching himself. He gritted his teeth, imitating Moss' harshest reprimand, bluffing to delay time. "You put down your weapon at once, miss, or I swear I'll devour every spark in your brain like I devour your bullets and drink these lights. Jack reached as far as he could and felt the sting of another street lamp and 6 or 7 porch lights going out. He was too weak, even a little bit of energy, and this time it made the effort worth it. This made him stand for a while, enough to open the eyes of the Dodge girl. Without saying a word, the young girl dropped her gun and machete and quickly ran away like a track and field star. Jack fell to the ground. On the other side of the car, the driver began to move. Despite a broken shin and a collapsed nose, the big man came to his senses and made a phone call. In the midst of a series of swear words and painful cries, he sent out a request for reinforcements. Jack's voice reveals how painful he is, but when he shouts out of the car, the atmosphere becomes even more ominous. Sorry, big man, but I'll find you sooner than your friends. The driver whimpered. Jack dragged himself to the back of the car and stood up with the bumper. He leaned against the trunk until his feet settled, then limped over to ask his new friend some questions. The driver sits on the road with his back to the open door. Don't worry, friend, said Jack. I don't want to beat up a wounded fool. To be honest, I don't like violence anymore. The driver leaned back in his seat and sighed, and Jack gave him a moment of relief before adding, I want to play games more. Don't you too? The driver shook his head, trying not to cry. No, I'm fine. Jack laughed. You know what? That's why I'm cursed to live forever. The first time I went to hell, I won back my freedom with a playing hand. He lifted his shirt to show the last healing stab wound. Now the devil doesn't want me back either. The big man tried to curse, but could only howl a few times. Jack squatted in front of him. What, don't you like to play games over there? The driver shook his head. No, I'm not kidding. Don't worry, big man. I promise I'll choose a simple start, which is actually baby products. Tell me, did you play with when you were a child? Jack approached and reached for the driver's face. Is your nose okay? The driver wailed, reaching out in vain to protect the bloody scar on his nose. Don't touch me, you damn freak, he screamed. Jack looked at his nose in genuine disgust. Trust me, tough guy. I don't want to touch that swollen snot maze like you don't want to touch it. But you see, I think you have the information I need, and the almighty hand has an image to protect. So, Jack grabbed a piece of asphalt from the pavement. And you want to tell your new friend Jack? Where is Luis Vincenzo? Or do I have to be harder? I don't know, the driver screamed. I'm just a gang driver. Do you think everyone who makes burgers knows where Ronald McDonald lives? This big man looks too scared to lie. Moreover, his analogy makes a good point at the level of Dr. Lee. Where's the woman named by Chien? Jack said. Rhubarb hair. The mouth is so big, she will do trivial things, but act like a chef. May stay around here. No, it's not that simple. Vinny paid for this production, so they never wanted to leave. She was probably in the desert where he had just moved. Jack asked, where is that? At the same time, reach out and touch the driver's nose. Only Reggie knows, the man screamed. Only he was allowed to pick up the goods. Ask Reggie, okay. Who is Reggie? The driver pointed to the tall villain sitting in the back seat and falling unconscious to the ground. Oh no. Hey, bastard. The old woman leaned out of the second-floor window and eagerly pointed to the end of the street. A cherry-red muscle car sharply rounded the corner. It was followed by a black pickup truck with 2 men in the cab and 2 others behind them, standing with guns. At that moment, the last trace of a fragment of a secret vigilante dream in Kathy Caldwell's heart gasps, regretting her birth and dying. He kissed the old lady and snatched the driver's keychain. Sorry, big man, but you're going to be robbed of the car. Jack slid into the driver's seat and the engine roared and started. He put in gear, stepped on the accelerator, and thanked God for letting Lee take driving lessons. The car rushed out like a leather-lined rocket. A few seconds later, Jack made a sharp left turn, followed by 3 right turns, bringing Jack back the way he came. At ridiculous speed, he bypasses the unconscious villains on the street, reaches out the window and grabs his phone and hoodie from the hood. Unfortunately, Jack quickly got far ahead of the pursuers, and he found a way to get rid of the pursuers and avoid the big chase he was looking forward to. He made a few sharp turns, turned off the lights of the car, and turned into a back alley in a residential area. He had just parked his car behind an apartment building for a few seconds when the villains drove through the alley without even slowing down. A few seconds later, Jack reversed and drove out of the driveway. The reversing camera didn't capture anything. He turned on his taillights and drove the car. When the screen came on, he thought, or at least hoped it was a TV. Maybe there will be news. In the middle of the alley, illuminated by the taillights of the car, the red light reflects the white light, and stands Bounder, He pulled up a black collar to cover the lower half of his face, unaware that his tight blue tracksuit and slanted hat were enough for his prey to recognize him. Jack slammed on the accelerator, and the car roared backwards through the alley. He only looked away from the backup monitor for a moment, but when he turned around, Bounder was already gone. A gust of blue wind suddenly fell in front of him at the end of the alley, and Jack instinctively slammed on the brakes. He quickly hooked the villain's car back into reverse gear. But before he could drive to the other end of the alley, Bond stood in front of him again. The villain opened his arms, pretended to be friendly, and said, "What's wrong? Kid Jackie, I just want to talk to you." "No, you don't understand at all." The adrenaline-pumping Almighty took a deep breath, puffed out his chest and got out of the car. But Bond suddenly disappeared again, and Jack scanned the entire alley and saw nothing. By the time he reacted and wanted to look up, it was too late, and he was in the wrong direction. A soft whistle gave Jack a little warning, and he quickly rolled out of the way, and a pair of custom-made blue basketball shoes kicked him the back. He fell to the ground and slid out almost 10 feet away, but his new armor held up and kept him alive. Although bruises and fractures were still inevitable, the pain was so painful, but every trace of pain made him feel at ease. "Damn, you're running so fast," Bond said. "Is that what you're sure?" "Jack, is it speed or agile? No one in our office can be sure." There were a lot of words hidden in this sentence, but Jack had a severe headache and couldn't concentrate on thinking about it. He tried to stand up, but as soon as his knees hit the ground, Bond kicked him so hard that he almost kicked him to incontinence. Bond also took a few photos of Jack writhing in pain on the ground and said, "Man, if you still want to try to stand up, just come. The boss only asked you to be alive. But he didn't say he wanted you to be intact." Jack turned over and lay down, took a deep breath, coughed and almost spit it out, but his eyes scanned the surroundings cleverly, looking for something that could be used. On the east side of the alley, the nearest house has a garage and a high fence. Facing away from the alley to the west, right behind the apartment building, is a parking lot, a rusty playground, and a long-abandoned roadside garden. And all Jack could touch was the cold and hard ground. Thinking he had won, Bond paced around looking for a cell phone signal. Jack took the opportunity to struggle to get up and run towards the villain's car. But just 3 steps later, Bond's foot kicked him on the buttocks, kicking him in the direction of the hotel. Jack swept a kick from the ground, but the villain jumped easily and kicked him in the ribs again. Jack lay on his side and coughed violently. In order to buy time to regain his strength, he deliberately pretended to be in pain and delayed time. Bond circled him in the distance and mocked, "Are you wearing this mask to hide how stupid you are? Jack, take it off and take a selfie photo, so that I don't have to kick it off." "How about it?" Jack slowly reached out to touch the mask, pretending to be obedient. But at the last moment, he paused, raised his hand to touch his head, smoothed his hair, and said, "My handsome appearance. If I take off this stupid hood, it will be gone. I think this is handsome enough." When Bond kicked over, Jack tightened his core, rolled to the side of the road by inertia, and gasped, "Wow, you kicked so hard. Thanks, man. If you want to do it again, just say it." Jack gave a thumbs up. "I'm fine." He covered his stomach and moaned like Sammy Joe drank poison in Chef Cobra. Bond actually believed it, stopped, and said, "Turn sideways. If you choke on your own vomit, I won't do CPR for you." Jack did so. Using his own abilities to resist the urge to vomit, Bond didn't deserve to see him look embarrassed. "How do you find mine?" he asked weakly. Bond sneered. "Are you kidding? Man, half of the neighbors are posting about your street brawl, and you can't hide it." "Oh no." Bond finally made a phone call, but went directly to voicemail. He left a message excitedly, and couldn't help but show off. "I caught him. We were in an alley behind 5th Street, on the east side, north of Berry Avenue. Hurry up and call me back. The bonus is mine." "You're just a mercenary," Jack said. "Oh no, that's too embarrassing. I always thought you were an official team member. Please, don't let my social accounts know that you are just a hired thug." Bond clenched his fists and glared at Jack. "You are the one with your face buried in the mud. You stupid redhead. You don't understand me at all." As he said, he raised his foot and prepared to kick over. "Of course I understand, Bond." Bond was suddenly shocked by this sentence and shouted, "How did you know this name?" It was this moment of confusion that gave Jack the opportunity, and he propped himself up to dodge Bond's next kick, rolled through the dead garden next to the motel, and jumped up to take a defensive stance. "How did you know the name?" Bond asked again. "Are you a damn telepath?" "I'm very sorry," Jack said with a smile. "Then you prefer to be called?" He pressed 2 fingers to the side of his head and narrowed his eyes. Tom Bond rushed towards Jack in shock. As planned, just as he was about to swear, Jack grabbed a handful of rough garden dirt and threw it at his face. Bond fell to the ground, coughing and wiping his eyes, and Jack took the opportunity to raise his foot and kick him. Despite his quick movements and his boots almost grazing Bond's chin, the nimble villain jumped away and dodged his attacks. Knowing that he would never be able to match his opponent's mobility, Jack clenched his fists and stepped back, leading Bond to the narrow obstacle area of the old-fashioned metal playground next to the apartment building, where Bond's ability advantage was not used. By the time Bond spits out the dirt from his mouth, Jack is staring at him from the other side of the monkey frame. "So, you're a smart person, that's it," Jack, Bond said. "You shouldn't make me angry. Man, you couldn't escape, and now I have to clean you up. You see, I have been showing mercy to my subordinates before. Yes, I'm not left-hand either." Jack raised his fist. "Are we going to fight?" Bond moved his legs gently, jumped over the rusty jungle gym rack, landed just right, and was ready to kick him over. This time Jack finally saw his movements clearly, jumped away easily, and dodged another kick to the stomach. He hit back with a classic uppercut, but his abdomen was still aching because of the previous kick, and the speed was much slower, and he had no strength at all. "Just this little ability," Bond mocked. These words stimulated Jack like adrenaline, and he had the most confident smile on his face. "Of course it's not more." Jack tried to prove himself with a jump kick, but Bond's legs were fast and powerful, and he returned the favor with a series of Muay Thai roundhouse kicks. Jack dodges while waiting for the opportunity to perform the standard counterattack he sees in the book. To his dismay, Bond suddenly changed tactics in the middle and forced him back to the swing frame with a series of savate-like kick-punch stabbing blows. The bastard in blue. The martial arts posture is too standard. This man really knows how to fight, and his skills are much more useful than Jack's theoretical talent in other aspects. Bond has an increasing advantage, and he himself knows this. And his arrogance, coupled with an untimely phone call, finally caused him to lose the fight. Bond's cell phone rings through the concrete playground, and a row of security lights above the parking lot next door suddenly light up. Jack's eyes adapted to the bright light almost immediately, but Bond's abilities were not protected, and the guy who ate by jumping could only close his eyes. Jack seized the opportunity and landed the strongest right hook, along with two punches that hit the body hard, knocking Bond to the ground in pain. The phone was still ringing, and Jack took the opportunity to punch his opponent in the face, praying that every punch would knock him unconscious. He was disgusted by his behavior, but he still used all his strength and hit the target with the last punch, only to break two fingers himself. Bond fell to the ground like a bag of potatoes, and Jack let him bounce it. Jack took out the phone from Bond's pocket that was still ringing. The caller ID only had the letter E, and he pressed the answer button. "We have 2 minutes left," said Mr. E. "Is he still awake? I would prefer him to speak." "Hello, Ethan," Jack said. "What?" Mr. E stopped his words in time, paused, and quickly accepted the accident. "Jack, it's such an honor. I didn't expect you to hear of me. Tommy in blue just now talked to me a lot about you and your internal members." "Just let him speak. He loves to talk too much, you know. He often wetted the bed as a child." Jack snickered secretly, imagining Bond waking up and shouting, "He's a telepath." Mr. E remained calm. "Well, I'd be happy to add some details that he may have missed. I'm rushing to your side now." Jack's tone was as casual as Mr. E.'s. "I'm afraid it's going to be another day." Mr. Triple E. "I was in a hurry to add some soda to my new jacket so that the blood would not dry on it and could not be washed off." Jack. "Of course, I hope. Don't worry, these are not my blood." "That's good. I'm really relieved." As the two bickered, Jack ripped off the laces of Bond's sneakers and used them to tie the unconscious man's hand to a nearby fence. "I don't want to complain, Mr. Eastside, but Tommy's first impression is rude enough. I'm afraid I have to be a little harsher with him." "I'm sorry to hear that," said Mr. E. "Is he still alive? I'm not a doctor." "How do I know? Sorry." Jack. "Bond is our fastest runner here, but perhaps not the most patient messenger. Give me a chance to make up for this mistake, even on the phone." Jack can feel Mr. E.'s persuasiveness, but this persuasiveness is less than a fraction of his influence in reality. Alas, I do know what happens to the people who have talked to you in the end. Mr. E, said Jack, and as far as I know, you have been talking to teenagers a lot lately. I have to tell you, Tommy said. Everyone thinks you have a strong pedophile vibe, which is not good looking. Easterly chirped twice, don't be so rude. Jack, you completely misunderstood me. I just want to surround myself with excellent people. Isn't everyone like this? Come and see us. The group of people I formed can tell you more things in a day than you can understand in your lifetime. I don't know. Mr. E pluribus, I'm smart. Mr. E smiled. Then you are smart enough to accept the power that being my friend can bring. Jack, it's time for our conversation to be over. Let's make an agreement before you cross that line that affects us all. To deliberately him off. Jack threw Bond's stupid knitted hat into the trash can next to him and went back to the villain's car. To be honest, Mr. E, I was waiting for your news a few weeks ago. Are you too old and don't know what a private message is? Mr. E.'s tone was full of insidious innocence. Oh, Jack, why should I tell you in advance that I'm coming? Jack tried to pretend to be calm, but slowly realized in his heart that he was being tricked. The worst part is that this is basically the trap he thought he was smart to avoid after discovering Bond taking pictures during baseball training for the first time. For weeks, Casey had thought that if Easterly suspected that the all-rounder was a superpower, the American Paragon would reach out to him. But the insiders had been watching coldly, waiting for Jack to make a mistake because they knew that sooner or later he would make a mistake. Jack slid into the windowless villain car and drove out down the alley. But I'm still happy to finally have a few words with you, he said. I've always wanted to tell you that I know who you are and what you're doing. Now, please stay away from me forever. Don't force me to get angry. And finally post a video that you will regret for the rest of your life. Jack, stop talking stupid. The instinct to hide our abilities, which we all share, is an evolved self-defense mechanism designed to keep us low profile until enough people dare to come forward. I know that every time I post a video, I feel that feeling. Combat is hard too. Jack paused, deliberately aggravating the effect. But not impossible. You've proven it. However, I am optimistic that my employer can provide you with the conditions to help you become more accustomed to this instinct. Your employer? Jack's tone was full of contempt. Oh my God, save me. Another group of hired villains. Do me a favor and tell Dominus that I can talk to him, but not in person. For his health. I promise you won't be hurt in any way. I'm talking about your health. Psychic, I've seen your masterpiece. There's no need to be so mean. Jack, if you perform well, we can give you a professional contract and an 8-figure signing bonus. PepsiCo can do it, said Jack. Don't you think I'm going to be handsome when I bench press the drink truck in the commercial? Are you really that strong? Do you really want to? No, Easterly sighed. I'll be there in a few minutes. Jack, tell me, what do you want? True love. I'd love to introduce you to some of my movie star friends in Hollywood. It's disgusting. Super pimp. Mr. Cheese, I firmly refuse. You should never try to get too close to me. And don't try to touch your dirty little hands to my head. My words are simple. Listen carefully. Don't let me repeat it a second time unless you want me to redefine the impossible and let my 200 million subscribers expose your true colors. You have to cancel American Paragon, Teen Paragon, and the pseudo-talent shows that you psychopaths use to seduce unsuspecting superpowers. I assure you that my fear of the things you do with your superpowers is far stronger than my fear of exposing your abilities. Sorry you chose to be so emotional, Jack. It just so happens that the ratings of these two shows have been declining lately. So I promise you as a gentleman that if I haven't been able to convince you to join us tomorrow, I'll suspend these two shows and leave this damn desert. Okay, see you tomorrow. It seems that we are closer to you than I said. Jack was about to turn the villain's car towards Main Street when the lights of a large SUV suddenly reflected in the rearview mirror and turned from the other end of the alley. Easterly's smile was clear and loud. If I don't at least test your theory of my dirty hands can't reach you, then I'm not doing my duty. You get it? The engine of the SUV roared, and the engine of the villain car restarted. Business is business. After Jack finished speaking, he threw Bond's phone out the window and slammed on the accelerator. Within seconds, the scoundrel car was speeding up an interstate with a speed limit of 35 miles per hour at 80 miles per hour. The wind blowing in from the broken windows made people unable to open their eyes. But a pair of heavy sunglasses on the center console became a timely savior. The car stereo looked so powerful that it could launch satellites, and Jack frantically pressed the button until the music suitable for chasing cars played. Mr. ES SUV chased closely behind, maintaining a speed of more than a mile before suddenly slowing down and abandoning the pursuit. Jack yelled into the rearview mirror of the car. That's right. At this moment, a stench wafted over, reminding him of the smell of Bis's wallet on payday. He opened the glove box and felt like he had found a boss-level treasure in an extremely chaotic video game. In addition to the small plastic drug bags attracted by the smell, there were a pile of jewelry, a knife, and 3 thick rolls of cash in the mezzanine. A flashing woohoo while penetrating the music. It pulled Jack's attention back to the driver's seat. In the rearview mirror, Mr. ES SUV was gone, replaced by flashing blue and red lights, and the fun of chasing the car disappeared without a trace in an instant. Jack takes off his mask, but still wears sunglasses. Casey will never let his alter identity be photographed driving a stolen car covered in blood and full of drugs. To avoid being recognized, he concentrated on making his hair a little shorter, and the rest became short and unkempt. This is the limit of what he can concentrate on, but it is enough to prevent the police from putting the all-rounder on the wanted list. Casey had already had an escape plan, which just gave him enough time to make a fortune that night. His right hand was busy putting the cash and jewelry in the glove box into the backpack that the Dodge girl had discarded, leaving the drugs and knives in the car for the police to find later. Considering that this is only his second drive, Casey feels like he's already doing well, but inexperience still took its toll. A precious-looking watch fell out of the glove box, which he subconsciously reached for to pick up. The moment he left the road ahead, a police car chased after him from the right and sounded the siren. The siren sounded too loudly, and Casey sat up straight and hurriedly pulled the steering wheel to dodge. But the luxury car was much more responsive than he expected, and the overcorrection of direction caused him to crash directly into the median strip. He only had 1 second to react, and slammed the steering wheel according to the method he saw in the book. But he didn't expect this action to make him go in the opposite direction and rush into the opposite lane. He didn't have many options. Casey knows he has to do something big to get away cleanly, and before those news helicopters who like to chase cars spot him. His only strengths were the car, his reaction speed, and his disregard for personal safety. He recalled the area he saw on the bus, slammed on the accelerator, and rushed towards the oncoming traffic. At this point in time, there were not many cars on the road, and it was easy to dodge. But there was chaos behind him. The vehicle braked sharply, skid on the road, and had a slight collision. He could never get rid of the police cars chasing him a few lanes away, but he didn't intend to get rid of them. As soon as he crossed the next exit, Casey braked sharply to the left and slid to stop in the emergency lane. Without hesitation, he slammed into reverse gear, stepped on the accelerator, and drove backwards back into normal traffic. Casey turned down the first exit ramp he saw and applied the emergency brakes, causing the villain's car to slip and completely block the road. He wasted precious seconds confirming that Reggie was smart enough to turn off the GPS positioning in the car, then wiped the fingerprints off the car with his hoodie and picked up the Dodge girl's backpack. When Casey got out of the car, seconds before the police arrived, he found a clue in the back seat that could be important. Fast food bags piled on the ground showed at least one villain, a loyal customer of the Rogue gas station on the east side of town. Casey was all too familiar with the tortillas there. Hearing the sirens of the police car getting closer, Kathy, dressed in black and tall, ran out of the car and jumped off the overpass. It took a few minutes for the police to cross the interstate, past the abandoned villain car, and began searching the surrounding area. The only business operating nearby is a chain of budget hotels with all-day dining restaurants, but no one there has reported seeing drivers passing by. A short brunette man wearing a black hoodie reported seeing a young girl wearing a Dodgers hat and fled the scene on foot. The police then found the girl's wallet on the sidewalk, exactly in the direction pointed by the enthusiastic witness. Casey took a taxi next to a strip club a few blocks away, drove to a high-end hotel, changed her appearance, and took a new taxi. Out of excessive caution and paranoia, he repeated the process twice, using the money he had received from the villain. And the last taxi took him to a random neighborhood where he jogged home. At around 4 o'clock in the morning, he finally arrived at the backyard of the Nawasek house. Before sneaking in, He squeezed into the narrow space behind an abandoned garden shed and lifted a heavy stone Jack's secret interdimensional storage. Space hidden underneath was actually a large plastic garbage bag. Casey hid the red vest in it, then threw the loot from the villain's car into the Dodge girl's small backpack. To be credited, he at least considered the moral aspects of keeping these things. But the Caldwells often reminded him to think long-term and not just focus on the present. He counted, and there were more than $2,000 in cash. But he had no idea how much the watches and jewelry were worth. He added identifying gems and metals to his list of skills he wanted to master on the weekend. After lockpicking and ventriloquism, a quick look at social media platforms revealed that Jack of all vigilantes has started to become a trending topic. Despite being exhausted, Casey grabbed a few sandwiches and went straight to George's study without going to bed. He felt like he wasn't asleep when his phone rang. He opened his eyes in a daze, and a stuffed monkey suddenly bounced off his face. And a loud "Oh, don't want it. Fool him, sorry," Casey said in a hoarse voice, turned down the volume, and brought her phone to her ear. "Are you kidding?" Bro Kathy dragged her tired body out of bed and walked to the backyard so no one could hear them. "Did you see the video? Half the world has seen it." "Brother, you're in the news," Casey spoke quickly, not letting Lee interrupt him. "Do you like it? I know it's not as artistic as you might think, but I think the rawness of the scene goes well with J-Disc's rock graphics, and it feels like guerrilla journalism." Most of the battle was recorded in the video, both from his mobile phone and from a camera hidden on the belt buckle. Thanks to clever editing, he avoids embarrassing images, such as when he is stabbed, as well as clips threatening to torture the wounded villain for answers. He blurred out parts of the voice, cutting out all references to Louis Vincenzo. He had only recently learned to never alarm his prey. That long shot, the villain car speeds back into the street, and Jack reaches for the camera, which is not only the coolest picture in the history of the movie, but also the end of the video. Casey did not edit the car chase and encounter with Bond, and did not plan to add more. He would never admit to Mr. E that the thought of forcibly exposing another psychic made his stomach worse than revealing himself. At the end of the video, there is a close-up of Jack's face, with a shining starry sky behind him. "Tell me, friends, is this too much or not enough? What should I do next? Should I continue on the path I was forced to take tonight? Or should I stop and be safe? The future is yet to be written, but rest assured that your loyal all-rounders are not afraid at all. Mystery." "Well, that last clip was really epic," Lee said. "But you mocked Mr. E like that. Probably the stupidest thing you've ever done. I know you want to attract the attention of Paragon, but do you really think it's a good idea to tease a supervillain?" Casey was silent. If Lee was so worried when he saw the clips in the video, he would definitely be angry if he heard that Jack and Bond were fighting and chatting with Mr. E. Casey kept this part to herself, but instead told Lee the relatively less thrilling story of his drive through the town. Lee could hardly believe it. "You might really be a madman. Your new jacket looks really good though." The kitchen door slid open and Ma shouted, "Casey, baby, the pancakes are ready. Tell Lee that if he comes over quickly, there will be extras." Ma said, "He'll be here soon." After eating a day's carbs to refuel, Lee drove Casey to school, and the two continued to talk privately. "I know you know it's dangerous to go to Explosion Town, because you didn't tell me you were going," Lee said. "I didn't tell you. I didn't want you to worry." Casey lied, mainly because it was stupid and dangerous. "You almost got shot." "Oh, about that." Casey and Lee updated on how they focused on using their abilities, admitting that they had been patrolling the explosive town and explaining the cost of the equipment. He accepted Lee's expected reprimand with a humble attitude. He had to reluctantly agree that being bulletproof now did not mean he was qualified to try every stupid adventure that came to mind. "When the model leaves, it will all be worth it. Since you said so, you can see it when we drive past their nest to school." Casey's triumphant appearance continued into the community center. There are more people outside lining up than ever to talk to teenage models. "I'm sorry, brother." Casey asked Lee to park a few blocks from campus, and he got into the bushes and threw up nervously. Back in the truck, he began to analyze rationally at record speed, avoiding being interrupted by logic and reason. "I thought it was time to really take action," he said, "and I almost showed the world what I was capable of. I could jump downstairs and break my leg, and then tell everyone about Eastleigh and watch them see me heal. People will definitely believe me." Lee shook his head. "It's disgusting. But well, then what do you think that if you expose yourself and accuse Mr. E, Those insiders will let you go, showing the world what you're capable of is not a magical gold medal for death-free. Bro, why not? Casey retorted. Why do you always make me restrained and other people in the world can be famous for what they want to do and say? Why do you always want me to hide? Lee's temper also came up. I never let you hide him, telling you not to toss around for the limelight. It's not the same thing at all. You can't announce to the world that you're the next step in human evolution. Accuse Mr. E. And then put down the mic and go back to high school. Do you want to see me do this? And what about the next poor child who wakes up and finds that he has superpowers? What will they think when they know that the only person in the world who is like them has chosen to run away and hide? That's not my responsibility. Not yet. Lee paused. His voice softened a little. I don't want to bear the burden of being the first. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You'll do it, Casey said. Lee shook his head. No, I don't think I can do it. You have to take a step back and think about your superpower privileges. Bro, Casey smiled. My privilege? Are you talking about my wealth or my family ties? Neither. I'm not talking about your able-bodied, blonde, handsome, straight, cisgender, white male privilege. Do you think I'm handsome? I'm talking about the perfect secret identity. And you won't die if someone throws a brick at your head. People like human comets. You mean flying man? He will only fly. It's just that it can fly. You know what I mean. Do you really think that if he showed up, people wouldn't try to shoot him down from the sky? Ouch. It's too dark. But it's probably true. I guess if you're not bulletproof, flying really doesn't use much in combat. Don't shoot. I can knock the flying man down with a boomerang. That's not the point. Brother, Lee's tone became more serious. Listen to me. You're talking about scaring almost everyone, no matter where they are. When you show others that you are different from them, you also take on the responsibility of proving to them that there is nothing to be afraid of. It's not fair. Of course it's not fair. That's my opinion. Little brother, the day you are ready to step out of the superhero closet and rise to the challenge, I will proudly support you with another stripe on my rainbow flag. I just want to say that if you're not going to be 100 committed, don't do it, because like it or not, the whole damn world is watching you. Casey cursed. He wasn't angry. He was frustrated because he knew Lee was right. Lee sighed heavily and said what he had to say. Please, brother, you've tried it, but now it's time to leave. Casey clenched her fists, her nails deeply embedded in the flesh. Bleeding. I don't want to go. I know. But they won't stop until they find you. You can't stay at the Nawachek house anymore. I know. We can stay at a friend's house in San Diego until we figure out how to do it. I can go now if you want. Casey thought for a moment, then shook her head. No, I want to go to school for another day. After school, come to me at home. I will pack my things, and the horse will cook for you. Are you sure it's a good idea to stay? Casey sighed. I know I can't say goodbye to anyone, but if we leave after school, it may be hours before someone finds out I'm missing. There were more people at school talking to Casey that morning than ever before. He was finally popular, but all this made him feel painful. It was too dangerous to tell someone that he was leaving town. But he could at least enjoy spending his last days with the only person who still called him Minigun. While waiting outside for Dwayne, Casey looked at the news feed. The video of the explosion town being talked about all over the country. Everyone loved his red vest, and one fan even started the "Where is Jack's cape" hashtag, wanting him to put on the cheap little shoulder cape from the band jacket at the carnival cemetery. Some small news outlets, when talking about Jack's amazing physical abilities, drew parallels between this video and the video of the Holy Feet. But no one took it too seriously. Top Copy took over the story, believing that the jack-of-all-trades bravely confronted drug trafficking villains and did what needed to be done to avoid being hunted down by a large and powerful enemy. Even some fringe terrorist news sites have sided with him, speculating that he is fleeing the scene of his brutal attacks rather than giving in to a system that cares more about the rights of criminals than the victims. And the worst thing he was accused of was frightening the Dodge girl, causing her to flee the scene and chase the car with the police around town. You know. Wink. Ethan Evan Eastley's Vertex network says nothing about these events. Kathy was checking Jack's DMs when she noticed an unsent message in her outbox. He clicked on it and finally decided how to reply to the mother of the moldy girl. If Ava Sheldon had abilities that could not be hidden, she would definitely be in danger. It is extremely cruel to let the Sheldon family hold false hopes of safety. Casey cuts out the hopeful promises and empty comforts he never sent, and writes as honestly as possible, Ms. Shelton, I'm sorry I can't help you. None of us are safe. Hide your daughter and don't trust anyone, especially the media. J until Dawn shows up. Casey feels terrible. They hugged each other and soon talked about the urgent breakfast and how they were doing. Dwayne said the orchestral journey was a painful trek through the coldest music school in the world, and then quickly turned the topic to the epic scene of Jack's latest video. Casey tried to show interest, but her heart hurt like a knife, and she didn't have the strength to chat about her other identity. If this is the last time he and Dawn meet, he wants to use this time to listen to her talk about music. He asked her a lot of questions, and he shouldn't have been surprised when she finally asked him if he could play an instrument, thinking for a while before saying, "Oh, of course I will," which sounded like a harmless boast after all. In a few hours, he was leaving forever. Dawn waited for him to continue. For example, Casey remembered watching George play the piano at night. "I can play the guitar, and am very good at it, but I'm actually very good at it." Dawn giggled, making Casey's blood boil. "Why didn't you tell me my music teacher asked me to practice any instrument with strings? But I haven't picked up an acoustic guitar for fun in a long time." When she said, "Are you going to play guitar at the Teen Paragon session? It's not that I want to ruin this moment." Casey's joy disappeared in an instant. His whole body ached. He was already starting to miss her. He shook his head. "Oh, I don't know if I'm good enough to play for your friend, Mr. Easy Roast." "Forget it. It's too late now," Dawn said. Why haven't you heard Paradigm's event was cancelled, and they left town this morning?" Casey's mouth widened. "Wait, you mean they're gone?" "But this morning there was still a long queue outside the community center." "Yes, because the door is locked. Marcy of the orchestra originally had an appointment at 8 o'clock, but the model team had already left, and they packed up their things in advance without even leaving a note on the door." Casey breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. E was gone, and those insiders had become a nuisance to others. From now on, the only task of the all-rounder is to find Beach Caldwell and ask her a few questions. "Well, it's a pity," he said. "Kathy enjoys the thrill of freedom, and the infinite possibilities open up to him again. However, there is only one possibility he wants to explore most, and her orchestral journey has just ended." Dawn looked at him with a very strange look, and he realized that he was grinning like a fool. He opened his mouth to say something witty, but when she smiled at him, he couldn't say a word. Nothing was said. The speaker in the cafeteria rang the bell for the first class of the day, which frightened him to his senses. Dawn walked towards the exit, and he quickly followed. "Are you going to lunch?" he finally asked. Dawn smiled. "There are still a few hours, but I do have to go." Casey felt too stupid and corrected too hastily. "I know, right? It's still a long time." "Right, but would you like to go to lunch together? I mean, have lunch. Come with me." "Of course you have to eat." Right. They were the last to walk out of the canteen exit. Dawn took Casey's arm and pinched it gently. "I really want to go, but I have to have lunch with Zach Warnock." Kathy felt a wave of frustration, and he realized that his loss was all written on his face. The only way is to cover up the past with jokes. He tried the charming indifference that Lee taught him, and the effect was surprisingly good. "Zach Warnock, how pretty cool. Then I'll go see if Monica Ellinger is available." Dawn gasped exaggeratedly, stopped and stomped his foot. Monica Ellinger is the first violinist and is Dawn's de facto enemy. "You won't?" Dwayne patted Casey's arm, and he grinned. "I'm tutoring Zach calculus. Don't be jealous." Was caught. Casey tried to hide jealousy. "Why should I be jealous? It's the same with whoever you do, right? I mean, I don't care. It's good. Who would be jealous of two people doing math problems together?" "You know what?" Kathy heard Lee's voice screaming in his head. "Shut up, shut up. Ugh, math is really great," he added. Dawn giggled. This girl, so good at laughing. It wasn't until he closed his mouth that Casey didn't notice the way she looked at him. Not bad, not strange, but strong, making his heart flutter lightly. "You know what? You are really cute sometimes," she said. That look appeared again. Dawn approached him, was in front of the cafeteria staff, and kissed him. Kathy was blown away by her tenderness. She smelled of honey and kissed like cherry lip gloss. Her hand was on his biceps, and he couldn't help but tense his muscles. It was she who took the initiative to kiss him, but his hand found her hips and pulled her closer, ending the kiss. Civilization can rise and fall in the moment when lips and teeth touch. And when she leaves his lips, it's all too early. I don't like Zach Warnock, Dawn said. Okay. Casey can only say these 2 words. Don't have lunch with Monica Ellinger. Okay. Ask me out for fries and gravy tonight. Okay. Also, bring me a cart of monkeys. Okay. Casey giggled, happy as if enchanted. Should they wear tuxedos or sailor suits surprise me? Dawn giggled and kissed him again. Maybe we can play together later. Okay. Casey spoke so fast that countless naughty images flashed through her mind until Dwayne explained. I haven't played guitar in a long time. Oh, guitar, right. Casey soon realized a bigger problem. Wait, you said tonight, is it tonight I told you? Dawn said. Do you have any other arrangements? It's nothing. Just learn to play the guitar tonight. Yes, said Casey. I forgot that I promised Ty, he was my brother, I promised him to go to the movies with me tonight. He was only 7 years old. Oops, either you're super caring, or that's the best excuse. No, I'm just gentle. Casey smiled. That. What do you think, really this is your ultimate move? She imitated him in a goofy voice. What do you think? What about the phrase you'll know you're eliminated? Miss Casey pretended to be shocked. Oh no, he said awkwardly. Do you think I want to ask you out again? I'm asking you. Have you chosen the monkey's costume? It really makes you laugh. The bell rang for the last verse. Dawn smiled, rolled his eyes, and hurried down the hallway. Kathy smiled from ear to ear and shouted at her. Good luck, miss. This is still possible. She habitually shook her hair, looked back at her class, and saw Casey staring at her, smiling even brighter. I just hope Zach Warnock doesn't ask me out first, she said, dimples full of smiles. Kathy smiled. He couldn't believe it for a moment. He was so happy that he took the risk of being late, lingered in the hall, and quickly told Lee all the big news. 829 a.m. Cassia L8 our Guess Who's Out of Town epically 2099. Epically 2099 do their names rhyme with Ween Warrigon? Cassia L8 are really gone. Epically 2099 yes. Finally epically 2099 so. That's the end you won. Can you stop risking your life for clicks? Cassia L8R I think so. Normally I would care more. But Cassia L8R but. Cassia L8R but. Cassia L8R I kissed Dawn and we almost dated on Saturday. Epically 2099 wow. Epically 2099. Handicap Cassia L8R I haven't officially asked her out yet, but I know she'll say yes. Epically 2099 high five Cassia L8R. Epically 2099 don't make me wait. Bro, high five Cassia L8R oh. Ha, good. High five epically 2099 high five in just 24 hours. Casey beats up a few villains, drives a group of supervillains out of town, and experiences her first kiss. It's already the best day ever, and if he can realize his ideas in his head, everything will be better. At lunchtime, Kathy strolled into the cafeteria, filled the trays, and walked outside to his usual table. This time he changed direction, facing the cafeteria window, roughly in the direction Dawn was trying to get Zach Warnock to focus on calculus. Regardless of what N thought, Zach was obviously interested in her. He showed her a scar on his neck and took the opportunity to move closer. Casey was finishing her second turkey burger when her cell phone in the cafeteria suddenly rang. Most of the followers of Clear Mountain HS, Jackalites the Jackofoltrades, clicked on the pop-up link. It was a video of Jack wearing a mask and giving a farewell speech against the backdrop of a cloudless blue sky. My dear admirers, the winds of luck have blown your dear heroes in unexpected directions, and we are facing a day that is both sad and brilliant today. I have read your comments and concerns about justice and lynching, and it has inspired me to pause for a while, think about the future, and find the best path in life for me. Rest assured, if one day the world becomes eerie and unimaginable evil befalls, your loyal almighty hand will rise once again to balance the scales of justice. This is the end of the video. After a while, Dawn's phone rang again, and when she saw the sender, her eyes widened, and she immediately clicked on the private video link that was only sent to her. Zach tried to lean over and watch the video behind her shoulder, but she shrugged her shoulders and dodged. Kathy almost felt sorry for that guy. What Dwayne was watching was an auto-deleted snapshot video recorded by Jack, with the same background as the previous video. All blue sky. Hello, Dawn. I post this special video to tell you that today is not destined to be just a sad day. Luck personally blessed my retirement life and brought this chapter of my life to a successful end. I've made a lot of videos in the past inspired by fan requests, but today, I'm filled with joy because my wish can finally come true from the kind person who made it possible. Dawn got up from Zach and looked around for Kathy, seeing him squirting breath freshener outside. To pay off my only debt, Jack said, I must relay the request of my first ally, who told me that you are the coolest, smartest, and most beautiful girl in Kiyoyama High School. The camera moved, and Jack knelt down on one knee. Dawn, would you like to give young Casey a rare honor to go with him to eat fries and gravy tomorrow night? There are some farewell words at the end of the video, asking her to keep it a secret. But Dwayne is already screaming and running through the cafeteria. The children laughed and she rushed out the door. Casey just had time to get up and catch Dwayne, who threw himself into his arms, her kiss, and knocked him back into his seat. That's epic.